Hey, what's going on, y'all? Yeah, gotta come back with a Thursday thrills, inconsistency of culture, and we're gonna talk about it today. Tonight, and I broke this all down in a pre self live stream. And let me get set up for a minute. So, in so many words, we got four things to talk about. We got image, herd, like herd mentality, and we also got practical and dereliction. And then the final solution is how to solve this as Black men in a small collective to move forward. So we're going to go in tonight. So in so many words, this is another Thursday Thrill series. Um, yes, it's on for entertainment, but we're not entertainers over here. I don't do all that fancy shit. Let's get it set up for a minute. Thursday Thrill series. Might as well get this underway on the wraps. I'm just gonna wait till people come in, and shouts out to everyone that's listening, and we're gonna break this down. I'm gonna put this on the wraps. So since we got to talk about the young Dolph situation, we're gonna use this on image. It says society of the world, right? I saw a lot of fucking videos of him yesterday, and I think it was ridiculous. I'm glad I did the self live stream and explain my thoughts. I don't feel sorry for individuals that chose the lifestyle. It kind of hurts the fact that as Black men not really looking at the big picture. So you got to understand why I'm coming from this angle. I come from this angle is because I feel like we should stop doing that lifestyle, right? Because the rapper lifestyle is kind of dead in so many words. I understand that people love it so much and they continue to that lifestyle. It's really pathetic at this point. But you got to understand something. A lot of people want to co-sign it like it's something in the air, like it's something special. So yeah, in so many words, I'm just going to put it in the factors. But you know how it is. I know people, and shout out to the homeboy Rashawn, the villain sphere Capitano, doing the work. And that's just it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you got to get down. We're going to talk about image. Okay, image of society of Black men. They try to use young Dolph as an example, as a man, flexing and things like that. And I think a lot of people realize they think that's going to be standard for a long term. Number one, I don't promote that or anything, especially on this channel. I understand people love bragging, and if they're fans of that guy, that's cool. But for me, as Black men, we should not be that way. I mean, in so many terms, it's like the factors that we need, and we so propelled to this shit. It's like you have certain situations, and that's how it's gonna be. But in so many words, people are propelled to do things that they don't want to do. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what's going on, and I know people are just not going to get into it right away. But yeah, young Dolph's death is a tragic, sad. I'm originally from that state where he's from, in Tennessee, but I understand that in the western part of West Tennessee, yeah, it's bad a little bit. The economy, the economics is terrible, and they don't give a damn about the community. What's going on, Tampa? What's going on, Tyrone? Salute to y'all. It's terrible. The reason it's terrible, and I feel like a lot of people want to support that type of music, and I know it's a little garbage, and I think my dad said this, he flexed a lot, show his cars and jewelry. Yeah, and the last time, I'm gonna tell you a secret, the last time I saw him was in an interview with $1 million worth of game, right? He said he was going to do an album. I don't know what he did. He collabed with a lot of people, but he did some album work. The reason I'm referencing him in number one is because the image of today's rapper or today's Black men, shouts out to DS1, mentioned me in his stream. He had a great stream today. I did a self live stream earlier talking about this, right? And then explain to that first part. If y'all haven't seen it, go watch it before I go in. The thing about him is that's going to be the problem. To move forward, you can't represent that style of black men. I know black man has his image. His image is everything. Now, I know we love music. I know we love a little entertainment. Yours truly over here. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't like the modern rap music. The rap music I remember, yeah, I remember Dipset. I remember the Locks. I remember the hieroglyphics, my underground preferences. I remember guys that say sound with knowledge, soundproof, validity, what they say, right? But the problem with individuals, they don't want to live on their merits. They want to cry a lot all day, complain about the same old shit like they do in R&B music, like you see on these spaces and things like that. And people love the fuckery, but they do love the flexing. You know, that's our biggest problem in historical culture. I'm gonna say it like this: in culture, inconsistency of culture. That's the name of this Thursday Thrill edition that I'm talking about. The reason, I'll tell you why we love flexing. I think flexing is a form of bragging. Yes. Do everybody agrees with it? Some people do, most people don't. But I don't agree with it because I feel like that starts a lot of beefs. It starts a lot of friction. That goes for male and female. But the females, I understand why they like to flex. They like to argue and scream for hours, like 45 minutes in. I saw this as a child growing up. And I didn't understand it at the time. But once I got older, I'm like, I know why they do that. They do that on purpose so they can say, hey, this is what they do. But when you talk about male flexing, when male flex, the male flex so hard, like when we do, we'll fight each other to the death to get a necklace, an earring. You know, you got some our men wear earrings and things like that. And then that's the whole point. What's going on? Enhanced salute. But yeah, that's the whole point of what I mean by flexing. As a people, as a collective, you know, if you grew up where I grew up in the state like that, that's very common, especially in the middle region of Tennessee, where I come from. That's very common how I grew up. Young Dolph, it was a tragic based off going to happen. If you got shot out in LA or anywhere else or North Carolina, just talking shit to people, looking down on people, and then being arrogant. And then here's the flip side. He want to come around and change the fucking community. He tried to do that. And he went on the show $1 million worth of game. If you watch that podcast of Young Dolph, he was saying some interesting stuff, and he tried to say he done clean his act and try to change. Once you try to change and try to help people in the hood, sometimes people always got your number. They always got a problem with you. And they see, a lot of it is jealousy. A lot of stuff is old petty beasts that they haven't let go because something how you did to them, right? That don't make you right. So the bullshit is coming. What's going on, Red? That's what I'm saying. That petty shit causes a lot of problems. When people split each other's wigs or whatever, you want to kill each other to the death. That shit is so fucking annoying. And I understand both genders do this, but what the men do, you see the violence. Now, we don't argue. Men are physical. Always remember, we don't argue. Online, this is a fake buffer. But when you get offline, people do kill each other, you know, if you're from those environments. Now, I don't feel sorry for his death. I feel sorry how he was raised. And I feel sorry that when you raise an individual like that, and how old was he? 36? He was born in 84 or something like that, or I believe 84 or 85 or something like that. I'm not sure. That young man had a lot to learn. And yes, he's part of our peers. And it's fucked up that you're leading the young children to that disaster. Yes, he made it past 21. Yes, he made it past 18 where I come from. It makes sense. What's going on, Supreme Elder? Salute to you. I've been doing great. I just don't like the fact the nigga shit. It's just terrible, man. It's just terrible. Like, you understand why image is so important. You know, the black man is always going to be attacked. When you got guys like the young man that died like that, and I saw those streams and people say, "Oh, R.I.P. Young Dove. Oh, I love to be. Oh my God, he died." You know how they sound. You know how niggas sound, and that's how they do back home where I come from. And it's sad. You know, I see it a lot. And then they try to shame you for not supporting. I'm like, get out of here. I don't even know the guy. And it's sad, it's fucked up and sad he tried to change at the, how you try to change on the tail end and then you want to flex on one more time and all that. Sooner or later, if people wanted you dead, it is a form of jealousy. But you know what the fucked up thing is? When your image and your aura is too wild and you look down on certain people, or I should say a half and half, you got one half like you, another half don't like you. You don't want to be that guy. Okay. Some people do, but most people don't want to be that guy because guys like Dolph is a once in a lifetime. If his music was that great to y'all, that's great. But he ain't no Tupac. But the last person that tried to do that in Memphis, it was a gang leader of a LMG. If you watch Gangland, he did a similar thing that he did. His name was G Train, and they eventually killed him. He thought he had 9 lives. This boy thought he had 9 lives, right? Well, nigga, you ain't supposed to have 9 lives like that. And you know what's so funny? That people believe that. And eventually he knew he was gonna die. I didn't know if he was gonna die like that, but he was trying to get it was some food or cakes in the store, cookies in the store, homemade cookies from the store, and they want him gone. My dad was telling that story. I was like, yeah, that sounds about like it. But I thought, on that podcast, he was on Gilly out in Philly somewhere. He was going to change his life and turn it around. That's what I heard from him. He said a lot of good things. He ain't perfect because his past, we don't know about his past. I don't know much about it. It's similar to Nipsey. Try to help the community. Same thing. The three guys I told you that died like that is through violence of their own, combination of jealousy and ego. I said this early in the self live stream. In case y'all didn't miss it, is a good live stream of myself talking. And I was explaining what I mean by image. When he died like that, I mean, to me, that's normal in where I'm from originally. I'm from the middle part of that region, but the west part of Memphis, that was normal back in the 80s. See, yeah, it wasn't no fighting in the early 80s, but somewhere around during the crack era and on down, it got worse. And then the guns came in and changed everything. And the kids of the zillennial generation are more violent than we are. I mean, we was violent in our day with the guns and everything like that, but not to the degree flexing and money. And you ever seen a little gold teeth, silver teeth, waving in your hand like, I got this, all this other stuff. And you see it online. You see it all the time in your recommendations. You see it all the time when your subscribers watching, or you subscribe to people that watch that type of madness. And I understand it's for entertainment. It's fun and cool. But eventually that lifestyle, let me tell you something about that lifestyle. You end up dying. You're not coming back. Okay. That's what image is, what I'm talking about. That image of him is iconic for the young people. You know what I'm saying? And they was whining like their idol's about to go away, right? When he died like that, that's a lesson we learned. Do not flex on people that you don't know. Keep your mouth shut. Be respectful. If he was smart, me personally, if someone put it in his ear, if he was smart, he should have got out the hood. Now I know he was trying to move, or like say move to Atlanta. True, but it doesn't matter. Get out of the fucking ghetto. Have a mansion and don't even brag about your shit. Don't even flex like that. Don't even dox yourself to the point that people try to, run through you, man. Have a security to you. He didn't have no security. He thought he was 9 lives. He thought he was invincible. He thought he was Superman. I'm a super nigga. I'm Superman. That's what he thought he was. They popped his ass. You know what I mean? Because your mouth gets you killed like that. And shouts out to DS1 with that stream. I love when he said and mentioned my name, and he said that right there gets you killed. That bragging doesn't get you nowhere. I understand we love ego. I understand that black man loves ego way too much. The biggest problem why we love bragging is an addiction. I understand. And I was trying to explain to the fellas in that self live stream, it will kill you. And it might lead your regret. You don't want to be that guy. I understand if you're a 25-year-old down bragging. I get it. When you get some money when you're young. Well, you're in your 30s, man. It's just crazy. What's going on, Absalon, and what's going on, James? Salute to y'all coming in. I understand about it. I understand. When I was younger, I used to follow guys that flex a lot, talk they shit, and stand on their disrespect. I get it. What's going on, Juan G? Salute, man. Salute to you, bro. And I'm just saying, flexing is a big disease that we got to get rid of community-wise. If you want to change the community, stop being arrogant. I mean, there's different levels of arrogance, but stop being arrogant to people that you don't know and try to help others around you. Be respectful. Being an arrogant asshole don't take you that far. I understand when people get money, they get crazy, but the more money you give them, the more nuttier they can be. The funny thing is, I'm just like, what's the point if you have all that money? Can he invest in helping people around him? Yeah, you can invest in the studio, but can you help the children that's struggling to wear clothes in your community? You know, in Memphis is struggling, bro. You should have fixed that whole community. And I know he was trying to and change, which is great. But that nigga shit behavior of flexing, that's the biggest thing. And then talking down to people that don't have it. That's the worst thing you can do. And this is where beef start, petty shit. They ain't forget what you said. You must insult them in the party. And 9 out of 10, they're going to come around and kill you. And that's normal, man. Like, y'all think that's a sport, man. And that's just the fucking problem that I have with the image of the black man. Not only the modern black man, I call them modern black men. They're not black men, but we know the proverb, they're niggas. They act like niggas. It's a mindset. It ain't about color. It can go both on ways of color because you got the original nigga, the troglodyte, the original derelict that we're gonna talk about in the forefront. Is that's what we act like. See, they'll trust a derelict Negro all day. They'll trust them doing dumb shit and then getting killed, even with the flexing. Oh, I love this good nigga. I got the little boy over here. I love that boy over here. I love that boy over here. You know, in the South, you know, we hear that a lot growing up. Yeah, the racism is high in that state, but don't be fooled. It was unfortunate. He was just another Memphis, they'll say Memphis legend, street dude, rapper, right? Killed. I wouldn't say rapper, I'll say street dude because of his background. Memphis legend died, right? That's what they're gonna look at because him and G Train had two different personal views. Degenerate, what's going on, man? Salute. The personal shit, the personal shit, the personal shit is what you look for. And then you just look for it in the times being. I think the reason being that he died like that, they want him gone. And a lot of people say, I heard in DS1 chat, they try to say it's like a blood sacrifice. Let me tell you something. It doesn't really fucking matter to me. I don't give a damn. And I don't give a fuck about if it's a blood ritual or not. It's irrelevant to me because if it is, it wouldn't matter. You know why? The flexing get us killed. Flexing get us killed. And I understand that as black people, especially black men, I'm not talking about the women. Women, I understand why they flex because we teach them everything. It's like tit for tat. And I saw that live stream from that woman. And shouts out to the person that sent me her streams. And you know who I'm talking about that got Mr. Fittinelli, aka Not So Fantastic. She made some sense why she does what she does. And I was watching her two streams. You know, I'm not gonna mention her name. I'm not gonna mention her name. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Just don't type it in the chat. Just keep that to yourselves. And DeAndre knows what I'm talking about. That woman is right on point. And I understand what she's talking about. If you're gonna harm my family, I'm gonna harm yours. It's kind of like gang banging. I'm gonna call it gang banging. I ain't gonna call it doxing. I'm gonna call it gang banging. I'll call it what it is. It's gang banging. I don't support gang banging. You know what I mean? Because I thought about it years ago when you're younger, but when I got older, I realized it's stupid. It's stupid. It's gang banging. I never co-sign that shit. I kind of dropped that shit when you get younger. The older you get, it gets silly. It's child shit. A lot of dudes need to grow up, man. And it's fucked up. What's going on, Gabe? Salute. The image problem of black men today, we love street shit. It's an addiction and we love flexing, and that's part of the culture. Yeah, it's part of the culture. Once we love that culture, you're not gonna stop. And that's the thing. And that's the thing. Once you realize that shit, it gets annoying. Gonna be better chill out before I nuke him. Yeah, he's over. Yeah, he's a clown. But it's just almost home. And then yeah. And I was thinking about talking about him, I'll say another time. But I'm glad He was trying to change his life. I know it's hard, but he got killed, unfortunately. It was fucked up, but it was normal, you know? Yeah, I already know what you're talking about, Absalom. Yeah, he's gummy. He's got a lot of nicknames. I call him Fitinelli. He don't like that because of the George Floyd shit. I'm his biggest troll. I tear his ass up. He said, I got some YouTube news. What else is new? I don't care about that. I care about this right now. That ain't news to me. I care about the image right now. We're going to study the world first. Oh boy, the image of black man is not what we want to be, because I believe his death and all the deaths, and I think shouts out to DS1, he said all the rappers in that label died this month. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard his live stream earlier today. He said all those men that were rappers, right, died in the same fucking month in Scorpio season, right? And he died, right? Young Dolph, right? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Why the fuck they died like that, right? And you got to look at the lifestyle. It's really sad, but I'm not really mad. It's just like you chose that. But some people say, "Oh, he died with ritual." Okay, who cares? If he must have pissed somebody off, hey, they want him gone. He must have owed somebody some money. We don't know the half why he died, right? But that flexing probably led up to that. Okay. It's a combination. I would say flexing is one of it, and the other half is, it could be his attitude. We don't know what he was like as a person. Now, the only time I saw him, what he was like, was over at Gillies. They did an interview on him, right? And he did a lot of collabs. They say he was a good brother and everything else, but we don't know what he was like off that microphone, off that fucking album. We don't know about these people like that. We don't know what he was going through, and he didn't even care if he lived or die. That's the sad part. As a black man, that's just like, man. The image is bad. The image is bad. And as black men, we got to stop trying to be arrogant. I mean, shouts out to that person that sent me the 2 streams of this individual I was talking about. She did some damage, and she was right about the men. We use our, what she says, we use our dicks as weapons. Kind of agree with that. And in a way, that's part of it, and a lot of it's ego. And I mean, men are perfect. I know we deal with the women problems all the time, but sometimes you got to be conjecture with it and try to fight it head on. But you don't fight it too much, but you figure out what do we got to change first, then we help them out. But it's like a balance. You got to have balance of two worlds. But when you talk about image of black men, we already been decimated. So we got to rebuild it back. And once we get that image back and stop worrying about other shit, we'll move forward. But that's the image aspect, what I was going to talk about. I'm done with that spiel with Dolph, right? Let's get into the herd mentality. Now, this is where it ties into number 1. The herd mentality always believe, I saw this in the self last stream, and certain people disagree with me, like, what's wrong with flexing? What's wrong with flexing with your body if they jealous of you? What's wrong with flexing? I don't like no one tell me what to do about my flexing. What you talking about, nigga? I'm gonna do what I want to do, nigga. Turn without you. I don't give a fuck about your little flexing. You can't tell me not to flex, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. And that's how these niggas talk. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, I'm trying to teach the younger generation behind me, whoever watch these live streams and my pre-records, especially these live streams that have knowledge on them, to not flex and try to kill yourself over that street shit, that petty shit. He said, you don't know what you're talking about. Young Dolph is great. I'm like, these sycophants, right? I understand y'all love the guy. I ain't hating y'all in the chat, but that's what my observation tell me. Why you want to defend a guy that tried to do dirt, change his life, kind of like Nipsey, right? And similar to a legendary gangster named from LMG, what's his name? G Train from that city. He's the second person that died like that. It's just sad. And I have half of the people agree with me in that chat. And the other half kind of gave me some pushback. I got pushback right there. You don't know what you're talking about, man. He was the black man, man. I thought he was the black man, man. He ain't about nobody. He can flex what he want to, nigga. He want to flex what he want to. I'm like, see, that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. That attitude. We don't need that. See, that's why image is fucked up. That herd mentality, man. I'm gonna talk about some of that on Monday. It's called be an independent thinker. Think for yourself. Don't be a slave. Don't be a bot. Don't be a yes man. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. I ain't gonna let y'all be a yes man. No, think for yourself, damn it. And have your own mind. And don't be ashamed to think different. And help everybody around you. That's how you have leaders. Be a good follower is be a great fucking leader. If your leadership is right in yourself, if you have a good followingship, the leadership will be right, right? It balances out. Your leadership comes from being a great follower and understanding your leader. If he was great, I ain't gonna say I'm great. I'm a good leader, not a great. I don't want to be considered a great leader. I'm a good leader. I ain't perfect. I own my own dereliction in this day-to-day process, and I get it. But when you're honest with yourself, you can be your own leader. But you got to learn to be a good follower first, and then take some of the good habits and then spread it around. And sometimes be your own good leader. Learn from others. That's how we become all good leaders. I'm learning from everybody in these spheres, and it's teaching me how to be one. And you spread it around. That's why I'm so selfless. When I share streams, I'm selfless with it. I don't give a fuck. If it sounds great, good or bad, I want someone to give that man support. If his message is cryptic, I'm going to spread that shit, regardless of the situation. And exactly, Juan G's, I agree with that. That's part one we just talked about. Part two, when we talk about is the main reason. Part two, we talk about the herd mentality. It's that mindset why flexing is still allowed. It's like what you see in media and the music, the herd mentality, big unity, big bullshit, but don't want to do a damn thing when your leader's about to get killed. I talked about this in my self live stream. Herd mentality, solution, sheeple, slaves, right? Slave-minded dudes, right? Yes, men, right? I'm going to talk about half of that on Monday. I'm going to be brief with this one because that's a problem too. And when you see someone dying, if you didn't like him when he was alive, something's wrong with you. You just fall in the trend of being a sheep or whatever, or a herd mentality as a slave. You don't think for yourself and don't give no pushbacks to the person to the top. If you don't have a fallout with your leader, how are you going to be a good leader? You got to have some fallout and disagreements. You got to learn a lot. You be a good student first for a while and then learn about him. But if you disagree something that he didn't like, and now if he respects your disagreement, you'll be a great fucking student. Then you'll be a great leader too. That's the problem. I'm just saying, like, if you understand what I was saying about Dolph's death, and I was telling people in that chat early in that self live stream, I was saying the herd mentality is the sheeple like that. There's slaves you see on YouTube. They follow the wrong shit. They see someone dying and they don't even care. Like, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't cool with him when he was alive. And then they say, oh, I know this guy now, trying to be fair weather fans. You got that in sports. You got that in music. You got that in the movie industry, any industry, in entertainment. And act like they care about this. And they don't give a fuck about you. And that's one thing I learned about people, especially in general, in average people. I'll say on here, even if you're on the street, on the podium, just talking with a microphone or not a microphone, yelling out loud on the street, on the side of the street, like a herald. Most of the times people will listen, they'll talk to you, whatever. As soon as you start dying, they act like they care. I don't understand that as a people. And that's the problem I have. And I know it's programming, and I'll talk about that. That's another form of programming. We'll get into that sooner or later. But the herd mentality is a good topic. I will delve into it in the future. I'm gonna get half of it. I'm gonna give you some what I think of it. You shouldn't think like a sheeple slave following mainstream people or big followers or million subscribers like YouTube. Now, Alvin Preach is different. They have their own audience. Audience disagree with each other, be respectful. The sad part about herd mentality, you got a lot of PewDiePie followers, Marquise Brown followers. I mean, they follow for different reasons, right? But the rest of his followers are loyal. The other followers, they just want to be sheeple to the narratives, and they bounce around. Different content creators got more subscribers than you. Subscriber supremacy, like Tassi said, right? That goes to anybody on YouTube. That's that herd mentality. You can't be like that long term. I've noticed that when I start coming to these newer spaces, a lot of people just get brainwashed and it got you. And then there you are, you stuck. And shouts out to that person sending me those 2 strings of this individual. She said, a big YouTuber is a user. They use all your shit and use your life out of you. And there you are. And it's fucked up. They do that. And it's just sad at this point. You have to be your own leader. Fact. That's right. That's right. Yeah, he's repeating what I was saying. And that's the herd mentality. You got to not follow big content creators is bigger than you. The ones that got like 50,000 to 100, that's not big to me. That's still small. We're talking about in the millions. Don't follow those. They're semi big. I'll say it like that. They're semi big. A big content creator would be like a to 1 million to 200 million. That's big to me. And that's a problem. And that's what number 2 was about. Okay, number 3, we're talking about practical, I'll say practical solutions / solution of politics. Okay, when I did a political series of conservatism, part 1 and 2, we talked about Barry Goldwater, and it actually helped us to parlay what we're saying. And what I was saying in so many words, we couldn't just have all these talking points about if you're conservative, whatever, you're not living a lifestyle. That's not always good. But sometimes you just got to be yourself. But the thing about me understanding the philosophy, I did those 2 streams. That first one was in the afternoon, by the way. That was on a Sunday. That first one was on a Sunday, by the way. And it was on a Sunday for a reason. I did it for 3 hours and it was good. And I had to do another stream prior to that. And then when I did conservatism on the weekday, I believe it was on a Tuesday, and that lasted for some hours. Shouts out to the individuals that showed up on that stream. Classic. Did some damage, right? That stream was very, very, very telling, right? Very, very, very telling. And it was fun as hell, too. And I enjoyed the shit out of that. One of the streams I kind of like. And the solution in politics, again, we're going to go back to liberalism. The first liberalism of stream political ideology we learned, it was on a Wednesday, and that was when we had Mike V, the legendary Wacky World of O, and we also had War Master. War Master gave Mike V some pushback, right? And the pushback was talking about the Reaganomics. He was a Reagan conservative, and Mike was deemed towards the left or progressive, right? And it was talking about Trump, which is interesting. Now, I know you got a lot of Trump heads in the clouds and in the chat. It's understandable, man. Like, I'm not gonna hate on y'all all day. It's not worth it. Because y'all gonna have your little biases. Everybody does. I'm not biased to any politics. Neither side ain't shit. I don't care. It's irrelevant. We should focus on the real things. Neither party is not gonna fucking help you. You got to think for yourself. That's why I say think for yourself. Embrace of being an independent thinker. I'm gonna bring that this Monday coming up, next Monday coming up, and this is gonna be the thing I'm gonna talk about in the series. Probably in the winter, I'm gonna bring it back so often, and it needs to be discussed. The reason I'm gonna bring it back is because I feel like that Monday stream is gonna be telling. And you're going to have those discussions. And the sad part about it, embrace it. He's on my manager, Dusty. Yeah. But I'm just saying, in practical political sense, I will say in that stream, that's part 1. And then I think we talked about a lot of things on liberalism. We talked about the essence of liberalism. We talked about the hard and the pounds of the philosophy. If you watch part 1, now part 2, we talked about economic liberalism. Now, shouts out to BMT yesterday, last night on that stream, and we talked about it. And appreciate him for giving me a salute what I was doing, and I'm doing good over here. And I'm not tripping on anything. I'm just keeping it real that it happens sometimes, and that's just what we're on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not really tripping at this point because it's here. And that's just what it is at this point. So I'm not really phased what's going to happen, whatever in the future. But the liberalism we was talking about, we talked about uh not all the conservatism in it or the liberal conservatives. We talked about the economic liberalism itself, but we also talk about neoliberalism. I added some links. If y'all check that stream out, it's pretty good. And we just not worried about what others think about it. And I want to expound on it from part one, and I had my points together, right? So that's just the thing. And I get the gist of people saying what's what, but you know what I'm saying is, in so many words, we have this going on. So we talked about it for I think 3 hours, and I think I had someone on the panelist came on, that was BMT, and we talked about it. And we talked about the rest in the chat. I was kind of drained last night because I didn't know what to do. I had to give me something to drink to keep me up, and that was it. So I chilled and watched X afterwards. But yeah, that stream itself, the political solutions. But I will do libertarianism next Wednesday and talk about it and go in depth on it and what I think some of the problems in the history. That's going to be like a part one thing, or yeah, it'll be part one. I'll do a part two and talk about it again. Use my stream, and break down certain links I talk about, and then back up what I'm saying. And there you are. So the political aspect, we should be more independent. And then I would say in voting, vote for your interests. I would say that is the solution for that. But the solution of the politics would be vote for your interests. Some people say independent. We talked about these in very political streams we did. And that's an exercise what I'm doing on the Wednesday streams. Now, the fourth part, dereliction. Solution of insurgency. Now we're talking about the incel problem we have in these spaces. Shouts out to Cerulean and DeAndre for the sensitive information they gave us when I did the Thursday Thrills number 5. I ain't gonna mention it here. There's a real problem. It relates to the incel problem, right? There's gonna be something happening next month, but you'll figure it out. But the insurgency is getting worse and worse every day. I see a lot of streams talk about weird stuff all the fucking time, right? Image, we talked about image, we talked about herd, practical, and dereliction, right? The solutions of insurgency, technically, there is a solution, but the real solution is you got to fall back from these people, to be honest with you. That's my only solution, but the insurgency is getting worse and worse. Talking about these females is suicide at this point. You at a point that people are tired of your content. And that's why you got the Glenn and Cameron situation. You got the weirdos following him. That's why most people try to say the manosphere is dead, which it is, technically. I would say the modern day manosphere. It could be the so-called white or whoever, so-called black. A lot of people just don't want to put in the work. But I understand the sphere. A lot of people want a new manosphere, and that's great. But to do that, the old version of what they got now, I don't know what it is. I don't know if you call it manosphere, whatever it is. I call it the incel sphere. I call it the nigga sphere. Some people call it the Kuna sphere. I call it the insurgency sphere. I don't call it the insurgent sphere. They said, what is insurgent sphere? You got a lot of insurgents. A lot of derelicts in the crowd, right? That's what I mean by dereliction. And it is day to day. Now they won't admit they have dereliction. They said dereliction is not day to day. I don't have that. He said, ain't nothing wrong with me, because it's just, the funny thing is, it is a day to day process. I mean, you got to take accountability to yourselves. Even if you do things right, you own up to it and then you move on. That's the thing. I did a stream on that. I did a self live stream and said dereliction is day to day. And it is day to day. It's not something you can fix. It's something you got to be. It's called maintaining yourself, right? And you acknowledge what you're doing wrong. It's like accountability. A lot of people don't want to accept that. See, accountability equals what? Responsibility. Okay. If you say responsibility and effort to black people, I've noticed this to black people, and I told this to my mom. It's a cuss word to them. If you say that, you up out of there. You up out of there. And I think insurgency is a problem, man. Like, and the leaders are insurgents. And it's just crazy. And I'm gonna read this comment by himself. Niggas in this space, he said, ninjas in this space are now going back to talking about ghetto gaggers, shaking my head like there are more important things for us to concentrate on. That's exactly why I did this stream, Wacky. It's called Inconsistency of Culture. That young Dolph Def got me triggered because I feel like a little triggered. I would say the state I come from is common, it's nothing new, but flexing is a no-no. He talking about the ghetto gaggers. I've seen that, which is crazy to me, but I understand there's more important things to talk about. But like I said, that part right there, the insurgency part, is a big one. And the dereliction part, I talked about it in a self live stream, and it's just crazy, man. And that's just the point that I come to make. But what you understand is in so many words, you just gotta get used to it. And yeah, it's very inconsistent. Because you got a lot of people just crying about the same old things. When I came in these spaces, these newer spaces, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, final solution. Here's the final answer. The final solution. We always have a final solution. We do 4 of these in a row. Talk about topics like these. Final solution. How to solve this as Black men in a small collective that we are, no matter what spaces. If you're in my spaces, Wackies, whoever spaces you're in, that's a small collective to move forward. How are you going to solve this moving forward? That's what I mean. As Black men, all the things, image, the herd mentality, the practical, I'll say the practical solutions. I'll say like that. The third thing will be practical solutions and the dereliction aspect of Black men. That's all I ask. I mean, it's 4 things in a row. And to me, in so many words, it's so many things. Like my man Wacky was saying, that it's to talk about, but we can't, because I read that Operation Earnest Voice. Shouts out to Cerulean for mentioning me in the stream, and I read it. It was a good read. A lot of us are messed up based off that, and a lot of us are messed up because we don't have no options of thinking for ourselves, and we get too emotional in so many words, and that's the thing I look at it. But in so many words, I was just thinking about it. Like, when I did this, I said, I thought about this too, about the 4 things I was going to talk about in Thirsty Thrills. And yes, there's a lot of inconsistencies, but when we see a young man dying like that, what's his name? Young Dolph, it's not the end of the world. He's just one of many. It's a lot of dudes that expect that he was going to do anything great or anything. I know he was trying to change the community, but the last person to try to do that was a person that was trying to fix his community, but if he had some dirt on him, whatever, or some background, it's not good. In so many words, you can't just go around and change stuff. And if you have problems with individuals, you shouldn't be getting scuffles and arguments with people, especially out of the street world. It's no guarantee you're going to make it out alive, and especially his age. He made it past 21. He made it past 18. He made it past probably, I'll say 15, because 16 don't matter because you're already there. Unless you're 14, because at that age, Black men always had that standard in that state. It'd be 14. I'll say in my time, I'll say it'd be 14 to 21 to live out of the street shit in the street life, right? That's the standard they put on us. But that's changed now. It's less than that. It's probably I will say 18 to 13 or something like that. I'm not sure about that city in Memphis. Memphis is bad because I'm originally from the middle part of Tennessee, and I understand Tennessee politics. I understand Western Tennessee's region, especially Memphis. And I know he's from Chicago originally. I think he's born there and then moved to Memphis when he was young. And it's just It just shows you right there. But the culture of that state is very violent. You know what I'm saying? The whole state is, but the middle is more violent than the West. I keep trying to tell you that street shit does not, it's not a guarantee. It's undefeated. You gotta get out there and move different. You gotta walk different. You gotta act different. You can't cry about shit that you ain't happened yesteryears. And that's just the thing. And no, they shouldn't, but that's the problem. I don't care about Sin G. That's irrelevant. I mean, y'all got to do that part. That's our fault right there. I don't support that either. I mean, she's gonna be who she is. Don't give her that much power, man. That right there, we should not focus on. I mean, the abortion's bad enough. They don't care. Like I said, that goes back to image. What happened to him and his death is what I'm talking about. We can't be worrying about what other people say online because they're insignificant. Trust me. If you ignore them, they shit ain't gonna work. Trust me, I've seen how women roll. They come and they go and they're finished. They got problems. And when I saw those 2 strings, shouts out to my boy, you know who I'm talking about. I know you're in the clouds. I'm just saying, but she referenced this in her 2 strings going at another person, right? And I was listening to her string talking about the men, and she said, there's a lot of messy people in the behind the scenes. Just be careful who you listen to and you follow. And I took heed to that. I'm like, I like what she was saying, and it makes sense. Fair is fair. If you want to play that game, you lose that game automatically. I don't feel sorry for world champion. Y'all know who I'm talking about, Mr. Fittinelli, aka Not So Fantastic. He's one of them. There's a lot of dudes like him. And this is why I try to tell Art, why you arguing with guys that are anti-black, but claiming to be pro-black, but anti-black at the same time? That's fucking ridiculous. And that's why Mazunga came there and punked those boys and don't even respect you. And that's happened twice lifetime on these spaces. I saw this over at Roger Report. Punked this fez wearing dude. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Call himself the L God, right? With the son of, I ain't gonna go into that. He got pumped by that guy that was a pederast. And that pederast terrorized that panel. I would say 3-man panel. It was four men on the panel. But past the $40 about to get into his soul, trying to destroy him, but Roger wouldn't let him. Strike number 2. Strike number 3, you got a Ragnarov over at Teapots. What's going on, Nadia? Salute to you. He was saying some foul stuff. And I know people kind of co-sign it. I mean, I don't care for them dudes like that. But you know what's so funny, though? You know what's so funny? That he co-signed it and people co-signed it on his streams. That's where you got all the problems. Now, I understand what Art was doing last Saturday. I was discussing about the people in the chat. And that's why I did that stream, that long live stream. I used myself as an example. That's where the imagery and fuckery is. I use an example because that's not normally me. When I do other content, it comes with the heart and what I do. What's going on, Tom Malone? Salute to you, man. We go back to image again. That's the problem with our man. The image aspect of it, you see, that's what people look for. Now, if you talk about something positive, you ain't gonna get that many listeners. But it takes effort. It takes effort. It's a big effort. But when you look at it, his death correlates what I was saying in the 4 things I was talking about. Image matters to certain people. But if you have a good image, you'll be good to society. But if your image is bad and people co-sign it like a herd mentality, like number 2, the solution of the sheeple, it's hard to maintain that. And then practical solutions, the political aspect, that's another thing. That's a tail end of itself. Yeah, it's a good channel, but the dudes can't handle racism worth a shit. I can't take those dudes seriously. What I saw from old boy, it goes back to image. It goes back to the herd mentality. It goes back to practical solutions and the dereliction of those shits over there. But we understand it's not structured. It's semi-structured. I'll say it like that. You talked about dereliction, the insurgency, solving that solution. But it's just ridiculous when people come on here and spout off the nonsense. I understand the manosphere like that. I know you got to be consistent. You got to be consistent, man. Like, I just don't like the nonsense that we spew. I understand our women ain't perfect and it's designed to mess us up. But if you really think about it, the context and the content is just not even that bad. So you got to understand what's going on in so many words. And it's just really sad with how you look at it in so many words. Like people just don't care anymore. You know, and I'm glad I said inconsistencies of culture. You just look at 4 things: image of us. I would say the second thing, the herd mentality, practical solutions, and number 4, dereliction of the derelict Negro male. Shouts out to Cerulean for that phrase. And the insurgency is bad. And once they pulled me to the side with that sensitive information on that, I believe it was months ago. I think I did Thursday Thrills number 5. Ooh-wee. It's not good. And I kind of fall back, if you notice, kind of fall back on certain dudes. And I just like scratching my fucking face in my head. I'm like, we got to stop this shit. And that's just the problem. We got to stop this shit and maintain above board. But like I said before, and like I said again, we're going to be fine. This is a Thursday Thrills. We're going to talk about the inconsistency of the culture, and we're going to talk about image, herd, practical, and dereliction. And the final solution, how to solve this as Black men and a small collective to move forward. That's my final solution. And it's a question, how to solve this as Black men and a small collective we are gathered here today in other areas to move forward. See a lot of criticism all over the place. I mean, that's the thing about it. It's 51 minutes. I'm going to drop this. I usually go for an hour. I'm going to get this thing started. We got to look at it from strategic, and we just got to keep it 1,000 above board. So yeah, man, like I'm just looking at it like this. When Dolph's death, it's just like an example we shouldn't be following, but it's common, you know. And then you got dudes that like to flex online, do the same thing in these spheres, and it's not good. And that's where the self-hate comes from, right? That's the thing about me. If you go produce that, produce that. And I think the general, we did a stream on this about how many people that died in Chicago. He used this as an example. And in the year 2000, how many soldiers died? He said, which one is safer? And then it came up to be 20-some thousand, 40,000 in Chicago, right? At that time. And he said, stop. Which one is safer? He told me. He said, the street life, urban cities in America. And this is where we talk about image, herd, and practical, right? The 3 things, right? Then the other thing, or the military. No, military goes into all 4. And I said the military. It makes sense because you need everything to solve problems in the world, right? The main thing that people that don't understand, that you're a lot safer in the military. Yeah, you die over there and things like that. Safety, they teach you out all that. And sometimes you're not guaranteed to come back. So in so many words, that's the thing about the military. So in so many words, in so many factions, you can't expect anything and any changes. So yeah. So you have this knowledge. You come in here and try to do the best you can, right? So in so many words, I'm just like, that's the thing that you got to look at. And the street life is no guarantee either. It's worse than going to military, because our urban cities is a lot bad than we thought. Now, I know people live in the outskirts and suburbs and see it all the time. And, you know, you got violence there too, but not as much in the urban cities. Urban cities is kind of different. And I had an offline conversation with the general with this girl over at Kudas yesterday. We was talking about something similar to this. And this is some topic I wanted to do, talked about. I was going to come up this Thursday, and this Thursday night we're here. And I'm glad I come up with this topic in the self live stream, because I was thinking about it. I was thinking about what we was talking about, the young Dolph and things like that. I'm glad I came around to it. The inconsistencies of culture. The reason, if you notice, I didn't talk about Renner and Kevin Samuels, to me is fucking irrelevant. Shouts out to Ty City. I mean, he broke it down. Women got the game now. I don't want to talk about legalization of prostitution. That's irrelevant. I'm going to say that for future conversation, or break it down. how to get rid of trafficking. We can have that as an open discussion. I don't have to write that down. I can say it off the fly. And what is solution based to that? You know what I'm saying? Like this one is intentional, talking about young Dolph and the combination of black imagery and things like that. What I saw about the Rittenhour case and the Aubrey case, I don't care about the Rittenhour case, but I care about the Ahmaud Aubrey. That's important. The reason those cases coincide, if you notice, white people want to clean their image. A lot of people trying to say they want him to get off. True. But 9 out of 10, I don't believe that. It's cap because I believe they want his image. They want to clean their image as a good guy. Well, the whole country wants to be the good guys, not the bad guys. So, in so many words, you have this thing like image, right? When we talk about on this list, that's the number one thing that bothers us as a people and society of the world, right? What they think of us, especially black men, because we ain't got no leg to stand on at this point, especially on the internet. It's already tainted offline, but online, you got to keep that fucking good image. But number 2, you got the herd mentality. Yeah. The herd mentality is really sad. Even if you love drama, there's a herd mentality. I just don't follow trends, analytics like that. I just don't. I just look at what it is. I don't care. They're going to be who they are. I can't control people, how they think and whatever. You know, this goes back to the practical solutions. And it talks about dealing things politically, geopolitically, and domestic politics and domestic politically segments that we're in. And then we're talking about how to make solutions for people and laws is written in and things like that. But here comes the dereliction aspect of it. And people aren't owning up to it. It's really sad that so many people think that's the way it is. And I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm not really worried about it in so many times. And you just got to I'm just like, yeah. And I'm just like, and that's just how it is, man. That's just how it is. And then you got to look at it in so many words. That's just how it is. But yeah, if y'all want to come up, we can talk about the 4 things: image, herd, practical, and dereliction, and the insurgency of people following. You know, you come up if you disagree with any of the points I say, that's cool. My final solution is how to solve this as black men and small collective to move forward. Inconsistency of culture. That's the problem I'm talking about. Inconsistencies of culture, of our culture. And it's sad that people love inconsistencies a lot. Nobody's consistent what they're saying in culture because culture changes over time. It's just like I'm not even feeling certain people anymore. But you gotta be who you are, right? And that's the thing that you gotta look at in the long run. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even tripping anymore at this point. So in so many words and so many. But yeah, I mean, if y'all want to have that discussion, I can have that discussion with you because I'm here all night. But yeah, it's just like I said, man, we got to do better because when I saw those 2 streams, I think from was it yesterday and this morning, I'm just like, we're fucking up as a people. In the book. Okay. But yeah, I mean, my final solution, like I said, I laid out 4 things that I was talking about on this list. And we got to deal with that. I know people was talking about different things and not worrying about it, but this thing right here is a big deal. What's going on, Mace? Salute, man. Salute. And people want to talk about other shit. I don't care because I care about this right now because you got 4 things to talk about and we got to break that down. A lot of people don't want to get into it. I know people don't have time. That's cool. And so I got to stick with it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is a free discussion. Y'all can hit the link and tell me what y'all think. I mean, what I've saw from those 2 live streams, I ain't gonna mention this person. You know who I'm talking about. She laid at the law. And it's just like, it's to a point. I'm just not feeling with black sectors right now. You know, I ain't got no problem with black sectors, but my issue with it is the redundance of inconsistencies that they do. Manosphere is a small cog, man. Yeah, we lead the charge and keep things stable, but we got to clean our own house before we tell someone else clean our own house. You know what I'm saying? We're being tainted already. I mean, I don't care for KS like that. I'm not a KS lover. Never will be. I understand what he's talking about, but I don't view him as the 4 things on this list. No. Some people call him Suspicious Samuels and all that stuff, but you know, I don't really care. I don't co-sign what he says. No. I'm not a follower. And you know why I don't follow him. I'm in the same state he is, and no one gives a fuck about him. I don't mess with him like that. His followers are brainwashed. I ain't saying the ones that follow you. If you follow him, that's cool. But the majority of his other followers, they're fanatics. I can't talk to him. That's why he gets the hate that he does. And the reason he deserves it because he's got millions subscribers. I don't co-sign that shit. I'm sorry. That's not the way to do it. No one cares. That's why Brittany Renner challenged him and tested his head. You saw how he acted, right? Nobody's going to take that seriously. And to me, that topic's irrelevant. We shouldn't be talking about that. That triggers a lot of you. And this is where I talk about the flexing aspect in number 1 in image. This is what I'm talking about. See, when you talk about them 2, right? That's a form of flexing right there. When you flex on a woman, you think you got her, right? But she's got the game more than you. See, this is why I don't talk about game versus non-game. It's stupid. It's a woman's argument. They already got that down. The pimps back in the day, they call them human traffickers now, which is silly. But I understand why. The reason they got it the way it is, before 9/11, shouts out to Ask Nick Thing, he said this, they had it. They only 20% of the population. But when the tide switched, what they call the average person to trick, the average man, he don't have no options, but 2 options, but to pay or to go to those strip clubs. That's what this guy was saying I watch and subscribe to, right? But come to find out, they have it on so after 9/11, it was over. You don't have that concept anymore. And that's just like, you know, that's just like what it is. You know? And my thing is a part of that. I'm not even worried about the fact that it's a big problem. But you know what I mean? But what she was doing, and I saw it over at Ty Cities, how he broke that down. I was like, okay. And she was kind of finessing playing. I know BJ is gonna look at it different. But nah, y'all ain't winning that. Y'all not winning that. It's just, I don't see that. I don't care how much game you have. I don't know how much talent you got. I respect people that have it and try to finesse. It's cool. The older you get, I realize at my age, I'm like in my 30s. I know I'm young, but still, I realize that shit's dead. I remember that stuff when you're like 15, I'll say probably 25, right? And afterwards, right? But once you get to be 30, that shit is dead, man. When he say after 9/11, you know what I mean? He said it was over. And basically, he said you got 2 options, average man. Buy it online or go to those strip clubs. And a lot of those people in the chat got pissed off when he said this. I think he told this to Sir Ism in the chat. Shouts out to Ism sharing that stream, the hour stream. He told him, go back to where you was. He respects you. You're part of the 20%. And most people are not part of the 20%. And this guy knows what he's talking about. He talked about his friend. He tried to use the player stuff on him, and he said that stuff never worked for him. You know what that his friend did? He picked the average woman. Now, Nathaniel said she was ugly, but his friend didn't. I'll tell you what his friend did. His friend didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck. He scored. And that's what Nathaniel said. He scored. And he told people in the chat, he didn't give a fuck. He just scored. That's all he cared about. And the stuff he was doing did not work. And I'll tell you this, he can't use his lifestyle on anybody. It doesn't work for everybody. And that's what these dudes got to understand. And especially in these spaces, it ain't going to work for everybody. And if you're part of that world, you're not your average man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can get away with shit like that. Most people can't. And I agree with that. And when he laid down the law and say that on the stream, I instantly subscribe because he was more than just that. He's like, that happens. That happens. He tells stories about what really happened. He used to do. He stopped doing it now because he's in a relationship. But I'm using this example, fellas. Like I said, the image part, the practical, and I would say the image, heard, and practical part matters. What I'm saying right here in this subject, it breaks down what he said about his friend being normal. Now, he may call him the T word, but he helped him to get hoes. And he said that on his stream. And he said the women that he got for him, he did that with him. And he helped him. He was on task. He knew what to do. But you know, at the end, it all backfired. He ended up with this average woman. It works for certain people, but it ain't gonna work for everybody. You can't make an average person what they say, a player. You can't. You gonna be who you are at 6 years old. Now, if you choose that lifestyle as you, this is just like the young Dolph. If he chose that street lifestyle, you pay for that at the end. Nipsey tried to change. He tried to change, but your background won't let you change. And if you stop doing what you're doing, maybe things will be better. But some people gonna look at it different. They're not gonna look at it the same like I do, because sometimes that street culture shit don't get you nowhere. I tell people all the time, it never works in the long run. So again, like the guy was saying, and that's just how it is. And the sad part, I don't understand why people co-sign it. Like we got today, and people just look at it like, look, they want to be here, they want to be here. And so, yeah, in so many words, and you got it like that. So that's what you gotta understand in so many words. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's just me on the tip of it, on the tip of the spear. So what you have is you got individuals talking about certain things you want to hear, certain things you want to listen to, and a lot of people just want to be like, okay, that's the tip of the spear that we're talking about. But when I talk about image of society of the world, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's cool. And that's the thing about me. I'm just like, man, I'm not even worried about it. Not even worried about it. It's just like, you know, his death is just like an imminent tale. We got to work on ourselves on the first part. The second part, the herd mentality, like the yes man aspect, being a follower and everything else. I'll talk a little bit more about it probably on my Monday stream that I'm about to prepare. And it's just like, yeah. And he said, I'll apply 3 of those. Yes, absolutely. And I'm just saying like this. I mean, that's the problem. And the flexing goes into the image part. And we have a bad habit of that. And the practical solutions, the political aspect, how we deal in politics, that's even worse. We can't trust neither party. And nobody wants a solution. Solve that problem. A lot of y'all too scared to produce. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't talk about it as much. I talk about the practical shit that you do. And it's cool. But y'all not practical in your own lives. You know what I'm saying? I don't speak on something I don't know. That's what people say, but it ain't about what you know. It's understanding. I understand politics. It's not about what you know. It's how you understand it. I don't know the intricate details of the back end what they do, but I do understand enough. This shit don't work from the bottom. I'm looking at it from the street level, not the inner workings. The inner workings is that's a whole nother subject on that matter. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. But yeah. And then we talk about the dereliction aspect, the fourth part. People don't acknowledge this day-to-day process, but yeah. Yeah. And then, like I said, but yeah, if y'all want to come up and chill or whatever, we can talk about those four things. And I'm just like, I done said enough. And it's only like an hour and 10 minutes and 38 seconds. So we're good. And we're in the building. So I want to turn some heat on, but then, okay, in the background. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be on mute. I'm gonna wait till everybody come in. Whoever hits the link, I'll discuss the four things with you. That's the topic tonight of open discussion. If you want to talk to me about something about those four things and the final solution, you can hit the link. Take care of what you need and just get ready. All right, I'm gonna be on mute. Yeah, let's see what I'm gonna do here. And okay, we up on fire. Okay, everybody's in here. Yeah, everybody was gonna pass it through. But yeah, man, like I'm glad I did that self live stream because I had a lot of pushback. And I think people are just bouncing around things like that nature and going forward and things like that. So I'm not really surprised. I know people is doing a thing and whatever and whatnot. I'm just like, look here. If you're gonna do that, make sure you just be on key like that. But I'm glad it was brought to my attention. The situation. I know I have to discuss what's going on, and I don't do a lot of manosphere politics like that. I don't believe in that bullshit. Cause a lot of you niggas ain't shit in there. Y'all can't produce a damn thing. Y'all can't tell me shit. Cause y'all don't do content. If you do content like I do and don't talk about bullshit, you be all right. I'm just sick of the BS. You know what I'm saying? And niggas ain't gonna change. It's just like in black sectors, I see a lot of shit. I'm glad I titled this Inconsistencies of Culture. And black folks have a problem with that when I say shit like that. And the cuss words of responsibility and things like that. Like I will say like responsibility and effort. We don't have enough effort to change. I mean, we can't change people overnight. It takes time. And I think the next generation can do that. It's a generational thing and it's a process. And what I'm doing here with these streams is evident. You already know the deal and you already know the spiel that I'm about to spew. And you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like in so many topics. Yeah, I talked about liberalism last night. A few references where I talk about this topic. And you can say that. You can say a lot of things. But I'm not worried, man. I'm not worried. You take it and you leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Just be respectful, man. Like it mentioned, and we mentioned the political aspect, the practical part. That's the hard part, you know, being politically astute and actually putting in the practice. That's just like that's a whole nother beast, but I'm not gonna even get into that. I mean, god damn. We just got to be mindful of that. That's just what it is. And that's just how, how we get down or whatever. You know what I mean? Because we was worrying about the wrong things. I know they worrying about the Rittenhouse and all the other stuff. Yeah, man. You know what I mean? And that's just how it is in so many words. And that's how I understand it. But yeah. But when Dolph came in, that situation, how his death was, and we talked about the image and we're gonna be who we are. So, yeah. But I ain't got that much to say on that part. But yeah, the practical solutions and the politics, yeah, we can get into that more of it, and I'll talk about libertarianism next week, if y'all want to talk about that. But yeah, how we're gonna move forward. And I'm glad I did this. So this is gonna be a strain that, if y'all want to keep in mind. But I've noticed some when I saw the replay of the one that got the most views. The conversation was good for, like I said, this fault. I say up to 1 to 3 hours. The fuckery happened 4 hours and 40 something minutes, and all the way down, and it ended at 6 hours. It actually ended 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours of it. And then it started up again. Midway, it was calm, and then the man showed up, and they trying to change everything. Cerule and him going at it. That's hilarious. But they was talking about the stepdaddy thing. I think Gino mentioned that, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. And I know how people get. So people going to be people. So yeah, I can't explain what's going on. So when I do streams like these, and I think a lot of people just going to get tired of it. But yeah, and that's how I look at it in so many words. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take this down. That's on sale. The price drop. Yeah, I was looking at some gear. Hold on. Let me get off this, y'all. Let me get off this, y'all. The hell I'm doing. I'm gonna get off this, y'all. This. And it's just like, I already had it laid out, but and that's just me at this point. I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to do and just take care of it and just keep it on fire. But you can't let nobody stop you what you're doing. But like when we talk about those topics, it gets kind of damning. You know, we focus on the wrong shit, and that's just us as black people. You know, they love entertainment, and I think Engineering Canada said that in itself. Yeah, they make money, but that's a fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? And that goes back to the herd mentality of it. That's a slavery mind. The Operation Earned Voice, y'all got to do some research on that. That's one of the main contributors to it. And that's why they're so fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're so fucked up. You can't rely on certain people that don't want to change for the better. So if you don't want to change for the better, that's your problem. And that's your problem as a whole. And I think a lot of people just want to get down to it and not worried about it, right? And I'm not worried about people that dislike me. And I said this in the self live stream. You know, it's there. It's there. The little hatred is there, and I understand it. I'm the most disliked in black sectors. I still hold that title. I'm not saying liked or loved or anything. I'm saying the most disliked content creator there is. That's a small channel. I'm gonna tell you that right now. When it comes to certain sectors, I'm the most disliked. And the reason I'm the most disliked, if I'm not doing the fuckery, I'm the bad guy. A lot of people trying to say I'm not the bad guy. Bullshit. Bullshit. Y'all don't see what I see. It's who produces good content. And I'm always going to stay in this lane for a while. And I'm doing this for a purpose. Like I said, I left this, I'll say about 6 years. And that was 6 years ago. And I told you I've done this before and I'll do it again. It's a process. And I'm not going to rush the process because most people don't care what I think anyway. I'm going to spew my message and I'm just going to keep it pushing. Like I said, I'm not going to stop doing this. You can't make me stop now. I reached a threshold and a lot of people are just going to do what they're going to do. I'm not going to just sit around and just listen to other individuals. I don't give a fuck about them. They're nothing to me at the end of the day. I'm still going to be here and y'all come and y'all fucking go. I see this shit all the fucking time. Let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit. Okay? I lost the channel already 9 years ago. This is my second channel and I'm maintaining it and I'm not fucking around. And this is the first time I ever got serious doing this. Finally, verbatim. So, yeah, this is one of those channels you're going to have problems with. You know, and I'm going to be a thorn in everybody's side and you're not going to like. Just keep it 1,000, man. We got to stop lying to ourselves. That's the problem. And once we start doing that, you know, just be honest for once. I mean, let's not say y'all don't hate the channel. Y'all just hate the content creator. And that's cool. And I respect that. In normal terms, you gotta understand that people got their own minds. They pick and choose what content they want to hear. I'm not mad at certain individuals. I'm not mad at you guys that don't like certain things I do. Some people do and some people don't. They pick and choose what they want to do. You have a mind of your own. That's why I say embrace your independent thinking. It works all the time. It works. It teaches you how to think because we're going to build off what we say here tonight. And then Monday night, we're going to be like, this is what we're going to talk about. And we're going to talk about how we're going to solve this final solution as black men, as a small collective here tonight, and people that's in the building. This is what we hear. We can't just be crying about a lot of things. That's the problem. And once you have that, you understand what you're talking about. And that's in so many words that I can say. That's how I look at it. That's how I get down. So that's just one of many of the things that we see, right? And that's just how you look at it. And that's just how I look at it as others, you know. And yeah, a lot of times people look at the wrong things and then get that attention and they just want to be seen so much. So yeah, in so many words, I just look at it. And that's how you look at the threshold. But you know, yeah. So I'm not even tripping off at this point. But you know, some people that I was playing, I was gonna do this. I said, you know what? Let me make a list. And I was like, I had to come in and do it. And I said, you know what? This is like the number 9 and the factors of it. But yeah, man. I mean, what y'all got to say about it, man? I should have did a fucking postage. I know people are gonna talk about it and whatever. You know, like I give a shit. Most people are so distracted by bullshit. I mean, it's just like when I first saw the Brittany Renner thing, it took me off guard, and they was talking about this KS shit. It was Kevin. He talked bad about Kevin, and I shouts at the Ty City this, and they said, "Oh, he's acting like a female. He's acting like a female. He a feminist," which he's not. It's just crazy. But that's niggas for you. Niggas will say anything to get attention. That's why people don't respect each other as a collective. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the fucking problem? You know, niggas will say anything to just get attention. Just want to run their fucking mouths like bitches, man. It's why people don't respect the sphere, man. Like, I see shit for what it is. It's that nonsense. Get what I'm saying? It's that nonsense. Yeah, man. Yeah. Not surprised. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really worried about it. Individuals and just like that. But yeah, man. Yeah. But you get what you get. But you know, people talking about different things right now, and I don't see a lot. They still talking about that young Dolph kid. He's 36, whatever. That man. He's a peer. Well, I say he's a peer to me, but he's a kid to the older folks. So much extra life to live, but he let that shit get to his head. Man, it's just like it's ridiculous at this point. And that's just how that's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm at with it. So in so many words, you know, I'm just not worried about what most people think, because I walk the beat of my own drum. So, you know what I'm saying? And yeah. Let's see what his comment breakdown of it. Oh, he talking about the pale horse. Oh, I read that. He says slept on Roger. The problem with Roger, he focused on the women too much. I mean, I like his content, don't get me wrong, but that's the standard he does. And I think people like Kevin Samuels, they say he got that from Roger. I won't be surprised. But a lot of these dudes don't say that on TV. Worrying about Sinji is not the answer. I mean, I get it. She's y'all's black woman is God shit. I don't believe that. I've heard that 9 years ago. It's ridiculous. And I think Cerulean broke that down. You don't want to be a part of that shit. That shit will fucking consume you over time. And then you go crazy. That's why you got a lot of weirdos in the spaces crying about like, man, I can't get this. I can't get nothing. The same old shit. Crying and shit. Same old bullshit. These older comments. He said Memphis has the low credit scores, highest bankruptcies. Tell me something I don't know. Low income base. It don't mean anything. That was done on purpose. If you study Tennessee, so obviously y'all ain't from where I'm from originally. I'm from Georgia originally. No, my fault. I'm originally from Tennessee. My fault. I'm originally from Tennessee. Okay, I reside in Georgia. I used to live in Atlanta. But I'm originally from Tennessee. I'm not from the Memphis area, but I'm from the middle part outside of Nashville. It's called Sumner County, but y'all ain't familiar with the cities. But anyways, if you visited, the state's always been that way. Tennessee's poor, period. That state is fucking garbage. You can't be a black man will have a hard time living there long term historically, especially in the hood. No shit. It's just Memphis been dead. I don't know why y'all think Memphis is something. Memphis ain't shit. It's a cesspool of hell. I got family in Memphis, so don't get me wrong. I can say what the fuck I want about that state. Ain't nothing up there. You'll be a damn fool to to live up there. You might as well live in a real neighborhood afterwards. I'm just saying. It's fucked up. And we got to stop lying to ourselves and say, well, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. That's a nigga, it does matter. Degenerate said he said got some YouTube news. I don't know what that is. Or if you got YouTube news, you better spill it out now. So I already stuck with the subject matter. But people gonna talk. People gonna talk. It's gonna look like it's another 2 to 3 hours by myself. I can go on 4 hours. I'm gonna beat this challenge. Watch what I tell you. Ain't nobody gonna show up. Because this may be, I don't want to make this short. But yeah, I can be a one-man show. I can be a one-man show tonight. I ain't going to bed early. No, I'm going to be a one-man show tonight because today's Thursday night. We're gonna see how to maintain. I'll be a one-man show. I can do this because this is nothing to me. Because I can easily talk about, I ain't gonna mention number 4. Let's talk about the practical solutions in politics, right? Let's get into that. I can have a whole spiel on it. And then the next time I'm gonna go back and forth with each topic. Oh, good evening, Sean. And salute to you. Salute to you. Yeah, he's from there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Oh, they mention him a lot. Yeah, Tennessee has a history of a lot of racism. That's a good topic to delve into. Now we're getting to, the practical part of it, where he's from. That matters too, because where you come from matters in your surroundings. He wasn't aware of that. And that's just the thing about it. Once you got those surroundings like that, especially where he comes from, is very common. And the county he was raised in was Shelby County. That's Memphis. But he was born in Chicago, which is common. A lot of Chicagoans like to live in these two regions a lot, I've noticed. That's been happening since I was in middle school back in the early 2000s. And that's not good. Because a lot of times I got family in Chicago too. And a lot of times they love that state where they come from, because most of the blacks in that state where I originally come from comes from Mississippi and those places, Tennessee, that migrated in Chicago. So that was like standard. The flight, the white flight, and the black people moving up in the 50s and things like that. So yeah, I got cousins in Michigan, Illinois, I'll say the PA area. It's a lot, you know. It's on my father's side. It's a lot. But yeah, Alex Haley was very popular. Was very popular. Yeah, yeah. I think he's from there. I think he's mentioned there. Yeah, and I think Corey Brewer's from there too. I know his aunt. I know his aunt. My mom used to work with his aunt back years ago before she had me. I remember Addie Brewer. But you know, Corey Brewer's from Portland, Tennessee. It's in Sumner County. I'm familiar. I've been living there since probably since I will say from 88 to 2007, since I was born and raised. Moved to Atlanta in 07. Moved out of Atlanta in 2019. That's an extension of 12 years. And live in Kennesaw for I'll say 2019, about 3 years in Cobb County, 3 years in Cobb County. So yeah, I'm doing fairly decent. So it's safer than Fulton. Fulton sounds some bullshit, but you already know where the crime is. East Atlanta. West Atlanta is gentrified, by the way. It's gentrified by the white folks. So of course, similar to what you'll say like a Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It was a popular spot. West Atlanta was the shit back in the 80s. Not East Atlanta. East Atlanta was on the tail because it's got the universities and the colleges like Emory. You know what I mean? Or, you know, Georgia Tech in those regions. But that's a whole nother story. But yeah, that goes back into the practical part of the solutions and the political aspect in these counties that we're talking about. There's no funds in the city, and that's just the thing. You know what I mean? And there you are in those solutions. But then you got the dereliction aspect of Negroes. They just don't want to admit they have problems and need some help. You can fight through that. It's a day-to-day process, but you maintain above board what you're doing and being responsible. But we still stagnated in certain areas. But you know, you can't change people, and that's just what it is. For a wedding, and I thought some of the counties sounded familiar. Yeah, it did. I mean, it's in the middle part of Tennessee. I'll give you an example. Davidson is Nashville. You got your Antioch and Brentwood. Nashville's got, I'll say, north, south, east, and west. Okay, it's got 4 sides. South Nashville is the home of the Latinos, the Latinas, and things like that, because it used to be a black area, mostly city and suburban. The rich part of Nashville is West Tennessee. That's Brentwood. That's all the rich folks, similar to Buckhead, right? The East Nashville is the project. That's where Young Buck is from. He called it Cashville. North Nashville is the hood, the dead end hood. I forget in the urban areas, very urban, and it's violent. Those 2 areas of violence you should stay away from. Similar to what you see in Atlanta, but Sumner County, you do have a couple of cities. I think you have Westmoreland, a few other cities, and you have Hendersonville that's growing like it ain't nothing with the shopping centers. Kind of like you got in Cobb County and Ackworth. You do have Gallatin. Gallatin is a small town, but it's named by Albert Gallatin. He was under Andrew Jackson's. He was Andrew Jackson's secretary, I believe, Secretary of State or something like that, or secretary or whatever. It was after him. That was years ago. and you got Portland, Tennessee. That's out in the. It's like country. It's out in the country, right? And that's on the line. It's like inside the line, next over the line. You got Franklin, Kentucky. It's on the above the line, right? That's Portland. And it's cheap. It's cheap up in those regions. And then you also got a small county called Trousdale next to Sumner County. It's Hartsville. That's where it did all the factories, the newspapers, and things like that. Hartsville. I don't know if y'all familiar with that, but that's in the middle region where I come from. So I was born in Hendersonville, but grew up in the Gallatin for years, different parts. And there's a hood called the North Side. They had a hood called Knox Landing. Like them niggas had them guns. Heard stories, people went missing. I'm talking about Raven. I'm talking about the inconsistency of culture. I talk about image, herd mentality, practical solutions, and dereliction. That's what I'm talking about. The 4 problems of men, especially black men. And it's a reference to the Young Dolph shit. Like I saw yesterday. I'm kind of disgusted. But anyways, back to her little question. Yeah, it's very familiar because Memphis is notorious with the crime stuff. They're being gentrified. But that's just the problem with them in general. I got family out there. I got cousins. Last time I've been to Memphis was back in 1989. I was like 1. It's been a while since I was 1. Now I've almost went when I was in Tipton County in church camp. That was back in 07. Great year. I think I used to be a Christian at the time, but that time was this past. But yeah, Sumner's in the middle region, like everywhere else, and all the way down to where you see Chattanooga and things like that. It's all in that middle region. If they had the central, they had those lines. But West Tennessee, where that guy is from, Young Dolph, he was from Shelby County, even though he's born in Chicago. Yeah, Tennessee has 95 counties. That state has 95 counties. You had to learn that. I had to learn that in 7th grade. Learn a lot. But people don't see the difference, what I was talking about. So yeah, it's one of those things that you gotta have. And I'm not really privy to that. So yeah, I did a pre-Thursday thrills and recent events, and I was talking about it, and this is expounded on the topic what I was talking about tonight. But like I said, you can have what you want to have. You know what I mean? It's just like all that flexing we talked about earlier in image. That's a disaster. Okay. That's a disaster if you really think about it, because a lot of times when people flex, it causes a lot of problems. And once you flex too much, people are going to get tired of you after a while, long term. Because long term, it's just going to lead you down to nowhere. And I'm just like saying, like, in so many words, I will say it like this, and I'll say it again. It does not get you nowhere. It just leads you down to your downfall. And the street culture is just like, I'm not with all the BS. People say that flexing is okay. And I told some people in that self-live stream, no, it's not okay, because that's not part of my character. I don't like flexing, period. Because what triggers flexing, people start killing each other over time. And then if they judge over jewelry, that's understandable. But sometimes your mouth gets you in trouble too. You want to respect each other, because if you don't like that person, just don't like the person. Just walk away. You can solve that shit when you get older, whatever, but don't hold on to it for years. I mean, some people are super petty. But that's us as people. That's something they got to work out. That's something they got to work on themselves. That's a you problem. It's not a them problem. It's a you problem. A lot of it's ego. You got to check that shit to the door. A lot of people can't do that. They're too emotional. You know what I'm saying? That's programming as well. And running your mouth and flexing is emotional too. Something's wrong with you when you do that. I mean, a lot of people say there ain't nothing wrong. You know, it's normal. You know, black people get, I gotta flex. I got this, I got that. And the problem is we hate ourselves underneath that shit. But you can't teach people that. People trying to give me all the pushback and say it's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. Next thing you know, you end up in the ground somewhere. I've seen it too many times. People had autopsy pictures they showed me. And there's another dude that did that. It's a cop. I don't want to tell the story about the cop that was from Georgia. I think he had a white wife at one time, and they was jealous of him. He tried to tell everybody what to do. He was decent. I wouldn't say he's a good guy because I wasn't a fan of him like that. But they got tired of him running his mouth and flex on him, and they blew his fucking guts out and say, hey, it was in the same neighborhood I grew up in the rest of my childhood and almost 10 years. It was a lot of white folks living on this side of the street. There's only a few black people living on the street, and I was one of them on the tail end. And when that guy's house, when he got killed, it's awful. He was a decent dude. He didn't deserve that, but he died somewhere around, I believe it was in 07. I believe it was in 07. I don't know if it was 07. I believe it was 07, around the summertime. It's awful. A lot of shit happened in 2007. And it was rough back then. People was on some bullshit back then. Because the late 2000s, early 2000s was wild. It was rough. Everybody was on that type of time. You know what I'm saying? Like, there you go. That relates back to the dereliction part, and then through insurgencies. And they don't care. And they stuck with it forever. But it's a day-to-day process to calm it down and be good. That's a you problem you can fix long term. You cannot worry about everybody else with your problems. You know what I'm saying? That isn't normal. That is the birth. That is the bitch made. Yeah, it is bitch made. But it's normalized. You got to understand image. I talked about this earlier. It's normalized because, number one, we blame the men for that, normalizing it. And the more you normalize it, it becomes a problem. And that's why these spaces exist. But these newer spaces make a mockery of 1.0. And I don't like that because they represent the bitch madeness that I see in these dudes. And what I saw last Saturday, I'm fucking disgusted. And this is why you got guys like Young Dolph exist. All the flexing and can on. He ain't the first that did it. There's a lot of them did it. And he will not be the last. There's going to be more of him in the future if we go this rate. Someone say we're going to be in extinction. I doubt it. We're too stupid to do things. I mean, we got to fix ourselves before we blame someone else. Pointing fingers at everybody else. This ain't a white supremacy part. That's a you problem. It's called accountability. A lot of people hate the term accountability equals responsibility. You cannot expect people to change if you don't want to change. Stop expecting people to want to change. You know what I'm saying? Stop expecting that. Stop expecting them to change long term. It takes a while for them. They have to change first before that happens. Because once you see it, you see it. And that's just basically what it is. I'm just saying, man. But I'm not really tripping over here. I'm just like saying, like, to y'all, just be mindful of that. And I could say, like, the herd mentality, the sheeple, you're always gonna have followers and bots. I see it in chat rooms, and this individual I saw on the stream, and shouts out to the person that sent me that stream, and I saw both of them back to back from last night afternoon. I'll say like last night through today. Some more today, this morning on Thursday. I'm talking about this individual, and yeah, it's not serious. It's not serious. And I'm just like, this is gonna be wild. But we get the point. We get the point. And that's how you got to look at it. And that's how you got to look at it. So, and I talk about the final solution, how we're going to solve it. Well, number one, like we mentioned in number one, it's our image. Is to not stir up and brag as much. Refrain from stirring up beats with individuals, especially in the chat rooms. It's just like this. Offline, we should refrain that, period, and stay away from bad neighborhoods. That's strike number one. You go into that, we're going to complete the list, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm going to check these down. Yeah, we're going to check these down, and we're going to talk about it. So we're going to check that. We're going to solve this problem right here. Number two, we're going to talk about the herd mentality. Stop being a fucking yes man. That definitely needs to stop. And think for yourself. Independent embracing thing, I'm going to delve into it more because that's a must needed topic Monday, and that's a Monday topic. And I will go in hard and use two streams that I did streams on. This is before I had the gear and things like that, right? It's very important. Very important. Very important. And then I did the practical solutions, the political aspect, and we got to get in certain political aspects to make our choice and votes count, and then do it for our interests. So that's the whole point of the whole thing, and that's just what it is, and that's just how you get done in so many aspects. That's the whole point, and I'm just saying, dereliction, the solution of insurgency, it's a must. We're going to talk about that too. I have an issue with the vote cell problem in the space. You have a lot of vote cells creating incels, and that's why you got a lot of problems. And they said some of that boy in Europe, he went crazy, but it's getting worse. I got a few information on the back end, but I ain't going to delve into that. The dereliction is bad, but the insurgency is real. It's surgical. So again, we did it. That's it. And we say complete. We're going to complete it. Stop trying to be cute. Stop trying to disrespect and insult people. I believe in the golden rule. Do unto others, do unto you. I believe that wholeheartedly. Like I said, you got to keep in mind, what are you doing this for? What are you doing this for? And that's just the whole point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really surprised about anybody trying to change anybody, but you have your positions. So yeah, and I think Earl Black said it in my last stream. He said, you can't just walk around with fear. And I'm like, bro, I kind of disagree with that. And I disagree with certain people saying about China and things like that. No. See, they was off the rails on that stream. And if y'all would have saw it, you would have saw what I said. I said was, none of that shit works as meant. You got to think for yourself how you're going to produce content in the long run and offline too, and let you know about your career and your life. So basically, you're going to have these problems. So you got to understand something. That stuff doesn't stop and dies. It just keeps going, right? That's the thing. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, get better. You won't have these problems. And that's what I'm talking about. You know, you got to have maintain above board and just keep it 1,000 on you. Yeah, but y'all not off air. These real conversations. And I forget what she said. Record what they say. That's why I got a cell phone. I can do that. That's easy. Record what they say. Kill all the rest of the bullshit. But you know what I mean? That's just like, the sports world, we just have to have what we gotta have. But yeah, you know, it's funny that I'm glad, appreciate y'all in the audience, for the support and things like that, because I normally don't get this type of numbers like that. But appreciate y'all listening. But I'm just saying, like, man, bro, you got to maintain that. And it helps you long termly. What? I can't expect much to niggas. I can't. At some point, you got to look at yourself end of the day. At some point. At some point, you got to look at it. I'm just like, you got to look at it for what it is. At what point you got to change your methods? You know what I'm saying? But then at what point you got to change your methods? That's what I'm saying. What point? What point? And that's just one of the pet peeves I have with certain individuals. And the situation I saw yesterday, people trying to say RIP to this guy, RIP to that. It's just ridiculous. Why the fuck do you care? And y'all don't care in the first place. I mean, let's cut the bullshit. Y'all don't care about that kid. Y'all don't care about that kid. Y'all just capping. Y'all don't care about that fucking kid. Y'all don't care about that young man. Well, technically we're peers, but y'all ain't caring about that man. That man was trying to produce whatever it is in his mind. And I'm just saying, like, in so many words, but y'all don't care about that man. Y'all say in your own hearts, y'all don't care about that individual. Y'all don't care about that man. Y'all don't care about that man. You don't care about that man. You don't care about that man. Y'all don't care about that man. All y'all care about is the bullshit that he did. Yeah, he helped certain people. I give y'all that. Prior to that, he probably had a bad past. You know what I'm saying? But prior to him having that bad past, is y'all allow him to die like that. Yeah, he saved the community on the tail end, kind of like Nipsey. Try to be reformed, right? I come back to bite you in the long run. Yeah, it's jealousy. Y'all can call it whatever. I still don't change the fact that he did some bad shit on the tail end. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing about guys like him that get killed like that. They just gonna keep on going and going, right? But yeah, man, I just don't understand why people don't see that. But you know, but I can say this. You know, the reason I'm glad I did this because I felt like at the time the message was gonna be about, I would say, like this boy right here. But when he got killed, last time I saw him on here, he was in an interview about $1 million worth of game. And I'm gonna reference back what I said early in the stream. I said that because that's the only thing he tried to do positive. He said something like this a while ago. I think it was like a while ago, last month or so. The gist of what I'm saying. If you see that, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Guess the gist what I'm saying. In so many words, he thought he had some type of societal order, you know? Try to change people day by day. And then he came out of the store, the homemade cookies that he did, he executed. Now I heard he did get shot in LA, survive and then taunt people. Shouts out to DS1. He was taunting people. And that reference what I'm saying all in the stream about the inconsistencies of culture. And when you taunt people like that, see, taunting and all that stuff is cool to a certain degree, but once you get older, you shouldn't taunt an individual. Now, in athletic competition, you can. I mean, black people love to talk and brag. It's cool, but in the sports setting, I can give you that. But outside of that, don't brag. I mean, it's not a sport. When you talk about money, and a lot of people say money is boring. Yes, money is boring. When you make money, it's boring to most people. A lot of people think it's easy. No, money is boring. It's boring. People don't understand the concept of money. And that's the whole thing about flexing and all that shit. He didn't get it the boring way. He probably had some help with individuals that he was cool with and around. And I can't tell people how to spend their money, how to get it. But it catches up with you long term. Those people are so far begone. You know what I mean? It just stayed there as a standard. A lot of people get upset when we talk about real things and don't even understand that that's part of the gist of what we're talking about. And yeah, those 4 things I mentioned early in the stream, and I had to reference back to his time being on the bottom and whatever. And then he found some way to stay on top. You know what I'm saying? But that's part of that culture. The rap culture is not for black men. I agree with DS1 on that. It is not. It's a detriment. It's bad enough it's destroying our boys and girls on this tip, and the women. You know what I'm saying? And it also destroys ourselves. And we love that system. That's the problem. You know. You know, that's just my whole intent on it. Okay, what's going on? I am listening. Salute to you. Appreciate you for coming through. Yeah, man, because I had to talk about it, and I'm glad I did a pre-stream prompt to this, and it just helped me understand what's going on even better. So yeah, man, like don't even think about it. It's a lot of shit going on tonight, and I know the teapot's a mess over there, and I'm over here doing my thing. So you know, a lot of people talking about the wrong stuff and staying with it, whatever. And that's just how it is. And then they talk about what's they call it, Delilah versus the baby, which is typical shit that I don't care nothing about. But you know how it is. You know how it is, and I'm not really mad. Y'all can have that. And that's just how you gotta look at it. And that's how you look at it from that angle. So yeah, yeah, you can have it. And I think I was on a third shift. Um, they was talking about all that situation with GC and old girl. I'm gonna call her the leech. Y'all better stop messing with leech. I'm like, who gives a fuck about the leech? And this goes back to um, and I think y'all know who I'm talking about over at Auntie. He had a little drama. That goes into that will go into the dereliction part. These dudes need to stop trying to think about what's going on. So that's what you got in so many words. So that's just what it is. And you just look at it for what it is. And then I'm just like, I don't understand why people get off that on that. And then try to say that's game and shit. To me, that was irrelevant. I was on that stream, man. I was like, man, we got better things to worry about over some bullshit like that. She was going to derail the conversation. I was on the panel with her that day too. And they try to say winter is here. I kind of disagree with that. No. Yeah. Fuck out of here with that winter's shit. The motherfuckers was wrong. Winter ain't even fucking here yet. And that's like next month. That's be on the 21st or the 20th. You'll feel it coming. We're gonna see who really gonna survive. It's a lot of bullshit streams I saw earlier today. I mean, I was moving things in the background. And it's ridiculous. It just goes back to show you image. Image matters to us to get back off a high horse. And then outside of that, we gotta fix ourselves spiritually first and inside then out. Like I said about the herd mentality people follow, the practical solutions of politics of it is silly. We need real solutions. And then the last part, the dereliction aspect, is so high, and then they want to be insurgents, like terrorists, running panel to panel, chat to chat, just want to terrorize shit. I mean, people ain't with you what they say they are, but you got to be consistent with your people. And that's how I look at it for so many words. People can say what they want, but I'm not really surprised what's going on. You know what I mean? A lot of people just gonna be who they are. I had to learn to accept that long term. You're not gonna stop an individual for doing content, and not ever. And that's what you gotta look at in so many words. But yeah, you know, and that was just an ugly display of lack of confidence and things like that, jealousy. They do it for sport. Someone do it for money, which is kind of crazy. These content creators is weird, man. That's why I move a certain way. But you know what I mean? Like I listed over here: prove, heard, practical, and dereliction. Yeah. Yeah. Insurgencies is real, as y'all can tell. Had a lot of pushback in the chat earlier in the self live stream, and it's ridiculous. We are so fucking behind. That's why I did this stream. I'm glad I did it. Keep focusing on what I focus on, and yeah, man. But as we continue on the conversation, we're just gonna start with the last part of number 4. We already completed. It's complete. If we want to talk about the inconsistency of culture, name me one thing that hurts black men besides these 4 things. You know, y'all can put it in the chat. Name me one thing that hurts black men the most besides these 4 things, and then make a list which one I'm missing. So, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go on mute and check something in the background. So I'll be right back. Just give me about a minute. Oh, I'm back. I'll put this over here. Yeah, we're gonna talk about a little bit of dereliction. People don't think they have problems, but they don't. It's day-to-day process. Day-to-day process. We mentioned that on several streams, and I did a self-stream like that. I mean, man. Woo! So much I saw over at Art's last live stream on that Saturday. I was discussing with certain individuals, came at it. He was on the panel talking this shit, but he didn't see me trolling. Once he saw my name, he dipped. He dipped under the radar. We got challenged. That's some crazy shit, ain't it? How you gonna be a leader and then you got dipped and you're under the radar? Sound like some crazy shit I would have known. A lot of them dudes is bitches, man. Those in the chat coming at me sideways, they can go fuck themselves. I wasn't playing with them. And those trolls, they can be quiet. Do some goddamn content. And none of them can't do good content. Just telling it like it is. I can do it all. That's what it is in so many words. Whew. I had to get that swig of water. Woke my ears up. But yeah, I think the sole purpose of me talking about it, and when people's in their own the dereliction, and then they want to be insurgents all day. They want to start crying all day, complain about a lot of things, relationships, and I've noticed. And I'm referencing back that live stream I did, Sunday Madness #2, right? I noticed a lot of inconsistencies on certain subject matters, right? This open discussion like this, right? A lot of inconsistencies in the chat. The same trolls I saw at Art of New Style. Bunch of suckers, right? And then I'm like, they ask the dumbest shit in the same old retarded repeated questions, which is crazy. But they get what they get. Have you noticed they ain't been in my chat room since the self live streams, even the recent one I did today and today with y'all, they're not even in here. And it's just like, it's very telling. And then you got problems on the tail end, how to maintain yourself. Even though the last part of the stream, it was actually 12 hours. And they cut it off to 11 hours. You know what I'm saying? It was more to it. I got the recording. Don't you worry. It makes it seem not refined. You know what I mean? Not refined. And we just keep it above board. And yeah, we threw some shots and everything, and it was fun. And that's just basically what it really is. I mean, we really enjoyed it. I enjoyed that stream. I enjoyed the replay. It's kind of fun. But the man try to come at Cerulean, man, that's just kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Excuse me. Man, it's just wild. It's wild what's going on. But she had to drag her today, so you know how that goes. Not even tripping. And I know it's 2 hours in and we talked about it, but I'm just saying, like, for me, I can hold it down and be consistent when I'm talking about. And I'm just like, people can relax. I know. And I was worrying about that stream. I said, and I'm glad I saw that replay too. That shit was wild. That shit was fucking wild. Because I know tomorrow Art's gonna have something more productive Saturday. And I may do an after stream. If there's, because I got time this week. I'll do it after stream. I don't know what day that Art wants me to do or whatever. And I'll have it in the works. And that's just what it is. But I laughed at the Mr. Research and the BGS Throwback Classic. It is a classic, and that relevance what we was talking about in the stream. I will say the dereliction part. It was over at Art of New Style stream, and I saw that shit. It was funny. It was funny last year when John the Analyst posted it. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. 40 times. Shouts out to John the analyst, but I'm just saying, in so many words. Keep doing your thing. And she mentioned that Suge character, the guy that shits on himself. Ain't nobody like Suge, man. Yeah. Oh, greetings, Cerulean. Greetings. But yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, what the fuck? You know, mm, man, oh man. Yep. I had to look at it. I was like, oh man, this is kind of crazy. That's my gist of it. And I'm just like, okay, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. And I'm like, and you know what I'm saying? But but that list is just something else, man. But oh, hey, what's going on?
Well, greetings, greetings. Am I coming in?
Yeah, you coming in good.
Yeah. So, what's on the menu? On the addendum?
Oh shoot, I'm talking about image, this herd mentality, practical solutions, and your word dereliction, solution of insurgency, and then the other one you talking about politics, and you got the one with the sheeple, and then the first one you talking about the world in general. So yeah, and my final solution, I'm talking about how to solve as Black men in a small collective to move forward. A lot of inconsistencies I've done seen lately in the sphere. People worrying about the wrong things, but you can't change people. And I realized, I mean, when I did that stream, that self live stream, I said, you know what? Let me make a topic about this tonight. Because what I see from that young man getting killed like that, I mean, that's normal. You can't change individuals like that over time. I don't know why people's trying to say RIP. I mean, shit, you can't take all those nice things with you. I don't care how much you do for your community, and then you did some dirt prior to reform. You got to clean your whole house. I mean, I'm all about consistency. You can't just, it's not blaming him. It's that it's the system in his head. He thought he was going to get away. Nah, but that's the culture, man. Yep.
Well, I mean, you look at it. I mean, when you look at it in totality, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many Black men really get away without either a body, some scandal, or without some dirty hands?
Not that many. I'll tell you that.
You know, and, and see, it's easy to look at these situations and, like, take for instance the young Dolph thing,
Mm-hmm.
and does anybody know who the CEO of the record label that he was signed to?
No, exactly who you talking about. Yeah.
It's an Arab dude,
Yeah.
an Arab immigrant. Came over here on one of those welfare visas.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. All those rappers that died, I think DS1 mentioned on the stream. He said him and all those rappers were signed by the same label, but that Arab dude died this month. And I was like, I scratched my head. I'm like, how did they die like that? But not surprised, because if you're in that lifestyle, if your owner was an Arab or I ain't gonna say Jewish guy in that industry, you might want to think about who you signing those labels to. And a lot of people say we need to boycott it. Well, the mass of people is not going to boycott it because there's big money in it. If you choose rapping, that's why I mean by image of the black man, even though he's like the standard when it comes to entertainment, who they're going to replace. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Besides the military, I think the military is a better option and other careers is a better option. But the entertainment part, it's like our detriment. I hate to say that, but it's nothing wrong with it. But as a people, we love it so much. And I'm not mad because, hey, if you like it, you like it. I can't change who you are on that. That's a you problem. That's something you got to fix with yourself inside. And the next thing you got to work on yourself. Like I said about the last part, it's a day-to-day fight. You're not above approach. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man. Fighting against dereliction is a day-to-day struggle. Yeah. But the guy's name, by the way, is Ghazi something. What is it? Ghazi, not Ghazi Shami or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, you'll find it I like odd that all four of his top selling artists are dead.
Yeah.
We know how these things typically end up. Moment, these young artists get to breaking away, get to thinking of their own independence or what kind of money they could really be making without a label. I'm just saying, as a business owner and a capitalist, if you're a person that signs those artists, one would even say that you're willing to kill to keep those people on the label.
Yep.
Then you look at, MG, what's the name of, what's a fucking, what are they called? They're running YouTube music.
Oh, you talking about the rap group?
No, they're the record label.
Oh, man, I forgot the name, but it's recent. But I don't know if it was independent or major. But yeah, it's always something with that label.
Universal Music Group, UNG.
Yeah, yeah. Universal Music Group. Yeah.
How many rappers they had on their labels? As soon as they get to thinking about their independence, suspiciously die
Yeah.
or
Always happen to those.
assassinated, gunned
Yeah.
down.
Hmm. And I was thinking probably he owed some money. He did a lot of flexing. And I said it to myself last stream. Like, I don't support it, but I understand why he did what he did, even though he tried to help the community. But that money, and I think me and my father talked about it, he asked me about it. I said, well, I don't know how he got that money from. I ain't gonna say he's a drug dealer. I'm just saying if you get some from the label, all money ain't good money. You know, I'm just gonna tell you that right now. And the
I
lifestyle is part of it, but the other part of it, you part of
mean,
the
XX
industry.
Tentacion, yeah, XX Tentacion, top selling artist on this label.
Right.
MO3, top selling artist.
Mm-hmm.
King Von, top selling artist.
Right.
And now Young Dolph.
Yeah.
But when you see like the layman talk about the situation, they always go, "Oh man, them, them sorry niggas gun down Young Dolph in the hood." And we like to think, we like to think it's flexing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That led to it. And in many cases, it is. See, because the activity is so pervasive, right?
Mm-hmm.
One could literally orchestrate similar circumstances, and you would never think, twice about it. Because we all like know someone that is doing quite well for themselves in their community that has drawn unscrupulous anger and hatred and envy towards themselves because of said success or what is perceived to be success.
Mm-hmm.
Go all the way back. Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah. I mentioned him in the stream, and I mentioned him in a self live stream. In comparison, I agree. He did the same thing before he changed. He did it before he changed. He was talking about Dr. CB and this stuff, but there's more to it. Once he started doing his own thing, somebody had to get rid of him. Yeah, it's his homeboy, but it was a visible hand told him to do it. But it happens. You know, front his own business, shot dead. And that died. He died after my cousin. Like all that march was a stranger. It was I think a battle rapper killed himself. He was a pederast from Philly. I had a cousin that was found dead where I come from. Rest in peace to him. And then Nipsey died, I think I believe on my dad's birthday, like that. Yeah, something like that. Whew, some crazy months. But that was last year. I was like 2 years ago. It was 2019. Everybody made a big fuss about it. What?
And so, as long as our cultural property is mainly profited on by those outside of our culture, is controlled by people outside of our group, as long as that happens, as long as that continues to happen, this is going to continue to happen.
Oh yeah.
Spend a lifetime trying to clone what they think are the most iconic rappers and singers. That's why if you notice, going back to say my generation that was coming up, you needed a top 100
Mm-hmm.
because that's just how much good music and how much talent there was. It's like talent was like a plethora of talent, right? Being exposed to the world, and then it's like what they did was they tried to streamline the sound of what they think we are, down to just a few, just a handful of artists. Which is why, say, NWA is more popular than Public Enemy, and then you continue to try to clone that sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then now you're all the way down from check NWA to West Side Connection, now all the way down to Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound and Tupac and the Outlaws, whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now they're all into some extra, some extra stuff. But they literally took that one handful of streamlined sounds, and then that becomes known as West Coast, the West Coast style. They did the same thing with like your New York and your upper Northeast, rappers and whatnot. And then back then, when you needed a top 100, you you still couldn't get all of your favorite artists in your top 100 because that's just how much good talent was out there. But having dumbed down and dummied down through trying to continue to clone this handful of artists that you want to create the streamlined sounds for. Now it's so. I mean, you look at just take rap. Rap music is so sterilized. Now it's like you got people walking around asking what the top five is.
Mm-hmm. Very sterilized. I agree. I remember that growing up. It's ridiculous at this point, but yeah, yeah, it's sterilized. And you could talk about the whole Southern rap. Yeah, it was influenced by the Bay, and I taught this the third ward, but he don't understand the history that Southern rappers had styles. I mean, yeah, they mimic others, but it all stemmed from the Midwest and other genres that they listen to, not just rap. I mean, New York, that's a small cog. But when Philly had the battle rap scene, I would say like the late 90s and 2000s, a lot of those artists, a few of them got signed, but not all, But that guy that did the tour off of the streets, he stopped doing that stuff years ago. He's married. I don't know if he has kids, but he got out of that. So a lot of people got married and went off. Them dudes are stuck in the past watching that stuff. You know what I mean? But I get it. Yeah.
And so yeah, that's just, sterilized, sterilized our cultural property, and then sold it back to us.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I look at these various rappers are just dying and getting killed and whatnot, it is one thing to blame the person that killed them, but you'd have to recuse yourself if you think that you are not as culpable. Because what you're saying is that you don't see the value really in your own cultural property where you want to take ownership of it back so that you can actually prevent shit like this.
I definitely agree with that. But somehow You still won't do that. Like I told him in the self live stream, the reason, yeah, I didn't like the bragging part, but to prevent, like you just said, man, a lot of people don't want to take nothing back. Some things is the ego thing, they just don't want to do it. I know it ain't, that's a part of it. It's more layers to it. It's going to keep doing it. It ain't going to stop. As long as you participate in that, I can't even mess with that. But I understand why they do it, to get attention off. Yeah, man.
Like our music literally went from being about education, revolution, resistance, fight the powers that be, et cetera, et
Mm-hmm.
cetera, to just about every single one of them today. All it is really is a culture of braggadocio and self-aggrandizement, right? And that's all you see, the braggadocious nature, the self-aggrandizing kind of incessant self-sucking. To kiss one's own ass. And then bragging about marginal feats. Like, I mean, you really think about it. When did you really start hearing rappers start talking about buying back the block, owning the block, as opposed to just screaming what block they were from?
Mm-hmm.
You still haven't heard any rappers, like even today,
Yeah.
talk about owning the city which they live, neither politically nor economically. While there's no shortage of incessantly yelling about what city they're from. You got plenty of throw your hood up and so little of buy your hood up or buy your hood out and then price foreign actors out of it. Which is why you're seeing like these phenomena like, black woman going into a Asian salon and getting accused of stealing some menial item. After which being assaulted by, by people in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I mean, you even look at gospel music. gospel is gospel is basically got the same braggadocious nature, the same self-aggrandizing kind of nature today. Oh, but the only difference is that they do it all in the name of Jesus.
Oh yeah. which is all we know is a damn battleship.
I mean, how interesting is this? I remember being a kid and uh, yeah, KRS-One, Dougie Fresh, a couple of icons like Q-Tip and those guys from Tribe Called Quest and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did the song "Headed for Self-Destruction," and then you're looking at 2021. Like, were they lying?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when rap music used to be about displaying your level of lyrical skill? And then I remember as I grew up, to start becoming about, well, I sold more albums than you. And then as adults, we see this social media thing allow people to put their talents on display without needing a label, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you hear from people who want to corner certain markets? They want to, they think that they can somehow monopolize uh, the viewership of particular audiences, even though they're not really saying shit. And then you're speaking some informational things, because right now we are the like the Tribe Called Quest of of YouTube. We're that era, the Tribe Called Quest era of YouTube, up against these new jacks. Well, I get more views than you, get more watch hours, I get more subscribers than you,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not saying it. But you see what I'm saying? But they're not saying shit
Yeah.
that's really worth value. And when you really look at it, that's your so-called manosphere.
Yeah.
But the message, there's no message. It's been watered down. It's been debased, degraded, down to where you really only have about a, a top five out of that era that's even worth a damn. Think about it. Of all of the sorry ass motherfuckers that call themselves associated or affiliated with the manosphere, and you can only probably name about five on your hand that's worth a damn out of the sphere. While we're over here, right? We're just a tribe called Quest. You know, it's fuck the views. The message will always be more important than the views. And that's why, yeah, you always have these people in these various spheres that want to come to this side, and they call themselves trolling, or towards side call themselves disrupting. Come to this, come to the side, and they call themselves, so-called proliferating their so-called manosphere messages. These outdated, nonsensical tropes, Moynihan-inspired fictions, if you will. That's what you got.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically one big bread sandwich, all carbohydrates, no nutritional value, though.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. That relates to every four things you said. And yeah, man. And sometimes I think he told us to David, he said, you said something that he was always going to be a follower. And he shut up when you said that. He said nothing after that.
Well, yeah, see, because David, just like many of the other, uh, you know, manosphere zealots, which is what they are really. They're just a bunch
Yeah.
of zealots, right? Zealots that think that loyalty should be to the detriment of yourself and those who follow you, or those who ascribe to your message, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that uncomfortable truth is so much more painful to accept than that Disney inspired lie that black men have always been infallible. We were perfect. We were just perfect. And it was just always them. It was always the women. Yep. See, that's a Disney inspired fallacy. That's why, the last time when I came on and you had the guy that calls himself a barbarian, right? It was like, man, these niggas stop being stepfathers. It says, being a stepfather is completely up to that guy. But if you want to know an honest opinion, if the stepfather who has no, say, blood relation, right, to the child of a woman he's with, and therefore no obligation to act as an example to those children or that child or whatever, and does it, that would actually make him greater than the actual father of those children. But all the while, you're claiming, see, this is where these so-called conservatives get shit fucked up. because you keep running this nuclear family shit, and you agree that there should be a father in the home.
Yeah.
Oh, unless it's a stepfather.
Right.
But the stepfather is actually stepping in the absence of the actual father, who's been a derelict now,
Hmm.
which actually would make him the more noble and greater male, which would actually would make him an alpha in all respect. And the reason why is because one, to be an alpha is to be a leader. That's why I made that comment about leadership,
Hmm.
where you have just like the neoliberals in this minstrel blackface, right? Like, Negroes call themselves conservatives, right around here telling you that we don't need any leadership. We can all be rugged individualists. Rugged individuals aren't leaders, which is why they want to be rugged individuals. Rugged individuals are running away from that noble duty of bearing the burden of leadership because you're dodging responsibility, which is something that a leader must take. And so, therefore, if you're a Negro calling yourself a conservative and you ascribe to rugged individualism, in no way, shape, or form can you be considered an alpha male. I mean, does that make sense? Like, you're dodging leadership, you're dodging responsibility. I should just look out for myself. You only want to look out for yourself because being a leader requires, demands, in fact, that you look out for others and be an example to others. Rugged individuals don't want to be that example, which is why they want to be rugged individuals. But ain't that something? So if you call yourself a conservative and you are against stepfathers, that would also not only make you a bottom feeding male who is incapable of ever being an alpha, but it also means that you're going against the very conservative principles that you claim to adhere to. See? And it's as simple as that. Because when you don't want responsibility, that's called being a, I mean, that's a little bit worse. I mean, it's like a far left extremist liberal. tell me, oh, we should be going with the nuclear family. I say, well, okay. I mean, the nuclear family uh, is not specific to whether it is a father, a surrogate father, or stepfather. If you really want to be honest. But then the dumb Negro, the dumb Negro thinks that, you know, he's an island unto himself. Therefore, only needs to look out for himself. But it's always funny. Don't you find it interesting? The same ones that call so-called conservatives are always the ones that are complaining about the dysfunction, whining about the dysfunction, and instead of being the ones that actually do something about it. That means you're not an alpha, and you can never be an alpha whining. Don't tell me about Pookie Ray Ray. Do something about it. I mean, you're bad enough. You got the balls. That is. Oh, and Simplified Do It Die, Steve Elder. Hoorah. And so what else is on the agenda? Okay, we done broke down the leadership, we broke down hip hop and cultural property. What else is on the agenda? What else you got for us, Sir O?
Hmm.
What else you got for us, Sir O? We done broke down the inconsistency of cultural property, i.e., hip hop, and et cetera, et cetera.
Oh yeah, it spans the realm of everything, man. It's the whole conversation, the solution, how you gonna solve it as men and small collective. To me, everything you just said sums up what I've been saying is just be careful who you step on, and people are gonna retaliate. And I think I saw two streams of this lady. I think Dre shared in the messaging, and it's kind of like the same thing I hear all black spaces said, like the men part, right? And the stuff like to say using penis as a weapon. She mentioned that in the messaging, and then I was like, the same attitude I've heard. I think I heard this, was it last year and prior? People say the same thing, and that right there, it's like the downfall. The music, of course, it is what it is. Like you said, it ain't stopping.
Well,
It
see,
ain't
here's the
stopping.
problem: is that most people think that that the killing stem from the music,
Mm-hmm.
but you can never get it backwards. Art always imitates life, not the other way around.
Right.
And the music is an art and is a reflection of the life. These artists either are living, have been living, or were living prior to. Because, they have this false assumption that just because they get a deal, that all of a sudden they're beyond whatever dirt, whatever beef, or whatever prior to becoming that. Like that's just all wiped away all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And it just has never worked out like that. Like even with like the female artists. the twerking and the talking about the dicks and what they'll do and the salacious sexual acts, et cetera, et cetera. The art imitates the life. The life doesn't imitate the art. They're performing based on the conditions of the environment in which they were incubated in. The music is an effect of that.
Right.
It's not the cause of it, though. It's not the cause, it's the effect.
Yeah. It's the side effect. Yeah. Definitely believe that.
But you every once in a while you get a dumb nigga that comes around and like, see, because if we just stop making this music, and to a degree, it could be right. But let's just be clear. But phenomena existed before there was ever gangster rap.
Oh yeah.
That phenomena existed before there was ever drill music.
Mm-hmm. I know where you going. Oh yeah. You want to talk about music in any culture, like I would say prior to slavery and even in revolutions, even in ancient time, they used it for war tactics to kill. People forget about that short-term memories. You study the BC world and this world, damn near similar. It's over time we have different instruments in time. You always have violence in music. They used to say that when I was in school, which is true. Every genre. They always have to pick rap. Well, if you go by statistics, I'll say rock and country's on top of the list at the most violent in their music, besides blues and R&B. If you want to get technical, if you want to go by statistics, they'll put them on the list, and rap's probably on the bottom. Now, which one is safe to listen to?
Actually, if you want to know the most violent kind of music there is, the most kind of the most violent music there is that exists.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even. This is not even funny, but it is funny. Our national anthems, the countries.
Yeah. Now that I agree with. That's damn near violent. People don't they talk about these genres. Like I mentioned the history part of every culture that had the anthems. It's very violent. I shouldn't have brought up Egypt and other cultures. It's the same thing. That's how people have short memories. They forget. Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
And then you got people. It's literally a religious ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Take the American anthem. There, the American anthem is more violent than any rap, than any gangster rap, hardcore rap, drill music out there.
Oh yeah.
See, you ain't putting your hand. You're not putting your heart over, your hand over your heart. You're standing up with your chin in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? But so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming.
Mm-hmm.
That's a war song. But see, anybody that knows about, I don't know, uh, sociology, anthropology, anything involving the humanities, knows that war is a crime against humanity.
Oh yeah.
But however, if you want to ensure peace, you have to be prepared for war. And you'll even hear it when we talk about American armed forces.
Yeah.
God bless the Marines. Okay?
Hmm.
Even in the Marines. Like, if you haven't been around them, you would think that being deployed with them, that these hardcore psychopaths
Yeah.
always
And
talking about sending someone to St. Peter's pearly gate.
hmm
It's a religious thing.
Yeah. And I forget they still got that bugle or something like that. Yeah. All them songs in general. If you really listen to it, people think, oh, that's a cool song. No, that's their ritual. Every military around the world has it. I mean, America, we the kings of that. We beat everybody in that.
That's why if you look at U.S. armed forces,
Yeah,
the Marines got the most violent cadences of anybody in the military.
that's fact. Yeah.
I remember being in San Diego and hearing a cadence as a group of Marines were being ran down the boulevard. And it's saying something like, it's saying something like, I make my living in a lenient rest. Some shit. I forget how the cadence went. It's like, tell my mama I done my best, or it's like, I forget how the cadence goes. It'll come to me. But the whole song is about making their living on killing shit. Right? As well. Yeah, I'm actually trying to find it just by typing in leaning rest cadence. And apparently there's like thousands of these songs that they have.
Yeah. That's what you look at those music, man. Like, people think it's our modern music, but they forget about the military music, man. The French had the most violent historically until us. I mean, if you want to get technical, they had the Bastille, they had the guillotine music, their old little songs in French, in France. Oh yeah, yes, I can name some names. Prussians, I wouldn't even count them. That's a mixed culture until they call themselves Russians later. And who else had it? Spanish. British, they got them. Definitely, damn Egypt. Other dark cultures. Don't get me started. And then if you want to talk about, I think me and Charles and DeAndre talk about the Israelite culture. Oh yeah, it's very violent. All Semitic cultures are violent. I wouldn't be surprised. And the Persian culture, yeah. If you want to take it that era, you would know. And then prior out those eras are gone. You got your modern era, your Romans. Later, they was killing Christians on pyres and stuff, hanging them on poles and stuff on the pike for sport. Make music out of it. Then after that, you got the mix and clay. What they say, yeah. And then America was just a baby afterward. You know, you can talk about your Renaissance period, your Templar period. Oh yeah. See, France, they try to be something that like what they was doing. Then after that, Spain kind of they was both gaining power. Then Britain just came in later. People trying to say, "Oh, Britain was great." No, Britain came in later. It's new. You had Rome, you had Spain working together, and eventually Spain messed up. French tried to take their spot, got all the nice guns and the military. And it was cut short by Britain, though. They were mad about that. That's why Britain beat them all the time. And what hurt Britain, their own people said, "No, we're not paying your damn taxes." And then later on, here we are, the Americans, 1776. And then on down. And the national anthem, you're right. Yeah, it's a violent song. People don't realize it. They say, "Hey, violent. It's our great country. It's a nice song." I was like, shit, you don't even know half. The military man told me that's the most violent thing you ever heard. What you said about the Marines is very true. That is very factual. And people don't see that. They do not see that. I mean, other branches, they have them too, but not like the Marines. Nah, they take that stuff seriously. I mean, I laugh at Vietnam War, but one thing I respect about Vietnam War, they went in there and took business. I mean, no matter who won or lost, but the result was the mission was accomplished when they got that cash flow. The Asian countries wasn't the same after that. Let's just keep it real. Communists couldn't keep up after that.
Man, here's one that you see here. It's called "If I Die in a Combat Zone." Like that. Like think about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You you running who's thinking, "If I die in a combat zone, box me up and ship me home. Issue my rifle to another Marine. It served me well, so I know it's clean. Put me in a set of dress blues, comb my hair and shine my shoes. Pin my medals, palm my chest, tell my mama I did my best. When I get to heaven, St. Peter will say, how'd you earn your living? How'd you earn your pay? I reply with a little bit of thunder. I made my living killing down under. When I go home, protesters, they will say, how'd you earn your living? How'd you earn your pay? I reply as I take out my knife, get out of my way before I take your life. Like, gee, these, some straight psycho shit.
Yeah.
If I die in a combat zone, you're like, what does it say? Mothers of America, don't you cry. The Marine Corps model is do or die. That's when you hear me saying, like, simplify, do or die. Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, man, them dudes is built for that shit.
Yeah.
There ain't no, like, there's no more violent motherfuckers in the goddamn military and Marines, man.
Right.
And they songs are like that. Like, whenever they running in marching and shit, they be singing shit like that. How'd you earn your living? How'd you earn your pay?
Mm-hmm.
I tell my mom as I stick out my chest, I made my living in the lean and rest. Nigga, what? Nigga, we don't even have a leaning rest in the goddamn Navy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah. Here goes our fellow Marine, esteemed elder.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, he was one. He'll tell you, him and Joe W.
I know that sounds like music to a Marine's ears when they hear this shit like that.
Yeah, they know about that. I think I have a few relatives that was in the Marines. Yeah, they know exactly what they're talking about. Man.
Listen to this one. This one called Born to Be a Marine. Talking to my daddy on his dying bed with a smile on his face, this is what he said. When I came out my mother's womb, I found myself in the delivery room, all bloody and white. I rappelled to the floor, cut the umbilical cord, and crawled to the door. Cruise the ward. I'm looking good. Baby little Marine like I should. Camouflage diaper, black baby shoes, butter knife sword, and baby dress blue. No, like, like you're raised in a little Rittenhouse. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's like Little Rittenhouse right there. It's a little Norman Bates. So old boy from Scream, right?
Yep.
Like it's just a different level, man. Like it's just a different level.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it is. They actually got these clips where you could actually uh, hear them. They, nigga, when I go to jail, Satan will say, and the rest of the song go, I reply as I pull my knife, get out of my way before I take your life. This is what
Mm-hmm.
these niggas is preparing to say shit to the devil. No, like this is a different level. It's, like that's they, there ain't no more like there was no rap song, no gangster rap, no goddamn drill music that is harder than Marine Hater songs, bro.
Them songs is minuscule to that. I'm gonna tell you why. It's probably a syllable. I would say like 0 syllable or -5 syllable to that. Marine songs is kind of like if you want to talk about culture wise, up to Rome music when they start killing, and prior to military music, it's probably one of the best, even most violent music. What they were saying, what you said with the knife, that's a culture. And when I studied the Marines, I said, well, damn, I was looking at branches when I was going to school because I wasn't interested at the time to tell people. I mean, you had your choices. I mean, Navy was trying to recruit me years ago, but I was pursuing in sports at the time. I kind of messed up on that end, but it's okay. But but that culture, I learned from family members. Yeah, Marines, they take that shit very seriously. Even the song, if you knew it, they believe in that stuff, man. That stuff is paramount. That'll stay with you probably eternity if you ain't careful. You have to believe in that. That's why a lot of people can't make it. That's a hard branch. You got to be hardened in time. It teach you how to survive stuff, stealth and all that. Just like all branches. That branch, you got to be about something. You doing that?
You got to be a Navy SEAL to basically be a Marine.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that first, and then get to that. You got to be about something because those branches they teach you not to give up. Yeah, you got to have some tests and all that stuff. Now the Army, I know it's easy for us to go there. Yeah, I know. It ain't nothing in the Army like I used to. It's a waste because you got guys like presidents trying to, hey, let's go bomb over here. Okay, but Marines got fighter jets in you. They got missiles and stealth tactics in you. And then the Navy's got the what you call it, the seas and shores like Drake. So yeah, you got the SEALs. Yeah, similar,
Yeah,
but
the Navy got
it don't really,
see the Navy got the SEALs.
Yeah,
Navy's got the SEALs, and SEALs, which is the UDT SEALs. Yeah, those are the same things they done. And you have their support forces, which is SWIC and Expedition,
yeah,
and then your VBSS.
yeah. He told me the ones I forget they call it, starts with, I think it's a skit. When the Navy starts swimming, if they ever drown, the ones that actually save
Oh
the
yeah,
SEALs. I said, yeah. He told me skips. Yeah. He told me about that on the panel once. I said, really? See, a lot of people think the SEALs are like Superman. Shit, them people that be saving them from the water. I was like, oh man. See, I didn't know that. And when he was telling me about that, I was like, man, I see what you're talking about now. I researched that shit. I
They
said,
only,
damn.
and I'm telling you this, the Navy only created the SEAL program because they got tired of the Marine Corps stealing their shine. I'm just telling you.
Right. That's true. That's true. That's the only thing I can think of because the Navy historically wasn't always like that. But the Marines, I don't know what they. I believe they were first and then the Navy. I don't know how that goes when they were founded, but right around the same time. But I'll tell you, man.
The Marine Corps was created in 1775.
Yeah.
America becomes a country in 1776.
Yeah. There you have it.
The Marines were created as if you ever seen those old like pirate movies.
Oh yeah.
Like you got the sailors, and they swinging the fucking sails and the tarps and whatnot.
Yeah, the privateers. Yeah.
And then you got the motherfuckers with the cutlasses and the boomstick
Yeah.
jumping on another ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's those
That's
were
called
the
plundering. Yeah.
those were the original Marines. The motherfuckers that board another ship. You know, you, you know,
Yeah,
you know,
they
ran.
plundered buccaneers and stuff like that, what you'll say pirates as their profession. And then most of your pirates end up being what you call privateers. The Royal Navy, British had them, Spanish had them, I think French had them, but when we had them, it was like it was nothing, but I think we still do. We still do. What you say, the original Marines, that's true. Yeah, they study all that. Kind of like what we talk about Hannibal and the military test. They do the same thing. They study what the Buccaneers used to do. They plunder, and that's how they combat. People don't tell you that. I think Dre told me something about that too in the Navy. Yeah, they learn. You got to have that study. You understand the history. People forget about that part of the military, the water part. You know, you gotta know your surroundings. And he told me one story. You can't shoot inside a ship, so hollow is a technique. You can't do that. You know, you gotta wait and do all that type of stuff. And I said, "Oh man, Dre, really?" And he said, "You don't want to get slammed on that pavement when there ain't no." I forget what he said. That skit, you know, your face. Talking about that grab, and I said, I know what you're talking about. Ugh,
Mm,
yeah, I heard stories about that. Yeah, yeah, man. Mm.
listen, I think this is another one. Anyway, I think this is another one. Same song, violent.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Marines ain't no joke. When I hear their music, oh yeah.
Nate, I've literally like being deployed with some of these dudes. I've literally like heard these guys charge themselves up with these cadences before a firefight, singing that shit to themselves, bro. It's and when most of shit down, you not contending with that. I don't care how many times you talk about I'm a driller nigga, I'm a driller nigga. Like, no, 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 you're not. Nigga said he earns his living on a killing squad, dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I even like I even got like buddies up there in the Marines. I've even heard my dad whispering this shit under his breath before, or will be humming the shit. They don't have a rock song yet that can fuck with that. They ain't got a blues song yet that's fucking with that. They ain't got a rap, drill, none of that yet that is fucking with that. And some of these songs, mind you, it's like 200 years old.
Yeah.
200.
That's like centuries and centuries old, probably 3 centuries old, man. Come on now.
That's what fucking like 200 years of you chanting about fucking conquest and killing shit.
Yeah. Even though it's 200 years old, but it's 3 centuries old, people forget we're in the 21st century and they forget, if you count how many centuries, that's about 3 centuries years old. That goes back in time when it was created. People forget. People forget, man. You know. But yeah, I ain't nobody competing with that. Hell no. If you sing a song about killing from a squad, shit, you better believe it. And it's a lot. No, it's a lifestyle that's ingrained in you. If you once you're in that Marine, it's a wrap, man. I tell people, yeah, you can be a little shell shocked, but if you believe in that shit, do the work, you can last. It's only a few that make it. Like I said, that branch has never really tried to upgrade their uniforms. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. I mean, the
Nigga, they
Navy,
uniforms.
Navy's different. Yeah, the Navy's different. They
Man, the
nice,
Navy's done went through about 6, 7 different
different out.
uniforms.
Yeah, yeah.
The
And I think the
Marine Corps
Army, yeah, the
still got the
Army's
same goddamn top that's been there since it was a goddamn since
yeah, they traditional,
1755.
man. They ain't never gonna upgrade. They classic. That's why a lot of people have a hard time. You can't, and that's why people choose. I want to go to Navy and the Army. Well, they change their uniforms different times. The Air Force is just
The Marine
similar
Corps
to that. To their,
is
yeah, the Marine Corps is
the
different.
only outfit that has never fucking changed
Right.
as far as the uniform. Shit, that's why and I ain't gonna lie, they got the coolest goddamn uniforms out of everybody.
Yeah.
Cause that fucking, I'm telling you, that shit, I know it be traumatizing people. Like, be somewhere where Fleet Week going on. Mother's seen a bunch of these motherfuckers walking down with that parade cap on and
Oh
that blue,
yeah.
that blue top. Like,
Oh yeah. They live by that. Ain't nothing to play with. You think Army had traditional uniforms? Shit, they changed their shit. I don't know how many times. Navy, Air Force. Well, they knew they broke off the Army. Shouts out to Dre for saying that. That's so true. They change their shit every time. Now their fatigues are the same. If you see they little base down in Georgia and other places. But when you talk to a Marine, the actual Marine, hell, they got the same uniform taught when they come back. And I think in combat, the fatigues are the same. They ain't even stop. I try to tell people they are traditionalists. I mean, when you actually talk to an actual Marine, I served one in a dealership. He says classic. Even that music you just played, man, that bugle thing, the niggas ain't going. You crazy. Undefeated. I said that in the self last year. It's undefeated, just like anything else, like the street code. It's undefeated. And then Gino trying to say, well, China's gonna nuke us all. I was like, shit, China's the dumbest country in the world, can't even fracture a military besides Japan. Japan's the most probably smart out of all of them. I hate to say that being biased, them and the Koreans. Outside of
I'll
that,
say
the
this.
only yeah, out of all of them, they
Let me
just
ask you this:
mhm.
Why would what like what motivation would China have to nuke anybody?
Exactly.
Like, who would they sell their? Like, you got to think about it. If you are the the biggest manufacturer and distributor of goods worldwide, what good does it do you nuking your biggest customer bases? Yeah, that's actually true, broke
Drew,
genius.
broke genius. That's a lot of people don't know that. I've been knowing that for like the last, I would say, probably in the workplace and prior. I've been knowing that, but it took me a while. Why the Navy's always tried to encourage if you want to do the extra work. The Marines is a good choice. They say that. Nothing wrong with those two branches, but they're really one and the same. I can't even tell them the difference based off the uniform. But the Marines never change. They said, fuck that. Fatigue's the same. When they come back, yeah. I mean, they get treated like shit when they come back, when they get older,
I'll tell
those
you what,
like the VA. Yeah. Sad, but
the Marines are the Marines will definitely prepare you for being homeless like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
If you're a homeless Marine, you
Yeah.
basically like a cockroach. You will survive a nuclear holocaust.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why a lot of people kind of, if you want that hard military, that's why that branch matters really to me. I mean, it don't get the respect that it does, but I tell
And
people,
that's
nah,
why the United States will never get rid of the Marine Corps, bro.
yeah, it's just
They,
not.
they say it's the Department of the Navy, but reality is the Marine Corps is the only branch that is unilaterally controlled exclusively by the president.
Yes, that's so true.
The Navy, you need Congress.
Hmm.
What happens is that the Navy kind of just gets lumped into it because we drop them off wherever they gotta go.
Right, right, right,
So it's implied. So that's the way presidents get around congressional discretion, right?
right.
Because the president can send the Marine Corps anywhere, and the Navy's going to go with him, and he doesn't need the Congress's permission because wherever the Marines go, the Navy is there.
Oh yeah.
Now, you do need Congress to say just park a fucking aircraft carrier and you know,
Yeah.
or whatever.
I forget who army is controlled by in the political sector. Is it Congress or is it president?
There's also Congress,
Congress. Okay, figure that.
Air Force, Army, and Navy, all congressional.
Call congressional. Figure that. So the Marines by the president. That makes sense. I know why. Tradition.
Unless
Tradition.
unless you're talking about unless you're talking about like special operations and like
Oh
yeah. So like
yeah.
special operations like the vice president can actually sign off on those things.
Oh yeah.
Hell, even say secretary of a branch, like secretary of defense, can sign off on those things. And secretary of defense answers to Congress. Secretary of the Navy answers to Congress. Secretary of the Army answers to Congress. Secretary of the Air Force answers to Congress. Secretary of the Marines. It used to be a joke. They answer to the Marines.
Oh yeah.
This is Marines. We don't answer shit. They're like, nah, they answer to the president though.
Oh yeah.
The damn commandant of the damn Marine Corps got a direct line to the president.
You call them
And
devil
he's the only
dogs.
fucking branch. He's the only branch member that has that. No other branch has that direct line.
Okay.
But the Marines.
Yeah. And I see why. I mean, all those names they call them. I forget what they say about the jarhead and the devil dog. They said that not just in the movie, but research. I found out. I didn't know why. I said, "Damn, that's they serious the way they groom them like that." But then I found out why, culture wise. I said, "Oh, I get it. I get it." Then the president, how they founded that branch, and it makes sense. Yeah, conquest. Yeah, that's why their songs make sense. And then when you really listen to it, I said, "That's what they're saying." The knife and the I forget the symbolism behind that. One of them told me, well, I used to work with one of them, and that's a cultural thing. If you join it, you got to be built for it. Even though you go through the Navy, but if you get tired of Navy, they persuade you to join. So it's kind of like it's paramount. Like I said, once you're a Marine, it's like you're in and out. Even though the ones is homeless, like we treat bad, they even know. Even like I saw that Jarhead movie, like when those boys got back, came on the damn bus. But I didn't understand the symbolism behind that. It's like I see now. It makes sense now. President's little branch. They don't talk about that on the news. They think it's everybody. No, 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 no. Like you said, that's his. Yeah. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. Most people don't want to hear that. I always give them respect, though. I think my grandfather, he was in the Navy of World War II. He always gave the Marines respect. And
Oh
quiet
yeah.
as kept. Quiet as kept. Even he had the purple heart. Quiet as kept. He loved them with a passion. He always admired their bravery. Well, they don't get no respect because they take the most risk, out of the branches. You want to talk about branches, they take the most risk. People think it's the Army. Bullshit. It's the Marines. And then you got the Navy and the water and the Army that they deal with field and all that shit. And then Air Force is new. They just the same as the Army. I don't see no difference. They do that wild shit. People don't respect the Air Force. They laugh at them. You soft. You just fly and jump on fucking balloon beams and shit. What they do, like if you don't get a license, if you don't parachute, if like those flight tests, you won't get no license. This is Virgin Island dude told me he was doing the woodworking. I said, what happened? Why you didn't get no pilot license? He said, I couldn't even do the parachute. I said, oh damn. I mean, you boy, fear of the, jumping off the aircraft. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't really care about that fool. He ain't to blame. That's another side effect. It's irrelevant. That's very off topic. I was talking about what's his name, Young Dolph and them. He's just another spectacle that's gonna get off. He's protected by the same labels. Yeah, a lot of ex-army is homeless and well prepared for outdoors. Yeah, they are, man, but the Marines got them beat. I don't care who you are. Yeah, you be in the army, but here's the thing: they got that damn social security and that fucking protection. And even the Navy, it don't matter what you are. The Marines are the best. I'm sorry. They're still undisputed, undefeated. Teach them stealth tactics, all that stuff. It ain't like they have the same uniforms. People laugh at them. Yeah, you can laugh at them all you want to. Talk about nuclear Armageddon Holocaust. Shit, none of them branches would survive. Trust
When
me.
you think about it, right?
Yeah.
The president's helicopter is called what? It's called Marine One.
Marine One. Yep.
The presidential plane is called what? Air Force One.
Mm-hmm.
But Air Force One has Marine pilots.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Yeah. They don't even tell you that. Yeah. What Air Force? Hell, we made them.
the president does not go anywhere without Marines. Man.
Wow, those Marines, man. People don't understand that, man. Yeah. They're killing machines. A designed to do what they do, man. Like people can laugh at the Marines all they want because I know there's disrespect from the civilians. I know the general gets upset, but general has to understand. A lot of people don't understand. The Marines don't be fucking around. I mean, you can talk about former Marines all day that don't even announce their branch. In corporate business, if they had a badge or whatever, I tell people they're everywhere. You know. I understand what Brooke Jeans is saying with that part. Yeah, you got homeless people in other branches, but not as like the Marines. Nah. They respect the president. I don't care who it is. It's hard to go against it. You're gonna have to answer that call. I don't care who you are. Because that branch is highly respected. We act like that's that short-term memory. Like you said, that AAA battles, that's that short-term memory of people. They forget they did a lot. Without it, this country wouldn't even be able to survive. I mean, the Army's probably right behind them.
And the Marine Corps has
Yeah,
the Marine Corps got one function: lay bodies down.
yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. If the Marine Corps is sick on your ass, you probably deserve it.
Oh yeah,
Nah, that's just it.
that's just that. They ain't going nowhere. Without the Marines, man, I don't know what this country would be. I mean, military period, any branch, but I'm just saying you can't take away America. You can't even have a revolution at this point because I tell them Negroes, man, look, if you don't have a Marine, they always want to say Army. No, you need a Marine Corps. You need a combination of every branch to compete with this damn motherfucking country. You just can't. You take the Negroes out, man, it'd be like a suicide watch, man. They said Army pick up the garbage. That's what I was told.
Oh yeah,
Not
man.
surprised. Yeah, I'm
Marines
not.
laying down, and the Army comes and pick up the bodies.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they pick up bodies.
They come and pick up the bodies, and they
Yeah, that's what the Army's supposed to do. Yeah, Marine does the dirty work. Army's nothing but the cleanup, man. A lot of people don't want to hear that. That's why a lot of people don't want to join the Army. I mean, they have a bad experience. Man, I can't stand the Army. I want to join the Navy. Okay, go ahead. You get tired of the Navy, there's the Marines. That's when people get scared. They're gonna call you a devil dog, what they call you a jarhead, don't matter. But they always got the same uniform. I've noticed something. They stopped showing their commercials recently. I mean, they still play them, but not as much. And I noticed that last year. They stopped showing their commercials. They used to have those commercials for our generation to join, and they always had that, the blue top and the hat and the
But yeah,
beret.
like if you always
I,
remember the old
I think
Marine
they kind of
recruiting
stopped.
commercials, Marines always had the greatest recruiting commercials.
Yeah.
And they'd be on like a mountaintop somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Be like some lava, some lava somewhere, like forged in the fires and blah 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 blah. And then out of it comes that eagle with the globe and the anchor.
Yeah.
And then when it zooms out, it's on that damn hat they wear.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
With a sea of Marines behind them. They like, damn, these things real deal shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So what else? What else we got? We're talking about the music. We're talking about that, the third.
Yeah. We already talked about the practical solutions.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
that's one practical solution, especially for like online, right?
yeah.
And that's basically what we've already been doing.
Yeah.
It's just separation. Let them remain in their isolated hovels. You know,
Yeah.
like like they're like think about it. They wanted to be rugged individualists, but they're always going over here where the collectivists are.
Yeah. And then we talked about the herd mentality, talking about the sheeple, the minded, feeble minded. I would rather call them feeble minded. They
But
believe in the
but
stuff
I
they
think
say.
if you look at it,
Yeah.
those that claim that they're so-called conservatives have more of a herd mentality than those that they accuse of being liberal.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I mean, yeah, it summed it up. Yeah. That's why I'm glad I did this topic. And then the image, we already talked about that. The music part, we already know about that. And the herd mentality, yeah, that's expiring. We've been talking about that like
I mean,
last month.
you could pull up just about any video, um, like say keywords, just type in what it means to be a conservative or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And everybody is talking like look for the little you know 1 or 2 minute clips.
Oh yeah.
Every conservative that you pull up will have the same line of bullshit rhetoric.
Oh yeah.
It was so funny. That Key and Pill did a skit about that shit.
Oh yeah. I
Uh,
remember.
the black conservatives.
Oh, that's some funny shit. Yeah.
Them motherfuckers, and the motherfuckers was all saying the same thing.
People always trying to say Biden's more left. Well, you could say he's an anarchist, but I don't see it. Most anarchists don't like Biden. I kind of disagree with Walmart on that. No, I don't see that. See,
That
when you get
Biden
into the
is
right,
what?
he's trying to say Biden's more left like anarchist. I said the left and right is propaganda. If you remove all of those, if you
No,
look at
Biden.
ideology, yeah, Biden's more right than you think, and he's more
No, Biden.
conservative. Yeah,
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 yeah.
he's more of a Barry Goldwater, yeah, type.
Biden
No,
is 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 the only actual conservative president that you've had
right now.
uh, literally since Johnson.
Yeah, yeah. People don't know that. Yeah, he got his policies. He's probably the last blue dog of his kind. Even though he used the Goldwater tactics in Johnson, I've noticed. Even Obama did that shit. A lot of people think he was FDR. Nah, nah, he ain't no FDR. He's violent. Obama's violent. They always want to call him a leftist. Nah, he's far from a leftist. A lot of people on the left don't even like him. Not even liberals.
I mean, you
You
think
know,
about Obama, all right?
yeah.
Obama is further right than even Reagan was.
Yeah. Extremely right. Hell, he supported a lot of people don't know he supported fascism. And a lot of fascists kind of like his policies, and they didn't tell you he swept it under the rug, grinning in your face. And that pastor in Harlem tried to pull his card. Sent them CIA and them I don't want to say former Marines in the CIA, try to check him, try to tell him you better not say nothing about him. I said, God damn. Shut his ass up. He didn't die though. I told people on other panels, nah, they shut his black ass up. And I remember that when I had my old channel. Yeah, they shut his ass up. Mm-mm-mm. I remember them days. The first term, Obama.
I mean, it's so interesting. Like Obama picks the most. Obama picks the most conservative vice president that's ever been.
Yeah, under Obama, and then now he's the president. Now it's the same shit what Obama did, pulling the strings, and I'm like, people don't even realize that. I told you the influence. Trump was super liberal. He wasn't no conservative. Now he ran this conservative propaganda and fooled them, and they got mad at him and said, "Man, fuck this shit. I'm gonna vote for Biden." And then he want to get mad. Try to say they stole the election. No, no, motherfucker, they did not steal the election. Your dumb ass didn't realize you can't beat a conservative Democrat any day. That's what the people showed when they voted for Biden. Don't get mad that he won. No, they won fair and square. Yeah, they mess up elections. Yes, you can say they go to jail. Try to tell what it don't matter. A conservative Democrat don't give a fuck about you because technically, if you want to say liberal conservative, whatever conservative or physical conservative, that's what they believe. Outside the country, they may talk liberal, right? And then next thing you know, they conservative over here. If they really wanted to, I think what B just said, and he told us in the shadow point, if they really wanted to, they would have did some damage. A lot of these dudes on the panels don't know what they talking about, man. If you
That's
actually study it
because
properly, yeah,
that's because especially like you talk about Biden, the last of the Dixiecrats, right?
yeah, yeah,
The only thing that Dixiecrats were ever liberal in was economics.
Yeah, they liberal in economics. That's it. But military, nah, they conservative. Yeah,
That military, like the military, will always have well-established budget.
yeah.
That's how you know, like think about Obama. Obama's military budget is nearly twice the size of Trump's budget for the military.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that ain't no lie. I mean,
And then
yeah,
because of Obama, you have post 9/11 GI Bill. That actually expands the military budget and the VA's federal budget. So Obama's far more conservative than even Trump was. And if you really look at like say state politics, right? Like your Democratic Farmer Laborers Party,
mm-hmm.
uh, those those are all conservatives.
Yeah,
Like DFL is literally like a conservative party.
yeah,
Nothing liberal about it.
yeah. I don't know why people say liberal democracy. Well, democracy to me is not liberal. It's really conservative. If you study the history of it, people try to use the L word. No, 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 no. See, when you talk about liberalism, you talk about nationalists. Most nationalists are liberal. I hate to say that. Quiet as kept because
So you got to think about where do you get nationalism from, really?
like you know how most people say they nationalists in their country. I can't say it's like a democracy and they get it confused. No, it's actually a republic because if you think about it, if you care about your country like that, and other countries say they nationalists, I get what those people when they say supremacists. Yeah, you can say that, but they have liberal mindsets when they think about their military. Now, if you talk about Democrats in military, it's a different story. No, they more conservative. What they want to conserve power, they want to maintain a little. If you study the old ways how America used to do it, they conquest that shit, man. They study other cultures, man. Like I always thought Democrats was super conservative. Then when I say democracy, the democracy of the people, or do they mean conservatives? I don't think liberal. No, now politics, like you said, economics, yeah, they're liberal on, but outside of the military and law enforcement, no, they conservative. No,
That's what
you talk
that's
about
what
you
people
talk
still
about
that's
yeah,
why people still don't understand Bill Clinton, right?
yeah.
But Bill Clinton, no, you would think he's a liberal. Oh, why? Because Democrat.
But the economics, yeah. But when you look at law enforcement and then Joe Biden and his story of the Democrats, if you vote for him, most people say you're more conservative than these Republicans. See, people forget there's a lot of moderates and liberals and Republican. Now, a lot of these dudes that claim they're conservative and think they vote Republican, actually, you're a goddamn liberal. You don't even realize it. If you're a nationalist, if you study the history of nationalism, you're really a liberal. That means you want a society like if you want to talk about, damn, I hate this term. I hate bringing up
It's more the nationalism.
utilitarianism.
Like,
Yeah.
think about it, right?
Yeah.
Because think about where nationalism stems from. Nationalism, we is given form via your French Revolution.
Yeah.
So,
That's all it
so this
is.
is
Yeah.
so nationalism is really a style of government that is employed to prevent the return of monarchism.
Yeah. That's what I understand what nationalism to me it is. Now, if you want to talk about this theory that John Stuart Mill created, and I try to tell people, yes, he was a national in this country, but that utilitarian, what they will say oxymoron is the same thing because number one, a lot of liberal principles come from that. If you want to call yourself that, you can't say it's from the left. If you really think about it and you go by the right and wrong theory they use, right, with the numbers and the happiness, and then you have semi plutocrats, You can have that in a business sense, but not no society, because some of the military use that, but they don't use it as much. I don't know why we just try to explain it. Yeah, you have some of it in the military and economics and military, but outside of it, no, it's conservative. You just got to take one or the other. You got to be a stoic at the end of the day. You can't just be utilitarian, because most people can't accept that. That's too liberal. That's kind of like egalitarianism, liberalism, and what's the other term they use besides that? It's others. You can't be that. Most people won't accept that. Moderates wouldn't accept it. They said, no, no, I voted for Joe Biden and Obama. And then you got some people say I vote for Trump, but Trump was more
And,
liberal and crazy.
right. And you really think about it,
Yeah,
Trump was actually closer to the socialist side of the spectrum.
yeah, yeah. He was. Hmm. Why you think he messed with China? They didn't even harm them. You know what I mean? People try to say he's hurt China. No, no, they love him. People
I mean,
think they didn't love Trump.
think about it. When's the last time you had a president visit North Korea?
Yeah,
See, the only time the last time you seen a president visit North Korea, he was a socialist leading president.
yeah, yeah. And when you told me about the FDR mindset that he had the last time we had these discussions, yes, and I was trying to tell the war master, no, he had Reagan's points, but the problem was he's more FDR. When was the last time a country where he said, make America white again, but not only white again, but great again? White is just a catch-all, but I'm talking about the country. I know why he used the term MAGA. It's been used before by Reagan. That's a catch-all.
I
But if you want
mean,
to go further
you think
back,
about it,
it's FDR, really.
I think Jimmy Carter was the last
Yeah.
president, if I'm not mistaken, to visit
Yeah.
North Korea before Trump.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and we know Jimmy Carter is labeled as what, a socialist leaning president. So,
Yeah. So he had Jimmy Carter had 4 terms. Both of them had 4 terms. One was a Democrat, one was Republican. Interesting. And thank God they did not pick Bernie Sanders. I told somebody on panels, well, the reason they didn't pick Bernie, he's too damn left. They're not gonna pick somebody that is pro-socialist on the extreme side. Why would they? Or any what the Democrats want. Most Democrats can't stand socialists. They might as well go on the Republican side, get that money. And I've noticed that lately. They they switch sides. Even what's his name? What's that guy? Nathan Deal and shit. Yeah, and he was a Democrat and then flipped Republican. So they don't even know that. So
Yeah.
what's going
Yeah.
on?
What's happening, man? Hey, I know in these spaces right now, hey, nobody wants to see Triple Black. Is what's happening, man? What y'all talking about, man? What's going on?
We're talking about inconsistencies of culture, and we talked about image, herd mentality, practical solutions, and dereliction. And then
Oh,
here's my
for real?
final solution. Yeah, final solution: how to solve this as Black men in a small collective to move forward. That's the topic.
Oh, as a small collective.
Yeah, like a group collective, what we doing. Like, I ain't saying like unity, but as men, and I would say like women too, to understand what these 4 things that we expound on.
Hell nah, man. You got too many men moving like women move, man. That's how they fucking move. You hear me? They
Hmm.
moving exactly like the women move. You don't agree?
Yeah, you got some of them like that. Yeah.
I'm
well, I
talking about
mean,
like most of the people, most of the men are moving just like the women move.
hey, can you be a little more specific?
Now I'm talking about like every last one of these niggas, man.
You say in general?
Yes, in general.
Oh, okay.
You don't
So
think so?
you generalizing most of the men,
But
like you said, the current state. Okay, so you're saying they could be derelicts in one end, image part. And I said this earlier in the stream too. I said this in a self live stream. Yeah, they can be, but what's the real problem?
Man, you
How are
got
we
a
gonna solve
culture of bitch ass niggas, man, that are willing to accept whatever fucking females put on the fucking table.
it? Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong, or you know what I'm saying?
You're partially right. That's part of the symptom, but how you gonna treat
I'll
that?
put it,
How you gonna treat that?
I mean,
Hmm?
I'll put it this way. Um, and to a degree, I'll put it like this: when you have black males, make the assumption that just because a bitch is in another country that she's somehow better than within your own, uh, say, culture, nationality, etc. Like, yeah, that is. I would say I wouldn't even actually insult women by saying that they're moving like women.
Nah, they act like women, man. I'm just saying. I mean, no, I get it though. I get it. I get it. I really get it. I understand how this shit happens. I understand the psychology behind it. Um, but somebody like me get ostracized for recognizing that shit, man. I mean, if you go against the grain in American society, are you ostracized?
Well, I mean, that's American culture. But I mean, but that's not just American culture. That's really any um, kind of domestic policy of just about any nation. You go against the grain of that
Oh,
nation's policy.
so it's policy,
Yeah,
policy,
it's always policy.
policy. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I got it. All right.
See, policy is always a determining factor in domestic behavior
Mm-hmm.
because that's what incentivizes and de-incentivizes behavior. It's policy.
Okay, policy.
Yeah,
Does other countries have policy?
yeah.
Yeah.
And you
Okay.
go against the grain of those policies within those nations. Guess what? You're also ostracized. You know, kind of like that. I don't know if you remember that one white kid that was in North Korea, and he ripped down like a propaganda poster.
Mm-hmm.
They publicly
So,
came.
so policy and code of conduct, is that the same thing?
I mean, policy is kind of like a codified, um, a codified barrier, right, to instruction.
All right. On code, being on code, is that some type of policy?
Well, code and policy is two different things. Like, for instance, like let's
So
just take
there,
the
so I mean, hold up. No need to cut you off, man. But so there's nuance between all that shit.
yeah, like let's just take for instance, we talk about code, right?
Right.
Um, military, we have codes. It's
Hmm.
called the Uniform Code of Military Justice,
Right.
right? It's
Hmm.
internal. It's an internal set of rewards and punishments.
Right. No, no,
Now,
I'll give it to you. The military got some stronger code.
that
It
are,
does
but
have
see,
some stronger code.
see, those
I mean,
codes.
yeah. Now I'm
See,
just
those,
saying. I mean, the code of the streets in the military is completely different because military, like people that I know, they do some real fuck shit, but you'll never get that shit in a
see, this is what
goddamn.
this, but see, you're thinking more like a civilian,
Hmm.
and the reason I'm saying that is because if you really look at the streets versus the military, it's really not too much different.
No, it's not. I mean, but I mean, it's a little bit tighter though.
No, it gives off the air of being tighter.
So you
But see,
think like most people in the military know who doing the fuck shit or not?
uh, yeah, absolutely do. Matter of fact, I mean, when people in the military doing fuck shit, there is a code, as a modus operandi to keep that shit in house.
But that shit is standard though.
But it's
A lot of
outside.
shit is standard. I mean, it's standard. It's standardized fuck shit.
I mean, is it really?
Yeah, kind of. Bitch, you got motherfuckers that be fucking with other people's wives and shit like that. They call them jodies or some shit. Standardized fuck shit. Is
Maybe you
that
say,
not standardized fuck shit?
but see, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, and you tell me that these Jodies don't exist outside of, in
I'm
the
just saying. I mean, is that not standardized fuck shit?
no, it's not.
Come on, man. You tell me that you tell me motherfuckers like the fact that a motherfucker is fucking with their goddamn wives and it's standardized.
It's not standardized because in military code, it's called fraternization.
It's understood. It's understood, right?
It's called fraternization.
Oh, okay. You justify. I mean, you don't think that shit fuck shit?
Sure,
So
depends
it's
on
standardized fuck shit, right?
there's nothing standardized about it.
Hmm?
There's nothing standardized about it. See, because when you
What are you
say
talking
standard,
about, man? It's understood. It's understood. Like this, like when you know you're going off to a tour of duty, you know somebody gonna be fucking your goddamn wife. Come on, man. Stop it, bro. I mean, I'm not even part of that horse shit, man. But come
but
on, man. I heard about that shit.
even that, there's nothing standard about it. Like to say standardized fuck shit is to say that it's
Man, if a motherfucker is fucking your goddamn wife, is that some fuck shit?
sure depends on who you're talking to.
Exactly. If it's understood that when you go off on a tour of duty, somebody's gonna be fucking your goddamn wife, is that standardized fuck shit?
No, it's not standardized. Like standardized would mean that it's promoted and it's
No,
it's,
I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah.
come on, man. You got niggas that got titles and shit like that. They believe that they can fuck certain bitches because they got a goddamn title. Isn't that standardized?
No,
All right, man.
it can be
I
fuck
mean,
shit and not be standardized. They're all the same.
I think it's standardized fuck shit. That's just
Like
my
let me ask you,
conjecture,
let me
man.
ask you this, right? Let me ask you this: if a nigga go to jail and somebody out here fucking his baby mama, is that standardized fuck shit?
Same thing, man.
But
Yeah,
it's
that's
not. But
standardized
it's not.
fuck shit. I
No,
mean,
see,
she should hold it. She should hold it in the paint. She
no,
shouldn't be
no, no,
fucking with
no.
no niggas, man.
See, stop, stop. The reason why I'm saying that is because a nigga going to jail and getting this girl fucked when they go to jail, that would be standardized fuck shit. Because one, he's going to jail, he's being punished. It's policy. He's being punished according to policy. So you mean to tell me that uh, he should be rewarded with the bitch being faithful to him after?
Man, that's standardized fuck shit, man. All right, bro. That's standardized fuck shit.
That means that
Yeah.
that means that it's promoted. That means that he should go off and fuck some other guy who
What
get fucked
I mean,
get fucked locked up. That would be the standardized fuck shit.
okay. Oh, hold up. Hey, all right. If you go off on a tour of duty, isn't it known that your wife is gonna be fucked by some other dude that's probably
Actually,
on a
no,
military base or not?
no, no.
Straight
It's
up.
gone, Gino. Uh-huh.
No, it's not just known.
Is
I
it
mean,
understood? Isn't it understood?
no, it's not understood.
Oh, come on, man. Stop playing with me, man. It's not understood. Does it happen?
Sure, it happens, but just because it happens doesn't mean it's standard operating. But it is standard that if a nigga goes to jail, then
Oh
somebody's gonna
shit!
be
Oh,
fucking
he
his
just said it's standard. It's okay. It's not standard. Okay.
face.
My bad, man.
Because what I'm saying is this: if you go on a tour of duty, doesn't mean that automatically your woman gonna be fucking another person. But it's because you're not getting locked up. That motherfucker still has the ability to come back and get in that ass. Okay. See,
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
what,
I,
what,
I I've
what I'm
heard
saying
the
is that
shit from. I mean, I've heard the shit from like a motherfucker that's a fucking in the Navy and shit like that. Um um. Listen. All right. The thoughts that are on base is not standardized. That they're trying to hook somebody. You know, they're trying to hook somebody.
what I mean, not necessarily. You know,
Oh goodness. So they're just there just to be there.
no, because the reason I'm saying that, right?
The
Is they
thoughts
take
that
a
are on base, like on these army bases and shit like that. I can't even remember what they
have you
called
served?
them.
Have you
Hmm?
served? Have you served?
No, I ain't served, man. No, I got my
You been
brother-in-law.
you
You
been
know,
on a military base?
no, I've never been on a military base, man.
Yeah, so you tell the guy that served been on many military bases.
So those thoughts that are on the military base, they're just there just for decoration.
Like, what? Like, you're not gonna know it's a thought until you fuck with it, right?
Nah, I'm fuck. Hey, Sir Obadiah, man. Hey,
Mhm.
you got drunk and black. I came through. Want to show you love, man, because you showed me love too, man. I'll leave your stream on some. Yeah, I don't want to be on some debauchery.
Oh, okay. You good, man. Yeah.
you know, I fuck with you 100, man.
Yeah. I mean, you missed
Yeah.
it last Sunday. I mean, with Grinch and Jay Shine, but
Who's
after
Jay
that,
Shine?
uh, you know,
I heard that name before, man.
yeah, he got in it with his old little rival Grinch, but he was coming after Gino in the chat and it called Chaos Hedgy, but you know how that went. I saw the replay. I ain't gonna play it on here because it's funny, it's hilarious. And Grinch thought he had that type of money, but I'm gonna leave that boy alone. He cammed up on one that day too. But you know
I
how it
don't know,
is.
man. You like you know what? I give you like you are an expert at the beef sector. Like you understand like people that have beefs with you. I have no idea who has problems with each other.
Oh, it's like a combination. I ain't a part of it, but I understand the people that's in there been around for years. And if they know certain content creators, anybody can be a part. It's like in and out. They get new people every day. It's really like the roast
Yeah,
set.
I understand. I mean, like I don't know who have beefs with each other. Like I kind of just like go head first and just have beef with whoever. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Um, but you actually know what the originations of the beefs are.
Yeah, it all starts from the chat rooms, other platforms, and bring it here. YouTube is a mess of it. I don't care if you
Hmm.
have white supremacists beefing with each other, even amongst ourselves. I talk about myself live streams. A lot of times it's just ego. Like I said, I did this topic basically us in general. I can't focus on
Uh,
other races. It's
hey,
like inconsistency of culture.
you can use acronyms, but what would you say the top beef in the manosphere is over the last 10 years?
Shoot, if you want to my 10 years,
Yes.
I will say. Well, most people can't stand angry man. I know that. Yeah.
I know he was gonna be part of it.
Yeah,
Would you
he's
say
number
Angry
one.
Man and O'Shea beef would be like the top the top beef in all the manosphere?
Um, It's up
Did he have
there.
B? No, didn't he? Him and BGS. Don't he have BGS too?
That ain't a beef. That's like a father and son thing. He son that man. BJ son that man. The way I saw when Trump lost and he shut down the stream on him. I was there. I was there in that stream too when he shut down the stream. We laughed about it on Art's panel, Art New Style. So yeah, yeah, GMT. Yeah, that's still going on. That troll versus Angry Man. That's his real beef right there. It's not really O'Shea. O'Shea will probably be his second worst. He can't stand because O'Shea surpassed him. You know, let me tell you that. Mal Manor Man. There you go. And own mouth and arrogance gets him in trouble like a typical. Yeah.
Are you like I never understood you. No, I listen to a lot of your streams and stuff. Are you a BGS guy?
I wouldn't say I'm pro BS. I'm more neutral. I understand him,
Are you a
but the
black?
thing is,
I mean, he's black pill, right?
yeah, he's a black pill type guy. But I know his little weakness. If you take him out of his own echo chamber, he'll fold. Any intellectual can destroy him. You just got to stay calm. You can't fall for the yes man attacks. You know his followers. I've noticed that too on Art of New Style. And he does start arguing, but there's a actual interesting clip of him in Mr. Research I post on my community tab. Shouts out to John the analyst. That's some
Oh,
funny ass shit over at
Mr.
Art of New
Research.
Style. Yeah.
No, I heard Mr. Research on those chick panels the other night. No, you know what? Actually, I think I went at him. I think I went. Yeah, I did. I did try to attack him. I did. Yeah, I did try to attack him. Mr. Research. He be on Platinum's panels and shit like that, right?
Yeah. He's more level headed than BGS. I mean, I'm not a fan of him either because he'd be flip flopping worse than BGS. But you know what I mean. But what them two, if you watch that on the community tab that they showed the stream what Art used to host, I think he had Nicole Ali and AB on there, and they was arguing. You know, two Californians. It's kind of funny. It's kind of hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hilarious. A
You,
Bay Area dude going against an LA dude. That's funny to me. I'm
oh,
sorry.
no, you're from the South too, right?
Yeah, I'm from the South, so you know.
Okay, you already know what it is, man.
Yeah,
No, we get it in.
yeah.
Anyways, man. Now you be with your whole clique was no, you don't got a clique.
Nah, I don't. I mean, usually I talk to DeAndre and you guys and a few other people. Nah, I don't be clicked up like that. Nah, I'll be
You
over
don't
at
be
Kudas. I'll be over at
okay.
Kudas a lot. That's it. But outside of that, not so much. Now, I used to hang with the Brain Trust. I'm cool with Mike and them. Don't get me wrong.
Mike V.
Yeah, Mike V and Nagone and them and Jay Shine. That's it. That's all you're gonna see. So
Jay Shine. You said hey, Jay Shine. I keep hearing that goddamn
you
name,
know
man.
Jay Shine Randoms. You can look up his channel. You know that dude. You know,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he
Don't you
used to be
hang
a
out
part
with
of. He
don't you hang out with like Jerome Whiteside and all those guys too?
No, I don't mess with Jerome. Jerome's their troll. Yeah, I
Nah,
don't mess with him like that. Yeah, I know. I don't mess with him. That's no lights out, the bearded one. He's the shit water and what you call what did Dre told me? He said that boy's done. He's been dumb. I try to tell you that's cool to troll. They're suffering from it. You know, that's why most people say if the manosphere all day. And I get it. You know, when women was going in on it's certain ones that's beefing with other individuals, so interesting lady, and I saw her two streams and I just scratched my head and I'm like, it makes sense now. But shout out to Dre with that look. But he knows what I'm talking about, you know.
Nah, I fuck with you, man. I'll mess with you, man.
Yeah.
Like this whole fucking manosphere politics and shit like that, man. I don't know nothing about that bullshit, man. Y'all niggas crazy out here, man. God damn. Let a nigga
Yeah.
live, man.
Yeah, man.
Triple BACK. I be in the building, man. What's happening, man? um, nah. I felt some type of way, man, the other day. The one cat, man, tried to school me on some Haitian history, man. Shit, I got my fucking notes right now, man. Bring that nigga back.
Well,
He
Bring that
right
nigga
here. He
aren't
back.
right
you?
here.
Bring that
Aren't
nigga
you?
back, nigga.
Aren't,
Bring that
aren't
nigga
you
back.
in? Aren't you in
Hey,
luck?
hey, bring that nigga back, man. What's happening, man? What's going on? Hmm?
You're in luck.
Yeah, I'm in love, man. What's happening, man? What's happening, man?
Well,
What's
you
going
tell me.
on?
You tell me.
You tell me, nigga. Aren't you the nigga that said that the Tainos are fucking from Spain?
Yeah,
Uh, man, are you out your fucking mind?
but you think they're native to Haiti?
They're not Indians.
You think Indians are native to Haiti?
Uh,
Oh,
they're not okay. So
but just because it's called the West
who's
Indies,
native? Who is native to Haiti then?
Haitians are native to Haiti.
Africans.
Uh, um,
Africans.
Haitians are native
Africans.
to Haiti. Are native to Haiti.
Arabs. I mean, well, my family's. I mean, if I look at my background, my family are Arabs. I mean, they're Arabs and black people and all those type of stuff. So, um, school me, man. Go ahead and cook, homeboy.
You do know that the whole shit about like Arawaks and Dainos is all little like recently made up history to corroborate the Columbus
Okay.
story.
So who the fuck were So there wasn't Indians. Who were the indigenous people of Hispaniola then? Africans?
Well, what had recently happened prior to Spain annexing the island of Haiti, right?
So I would be proud to hear that the African people were the indigenous people of Hispaniola.
I mean, were they? I mean, are you willing to? Are you willing to yield that? If I say that Africans were indigenous to Hispaniola, you're willing to also take credit for Hispaniola being a nasty disease-ridden place?
And why were they a nasty, disease-ridden place?
Because Africans don't appear in Hispaniola literally until the late 7th century.
Okay, so who was on Hispaniola before the Africans? Don't laugh. Don't do that.
Well, I mean, they were literally a part of the troubled Greco-Roman Empire when I was first right. All under the Holy Roman Empire.
So Europeans were the indigenous people of Hispaniola.
Who?
European people.
Yeah,
They were.
yeah.
Wow. Okay. People from the Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah. Those people. Yeah.
So
even
there,
even in
so, so there was no other people on that fucking island before those motherfucking Europeans got there.
I mean, how do you think the Europeans got there? I think I know where you're going with this. You
No,
think that
no, I'm asking you. So those, so the European people were the first people on that fucking island.
they're native to Europe? Yeah.
You know what, man? Thank you, Open. Hey, I'm out of here, man. I gotta get the fuck up out of here.
All
I
right,
swear
now.
to God. No, okay. Nah, I mean, you're absolutely a goddamn troll. So you mean to tell me Europeans were the first people on this goddamn island?
On what island? On Haiti, or you
Yes,
said Hispaniola?
Hispaniola, as we
And
know it today.
like, 'cause that's two different regions.
Okay,
Hispaniola is not in the West Indies.
it's not in the West Indies. Okay,
No,
so Haiti in Dominican Republic is not in the West Indies.
look, Hispaniola. is- Hispaniola is on the old maps. Prior to the 15th century. Uh, that refers to Spain and Portugal specifically. That was
Okay,
that was the region known as Hispaniola.
okay. The West Indies, was that European too?
The West Indies actually was named the Indies because of I mean, we say Hispanics, but the Spaniards.
So who are on like the island of Hispaniola? Was it Indians? Or I mean, no, was it just Europeans?
You think you keep saying Hispaniola? That's an entirely different region.
You said that they're not part of the West Indies.
Hispaniola. All right, all right. Let's put it this way. Right, what is Hispaniola named after?
Um, I don't even know. You tell me.
The Spaniards. The Spaniards give it the name, and that's why I go all the way back to the 7th century, right, or the late 7th century,
So
because
that was an
Hispaniola,
island that all the Europeans went to.
the Hispaniola is a satellite of Spain and Portugal, and becomes that in 1492, 1493. That's what you're calling what was called Santo
So
Domingo.
who were the indigenous people
Like I said, the
on that
Haitians were already,
island
the
before they
Haitians were
got
already,
killed off?
you didn't really get killed off. You're already there. You didn't get killed
But
off.
who was the indigenous people there?
Haitians or Haitians were indigenous people there.
So those people are European.
Okay, geography, geography. The region that you know as Hispaniola today is named after the Hispaniola land region that is north of the Mediterranean region known as Spain and Portugal. That is Hispaniola on the old map.
Who were the indigenous people
1490,
of?
14, 1490, look, 1492, Christopher Columbus's ship crash lands on the island of Haiti,
Hmm.
right? He names it that Hispaniola shit. It's not Hispaniola.
Hmm.
It's Haiti. And then it becomes
Hmm.
known as Santo Domingue. Okay. Then
That's
eventually,
Dominican. That's Dominican side.
no, that's after they go into
Santo
uh
Domingue. Okay. Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
that's after they go into their partnership with the French to help liberate themselves from under slave. Yeah.
Hmm. So who were the native people of that land.
The Haitians are the, oh my God,
So
triple
were they
M.
Indian? What phenotype were they?
They look like you and I, bro.
They were
That's why they,
African.
who said they were from Africa?
They're not from
Man,
Africa.
yo, triple black, triple black,
What
triple
happened?
black. Okay, you gotta. Okay, I think okay, when Cerulean told you that the Tainos came from Spain, he's telling you about. Well, he's telling you about the name Taino because it was Columbus who called them the Taino Indians. So he was telling you that the name
So they were
itself,
Iroquois.
yeah, they well
First of all,
they
there was no.
relate
First of all, there's no.
blacks.
First of all, there's no such thing as a goddamn Arawak. You don't even see the name Arawak. You can't find it anywhere. There's only one
Well,
mention of
how
Arawak.
is yo
So
Cerulean? How we
who was the
hold on for a minute,
indigenous people?
hold on for a minute, hold on for a minute.
Hold on, triple.
The term Arawak, how it's labeled today. Yeah, we get it that a lot of times when it comes to these indigenous groups, other people have labeled them, have given them their labels. But I'm speaking, but I guess when we spoke about Arawak, we're talking about what they're called today, or what they're called today as Arawaks.
Where are they?
I
What
guess
you
you could call them niggas. They niggas of
Okay.
the West Indies,
So they were African.
or of African descent, but they have been there for many, many years, completely isolated from Africa.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they weren't actually African. They were at least unknown. It's kind of like saying, would you call the Sentinelese person African?
Who?
Would you call a Sentinelese person, a person from the Sentinelese Island, would you call them an African?
No.
Okay, then that's the reason why you can't call the indigenous people of Haiti African.
Hmm.
They were
You know what?
already self-identified as Haiti prior to Columbus ever stepping foot on the fucking island.
Okay.
And say, oh yeah, you guys are now Indians.
Hey, you know what, man?
Interesting.
That's
Yeah.
very interesting. I'm not even going to front. It's something I learned. But I just knew that the indigenous people were a little bit different than European.
Oh yeah.
You know, see, where you were confused me, you were referring to Hispaniola, and I'm thinking, and I'm already going back to late 7th century when Hispaniola was what you know is Spain and Portugal,
Hmm.
would
That's how
which
they
is
got their name, Hispaniola.
which is
Hmm.
where they get
Spain
the
and
name,
Portugal. Okay.
which is where the name comes from, which is what it's named after when Columbus arrives on the island. He names it after the place he comes from, which was kind of the tradition of conquest.
Huh.
the
Just
island of
like
Hispaniola?
America. Americo
Okay, so,
Vespucci.
or similar to today. You look at the upper northeast quadrant of America; they still call that New England, but it used to
Wow.
be called New Amsterdam, though, New York.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
New
Yeah.
Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
New
That's
Amsterdam
true.
when the Dutch when the Dutch used to own it and they sold it to England and England called it New York, named after what the Duke of York at that time.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Yeah.
yeah. And as a matter of fact, there's still to commemorate. There's still I think there's a street in Manhattan that's called like Amsterdam Avenue,
Yeah.
and it was to
Yeah.
commemorate or to commemorate how New York used to be called New Amsterdam and all that of bullshit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, was that true? Where they what do you call it? What's that one park in New York? Was
Central Park. You talking about Central Park?
yeah? Was it really called Seneca Village?
Yes.
From the Senegal. Like people from the Senegal used to live there.
Well, I don't know if they were from Senegal, but it was called Seneca Village until where it was a predominantly black community until it was taken from them by the city.
Okay.
The city seized that and decided to make a park out of it.
Okay.
I don't know if the people were Senegalese. I never did any research to specifically see if they were Senegalese. I know they were descendants of American slaves. Yeah.
I mean, that's what the FBA king uh, sold Tariq Nasheed or Hidden Colors.
Oh, that's
I
what
don't
he
know if
said.
that's
He said they were from Senegal.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Seneca Village was named after a settlement from people from Senegal,
oh, okay. I mean, hey,
and they
uh,
used to they took it over by like it was an intimate domain or some shit. It was,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, less Central Park used to be all black, and then it got took over by the whites. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
The city seized it. Yeah. Uh huh.
was that wrong?
No, no, you're not wrong. I'm just saying as far as the part where you say it derived from Senegal. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that part I have no idea about. But
Yeah,
everything else you said is spot on.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong about the Senegal part. So I'm just saying I don't know that. So I can't say whether you're wrong or you're right on that.
Um, the island of Haiti, man. Let's go back to that shit. So, the indigenous people are fucking European still.
All right. Like I said, the indigenous people of Haiti are Haitians.
No, no, what he's
Or are they
telling you
from
is that,
Africa?
dude, I just told you, Triple Black, what Cerulean's trying to tell you is that the name that was given to the indigenous people of Haiti was given
Spain and
by
Portugal.
by the
Hispaniola.
Spaniard. No, the Spaniards called them Tainos.
And actually, Taino is what the Spaniards called, their mixed African Spaniard children.
Yeah, they didn't call their mixed African or so-called African mixed children. They didn't call their mixed children that, but they called the indigenous people that.
No, I mean that like those of like mixed race. I don't even say mixed race, mixed ethnicity. Anything could have been a Taino in Spain or Portugal.
Man, I had a stream the other day, man. Like, some motherfucker told me like there is. I mean, besides women, I guess there's nobody that has Taino DNA, which was fucking weird to me.
That's because the shit is made up and shit doesn't like the shit is just a name that is given to people.
The name was given. Yeah, it was given to them by Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus gave him that name because he heard the people when they were speaking to him, they said Taino, Taino, but and Christopher Columbus assumed, well, according to him, that that that's who these people are. They call themselves Taino Indians, but they were just trying to tell Christopher Columbus that hey, we're honest, good people. That I guess in their language, that's what the word Taino means. We're honest people, or we're good people, some shit like that. You know. But Christopher Columbus assumed that what they was telling him is that's the name, that's who we are. That's our name. That's our quote unquote nationality is Taino.
Well, you think they were native blacks though?
Yeah, they was dark skinned. Yeah, that's my family. That's my family. That's my grandmother's side of the family. My grandmother's side of the family is Taino Indian from Haiti. Yeah,
Hmm.
so-called Taino Indians. Let me put that in perspective. So-called Taino Indians from Haiti.
But do you think there were like a lot of people from the Middle East and shit like that
Nah.
from Africa?
Uh, well, so-called black people, so-called black indigenous people.
Yeah, I know. What I'm just saying, the Gulf Stream, like you don't got to do too much on the Gulf Stream. I talk about the Gulf Stream all the time. You got to do too much. It goes right to it goes right to the Caribbean. There's
The go-
not that much navigation that's required.
uh, uh, I know I was reading the book. They came before Columbus. You know, how many of y'all read that book? It's from Ivan Van Sertima. Uh,
Oh, I've read
No, I
pieces
ain't
of
read
it.
that book.
I read
yeah,
pieces of it. Yeah.
I
yeah, and
mean,
it
literally, it said you can take a tennis ball and put that bitch um off a coast. Was it Ivory Coast or some shit like that? It'll end up in the Caribbean somewhere.
yeah, the current.
Hmm.
There's a natural current that flows that will take us to
Hmm.
the Caribbean. But what I was stating is that okay, in the book, okay, Christopher Columbus had an older brother who was also an explorer for the Portuguese government, while Christopher Columbus was working for the Spaniards. So, according to Ivan Van Sertima, who wrote the book, he stated that Christopher Columbus's older brother told Christopher Columbus about the quote unquote New World and stated that the people in the New World were so called black people, were dark skinned so called black people who were up and down the so called New World. Thus, you know, proving that the indigenous people of the quote unquote New World were people that look like us. You know, as a matter of fact, I was watching this one documentary years ago where they showed where they showed they showed a group of people who have that so-called traditional Indian look. On television they have them. When you watch movies like Last of the Mohicans, all that shit, you see those people that they consider to be Indians, right? And then they took these groups of so-called black people who stated that they were native in America, and they took the one group of people who had that quote unquote Indian look, the long stringy hair, and all that bullshit, and they did the DNA test and found out that all of them were mixed with, Cherokee and European blood and all this shit, right? They took the so-called black people, the so-called black group, and did a DNA test on them and found out that those guys were like pure Cherokee. I'm like, damn. And this was a documentary I saw years ago, probably like around 2007, 2008. I wish I could tell you the name of that documentary.
I mean, but let's be real. They have a whole history of was like Moorish stuff, like the Moors and all this type of stuff. I remember a lot of people were like promoting that shit.
All right. Now, they talk about the Moors. Now,
Yeah,
I mean, it
but
depends
didn't
on
they rule? I mean, wasn't there a period of time where they ruled Spain, supposedly ruled Spain?
I mean, it depends on what version of history you want. I mean, if you want the, you know, the more science fiction simple version of history, or the actual history.
He said the more shy simple version of history. Oh
Yeah, he
shit.
said
Well,
fiction. He said fiction.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
you know, more science
Oh,
fiction.
more science fiction.
no, I'm
Fez wearing niggas, man. Fez wearing niggas, man.
Yeah.
Fez wearing niggas. I mean, but I mean, wasn't there a part? I mean, part of that history was supposed to be like ruled by the Moors of
Okay,
Spain.
first of all, you around here wearing a goddamn fez on your head, you're not a Moor.
Right. That's what I said in my self last stream. I try to tell somebody you're not
First
a
of all,
true
that
Moor.
fez
Yeah.
doesn't even come from the Moors, it comes from the Ottomans.
Ottoman Turks. That's why I told
Exactly.
somebody that in the self last stream. I said they come from the Turks. All that shit. If you want to get technical, it came from them from Central Asia, man. Come on, man.
The
Yes,
Ottoman Turk.
exactly. Yes.
Ottoman
And if you
Turks.
really want like get into it, like we talk about the Moors, and it's the first damn Moor is actually a Roman Flavian. So you talk about
Yeah.
you talk about Maurice, the Tiberius Mauritius Flavian.
Yeah. And they had
I don't know, man.
turbans. They had turbans.
Yeah,
Some
they
of them
wore
had
turbans.
crests. They had crests too. You know, they could actually
Yeah.
create damn near the whole culture. If you study Spain and go back before it was Spain's called Iberia. That was their first
If you look
country.
at
Yeah. Yeah.
if you look at like the way uh, ships communicate,
hmm
flags,
hmm
symbolism,
Yeah. The coat of arms. Yeah. It's still there in Europe.
all
Mhm.
all of that is created by, because all of that shit really comes from the the you know the Roman, when we talk about the Moors, they're actually
Right. Right.
the late Romans.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All those coat of arms. Yeah. And it's all over England, Germany. You got plenty in Rome. Before there
Because
was
you got to
them,
remember
there was, yeah.
that's all the First Reich.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
The
so
original.
would you say that the Moors were not inherently African?
Um, well, that's not a microwavable answer. I'll tell you
It,
that.
were they African or were they not African?
Well, Mauritius Flavius was actually banished to North Africa. Tiberius Mauritius Flavius, the first Moor. You know,
Were they African or were they not African?
well, the first Moor was a Roman, European,
Okay.
but his heirs are all what you would call half breeds.
Yeah.
Were they Arabs?
No, they're not.
I guess you'd say
No, they're
somewhat
not. They're
mixing
not
with
Arabs,
like
but they
he's
they.
like he's the reason why there was. As a matter of fact, it's interesting we were talking about the Moors because
Mhm.
Tiberius Mauritius Flavius is the reason why you have the color caste system.
Yeah.
Like you talk about lighter on top and darker on bottom. Like
hmm
the Moors are the reason why you have that system.
Yeah.
Uh
But that I mean,
People don't know that. People
but that
don't know that.
defines logic, though.
No,
I
it
mean,
actually doesn't,
But people
it
forget.
defines logic because I mean, why would you have recessive on top of a dominant?
because Tiberius Mauritius Flavius was a part of the First Reich.
Oh, okay.
yo. Y'all have a good night, man. I gotta get out of here.
All
I
right,
just
Wacky.
can't. Yeah, I can't say what's up to y'all and stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. I mean, recessive. I mean,
I mean, he established what you now know as Mauritania and Morocco and all that.
Mauritania, Morocco, and all that. Yeah, the original Moors, they were, I would say, dark Semitic people. If you want to go further in their history and their ancestry, it goes back to places which you'll say like Israel and things like that. And then they made alliance with other Africans, like Sarun said, and certain Romans. that thing
Yeah,
is, if you really want to get technical, it goes further back than that, and it goes back to the days with the
when he
Celts
actually
and the
starts
Visigoths
expanding,
and all that. Yeah,
when he actually starts
Spanish.
expanding his empire,
Yeah.
like from say Northwest Africa
Mm-hmm.
further to say Northeast Africa,
Mm-hmm.
which now includes like countries like what you now know as Libya and
But
Iraq.
but I
Libya
mean,
and all that.
I
Yeah.
mean, but think about this. Why would recessive be more like people
Because
want to be
when people
more recessive?
because when people go on conquest, they traditionally
It's
uh,
traditional. Yeah.
they traditionally prop up people that look like them or closer to them than people that don't. I mean, that's kind of the rules of conquest.
Oh,
It's kind of
really?
like the Etruscans, right?
Yeah, the Etruscans, yeah, they was I know how they were. The original ones, they were dark, but they did get crossbreed afterwards. And, I already know what happened that story.
Like,
I think I did a stream on them. Yeah, a piece on them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
like
No, it doesn't make
that's
sense
why you
though.
look at
It
like
doesn't
Hannibal
make sense.
Barca. Hannibal Barca is like kind of known as one of the last, the Etruscans, right?
The Etruscans, yeah, into the Roman, yeah, because a lot of
Because
their
the
stuff,
last of the Etruscans fell with the Punic Wars. So
yeah,
you you're looking at conquest where dark is supreme,
yeah,
when it's the
yeah,
Etruscans,
the
and now
Etruscans, yeah,
lighter is supreme when it's
the
they're
Romans,
being conquested by the Romans as
yeah.
they're expanding out, the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, yeah. See, the Etruscans, well, I would say if they're relics, they're still there in Italy, like in their same spots they were conquest. Even they was burned up in those places with the women were burned up and the guys that was
Right,
killed.
you're
Yeah,
still
I
talking
did all that.
about
Yeah,
you're still talking about the Byzantine era of
yeah,
Rome.
the Byzantine, yeah, of Rome, yeah,
They talk about the Moors.
all that, yeah, and the Visigoths, the Celts, or what they would call
No,
Celts.
it doesn't. I mean, if you look at it from a logical perspective, it does make some kind of sense.
Yeah,
It
but if
it, it
you
make
go,
because think about it. If you're living in a village, right, and a whole bunch of people have kids, right, and then one of the kids doesn't have no melanin in their skin, and they stand the fuck out, right?
you talk
Wouldn't a
about
lot of people,
albinos.
yeah, albinos. Wouldn't a lot of people? Wouldn't that be an anomaly?
I don't think it would be an anomaly.
It's like this, right? You're uh, say leader of a nation, right?
Right.
And let me ask you: are you going to uh, say choose someone as your proxy or maybe potential heir? Uh, look like you or similar to you, or dissimilar to you?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would be similar, but let's keep it let's keep it honest though. Um, you've have like like for instance, the Romans or the Greeks and shit like that. That is a mixed race. That's a fucking mixed race. The conqueror got to establish,
Well, the Greeks, well,
what
the
the
Greeks
The
complete.
were
original Greeks were dark skinned, bro. They were black. They
They,
wasn't
they,
white.
they, they, they were black, but whatever they conquered, whatever mixed up the race a
They
little
got
bit.
conquested by I would say the mix of the Rome, because you got a lot of Central Asian conquests. Rome once upon a time, the Etruscans, the
But
same people from
but
Central
it
Asia.
changed the
So
complexity of that whole race
I mean,
that came later. That
because
came later.
you
That
rape
came
and
later.
pillage. Uh,
Yeah, that's what
I
they
mean that
did. They
was
killed the
that was the art
last
of
of the
war. I mean,
Etruscans. Yeah, no, it wasn't
exactly.
just that. It was conquest, crossbreeding. That you're talking about when the Etruscans was killed off and crossbred, and you're talking about when the Celts and the Visigoths were gone. This is when the Central Asians want to reclaim that little area. But prior to that, you had them living there too as well. But people forget, the blacks that came there, what you would say the Visigoths and your Celts and your Gauls or your Gauls, whatever you want to call them, and the Etruscans at the time, they was one little group. But what happened to them was they, like Surin said, they were conquested. After the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire didn't really last that long. During the
But
Renaissance
when you
period.
when you are conquested, don't they rape and pillage your whole race?
Yeah, they did that. That's in every
Exactly.
culture. That's in every culture. It
Yeah.
don't matter. It's in every
They
culture. Every culture
have to
go through
change
that.
the complexity of your race.
Not necessarily. It's just its conquest. That's just the nature of, I would say, man. No matter what color, like you can change the complexion of people. Even the dark skinned people, like different dark cultures. Egyptians did the same thing. Semitic cultures did the same thing. We all had a hand in it. It's just that's just part of the nature of the beast. Even in America, if you want to get technical, even in the fucking Americas, if you want to get technical, like Vietnam, World War II, everybody's complexions change. You got these soldiers do the same shit, and you see the complexion of the people, and then there's no more. That's why Asians don't have a strong military. They don't have the killing instruments like we have now. That's why they tried to copy us. They so far behind in military weaponry. I mean, they got us in tech on an economic scale with the phones, but we got the most tech with the weapons. You know what I'm saying? That's ass backwards.
Man,
You know what I
those
mean?
motherfuckers are trying to live. They're
Yeah,
just
they trying to live. Yeah. And then you got my boy Dre
They're
be
not
saying,
ready.
like
They're
in
not ready.
Japan.
They're
Yeah.
not ready. They're not worried about killing people.
Yeah. And you
Like
got
America.
somebody that we know used to be in these spaces, like he lives in Japan. He'll tell you all about how vicious Japan is. And I'm like, well, damn, on my platform.
I mean, but Japan is America though.
In a way, allied,
It's America.
You can say that. But in a way, it's just like, I don't know where they get China from. But you know what I mean?
China.
But yeah, like Surin said about the I would say about the Moors. I mean, they history was like what 1,000 years. They didn't really last that long, but some of their relics is still around in Germany and Britain and other places, and you can see it in Rome, Poland. That's about it. But outside of that, you can see it on this website. I always showed realhistory.com. I did streams on that, like the dark history. I don't even get into it because most people don't understand that's still around. White folks don't want to talk about that in Europe. No, you have a dark history. That's why Hitler wasn't always fully white, because he has a dark ancestry. Even though his mother's side was Jewish and his other side was dark of the Moor, he knew the culture. He knew the First Reich. He understood it. That's why the swastika came from India. But if you go biblical days, that's a Nergal symbol that goes back to the land of Nod, biblical times, or whatever you want to call it. That's their little symbol.
Really?
That's an old symbol. Yeah, it's an old symbol. People think it's evil. No, it's an old symbol. It's old. It's a crooked cross. That's all it is. Indians stole that from other cultures. That symbol is what you'll say like a villain symbol, but that symbol is not really that bad when people think about
Like,
it.
actually,
Nazi dropped it.
like you talk about like the Christian cross. Because
Yeah,
like all of the symbols.
that goes back to what they will say in the scriptures, like the land of Nod. That's when Cain
It,
had
it
that
is not
symbol.
even.
Yeah,
It is not even. It is not even a deformed cross. It's actually a sword.
yeah, it's
Because
a sword. Yeah,
it's their symbol of conquest.
yeah, conquest. And if you go back, and I don't know what they will see, people try to what did Cain had to say? Well, if you think about a swastika, that's what he had. He was a killer. He had a sword. Looked like a cross, but it's a sword. It's ugly. But Hitler was smart for putting that on his team. But what fucked him up? He did too much. He went extreme with it. But I understand why. He wanted that empire. So he studied a lot of that from Rome. Even though he was a Jesuit, they don't tell you that. So,
So was his mom really a Polish Jew?
yeah. Even though he was Austrian and he used to win against his own Jewish counterparts, and that's where he got that Mein Kampf shit from. He had that little self hatred, even though he was part Moorish too. It goes back to his roots, his
Yeah,
DNA. They traced it. Yeah,
matter of fact, like even the very phrase for the party, the Nazi party, which is your nationalist, socialist, laborist party, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, yeah.
Nazi is actually from Ashkenazi.
Hmm.
The
Yeah,
Jewish
yeah,
guy.
yeah. And their
Would you
history
say
goes back. You know,
would you say like somebody like Trump is like a modern day Hitler?
No,
nah,
no, he's not savvy
No.
enough. He's not savvy enough.
no, no. He may have a German last name, but his people got different nationalities. I ain't gonna get into his roots because his grandfather did the same thing like a noble, and they kicked his friend, his grandfather. I think I found this from Black Mind. They said he tried to hustle people out of the West Coast, and the German nobles kicked him out of the country, and they sent him to New York, and that's when Trump was born.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you actually look at what's like Trump's lineage, I mean,
Yeah,
his people are literally from the old fallen Prussia.
yeah,
That's
that's
all
all it
they are.
is. Yeah, why
Russia?
you think why you think the Russians, like, even though they old fallen Prussian, why you think Putin was okay with him? You know what I mean? And they couldn't stand that. Putin is not your Soviet Union. Most Soviet unions cannot fucking stand Putin. You know what I mean? He's KGB for a reason. What they call him, the Russian Federation. He's part of that. KGB, Russian Federation. Yeah. Why do you think they had crazy and torture Arabs all day? That's what they do. They torture them with blades. A lot of stuff. My dad told me stories. They used to bomb the shit out of their babies, man. Worse than Obama, man. That's why Obama couldn't do nothing against that boy. Him and that guy in North Korea, they torture people. They kill people. They're the only two countries believe in torture. Half of
Really?
Korea, that and Russia. Yeah, to this day, them along with Saudi Arabia. You think it's America, but no, it's them three. You could a list of
Waterboarding and all
countries,
that time?
all that's not war, but that's like we talking about actual torture. We talking about with objects and shit. Other countries don't have what we have. I wouldn't put US on the top of that list. If you want to get technical. But yeah, America knows torture too. They just choose not to, because of media, and all that stuff. Well, we
So
can't
so
show
you
the
so
torture.
you think so you think when it comes to the ground game, like other I guess other countries have stronger forces.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we equal to them, but we still got them. We got the ground, and we also got the I know we got the air part, even though they use drones, in stealth operation. I do know that. Obama tried to lie about we don't use a lot of drones. Yes, we do. You try to get a drone as a civilian, you got to have a license. You got to have a pilot's license. You got to sign off and ask a military guy for clearance for those. I do know that. I saw that in Target. They had like a little what you call that caution thing. You have to show your ID and everything. Make sure you. It's kind of like what they do in Russia. Have your head examined. What do you want a drone for? A predator drone, but a regular drone, yeah, you got to get a license. You got to go to pilot school. You got to go to, I think, an Air Force base. They could teach you, fly and all that stuff.
It's
You know,
cerulean.
yeah.
Yep.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm.
Do you think that American intelligence is enough to defy um, the whole like China and Russia? Because they've been at this for a long ass time. Do you think that we have enough intelligence to kind of conquer them if you wanted to?
I'll tell you this. Uh, what I know of agents, sneaky motherfuckers. I'll tell you that.
Right.
I'll put it like this. I remember when I was still in, right? Last intelligence you had on China, they were working on an aircraft carrier. 2016, don't even know how many possible carriers and submarines they got. Some speculated as many as six, and others speculated as a fucking submarine fleet larger than even Russia's. Some of them being unmanned. So, but
I
then the
mean,
fact,
but
you
isn't it scary though that somebody like Sun Tzu is Chinese or part of the was it Ming I mean, I don't know what dynasty he's from, and he actually wrote a book called The Art of War, which is the basic war tactics. So they're expert at this shit, and they've lasted how many years? I mean, like
know, actually, Sun Tzu gets a lot of credit for shit that was developed by Hammurabi, though. But
the Hammurabi Code.
well, Hammurabi is the original author of what you call the art of war.
An eye for an eye, for a tooth for a tooth.
Yeah, even down to shit, modern day, military code. Hell, UCMJ, uh, the United States uses based on it has a lot of similarities to Hammurabi's code.
But
Yeah.
I mean that's surface level shit.
Well, who do you think Sun Tzu was inspired by?
But it's still surface level though.
I mean, you mentioned Sun Tzu. I mean, Sun Tzu is pretty surface level. We talk about the art of war. And I'm saying that he was inspired by Hammurabi. You know,
How
it's
the
really
hell would he be?
you don't really think great military leaders, right? Uh,
Hmm.
just develop new shit. No, they always go reach back in history. That's why in like the art of war, not only will you find elements of Hammurabi, you also find elements of Khan.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So Genghis Khan was before um
No,
Sun
what I'm
Tzu.
saying is that what you know is Sun Tzu's art of war is just a loose collection of the Sun Tzu being an idea, not really an actual person.
So him or the guy who you, I mean, that sounds like is this like surface level shit?
I mean, it's all really surface level. It's not like we talk about like military and conquest and shit. None of it's really that deep.
Nah, it's not that deep. Yeah, man.
None of it's really that deep. Like all of it's surface level.
Oh
You got
yeah.
you got something we want. We want to take it. we go, now you
Very
can go.
surface level. Yeah.
We can go into a treaty, or we can just destroy you.
Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. Even in I hate to say it, even in
But I'm
stealth.
just saying, but the thing about it is like there's certain concepts, like you know how like they say like they lured America into all these different countries. You know how like the whole thing about it's like you play a sucker to catch a sucker. You don't think some of that shit is going on?
Oh, it's been going on, you know? Like that ain't stop. I
No,
mean,
I
see,
you
mean,
know.
if you
it's like
catch, I mean, you play a sucker to catch a sucker, like so you let American forces in all these different things, and they build infrastructure and all these damn things, right? So all of a sudden you learn their whole tactics and everything. Now you got them landlocked, then you got them trapped. They
but
can't go
then,
nowhere. I mean,
yeah, but
but
then,
there's a whole bunch of pockets. Like there's a whole bunch of pockets like that America is already in, like Afghanistan, Iraq. Um, what do you call it? Kuwait. Um,
Afghanistan's been picked dry pretty much.
uh,
Uh,
hold up. Vietnam. You got all these different. I mean, but I mean, it hasn't even been like 100 years yet. These wars are. I mean, the battles. I mean, what we said, you can win battles, but if a war is a lot longer.
I'll put it this way, man. Like, how long do you think humans have been fighting wars?
Who?
I said, how long do you think humans have been fighting wars?
How long? I mean, how old is the United States?
It's
Well,
200. It's 200 plus years old. Why are you asking that?
How
We're just asking you.
how old is China?
What's the point?
It's a lot older.
well, it depends. I mean,
It depends. They're not the
China
oldest.
doesn't. China doesn't really. See, China doesn't become unified really until Mao. So if you're talking about modern China, Mao China
Yeah.
is actually a lot younger than the United States.
It's a lot younger than mine. So thank you. Because pre China, you talking about that died off. See, Mao China is modern. It ain't the same as what you would say in the coast. Most of those people in mind don't even know about ancient fucking China that had darker Chinese. They don't even know about Genghis Khan and shit like that. They don't even know.
But I
It's like
mean,
Japan.
but you
They're
don't
babies to
believe
the
that
U.S.
the American military got a lot of roots in a lot of Chinese ran countries. That run off the Chinese economy.
You think that?
You
I know
believe
so.
that?
You think?
Vietnam.
If you believe that, that's not true. Don't let them lie to
Actually,
you on the media.
actually,
Uh,
America really only runs on one economy, and that's the war
Japan.
economy. No, America runs on one economy, and that's the war economy.
Listen. All right. I'm gonna drop that. Like I said, I mean, America has their resources synced into a lot of these countries. They have even Germany.
The reason he's saying that is military. Our military is our economy. They don't care about the money, and if I'll put it this way, they don't give a fuck about the banks. A lot of them could be
Uh,
replaced in one day. I'm telling you what it is. America is ran by a military regime. That's why you think you got the military industrial complex. That's richer than anybody. Why you think those
oh,
bankers need soldiers like that and the stealth teams and like that? I think BGS mentioned this one time on his platform. He says the same thing. It's the military. I mean, it's the backbone. You take the military out, you're done. I've yet to see a
That's why,
nation taking this country out. I've yet to see
and
it.
that's why there's not going to be a president ever going forward that is going to reduce the military budget. And the reason
Right,
why is because the military is really the thing that undergirds U.S. economy and the
right.
strength of the dollar.
That's why the dollar exists. It's the military. If you want to hurt America, you got to hurt the military. I don't think no one will, and I don't think no black soldier will. And I hate to say it,
I mean,
if you
but
really want to hurt the military,
no.
but no,
No,
no, no.
no.
Let me finish. Let me finish. If you really want to hurt the military, okay, tell these Negroes in the sphere and these fucking fake revolutionaries to get themselves out the fucking military, go to a country. This country will go sink faster in flames. Me and the general said this over at Kudas once. They ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for that. You know how much pushback I got? They ain't ready for that.
Man, I know you selling a whole bunch of wolf tickets, but you better fucking hope that fucking dollar stands the fuck up. Cause if that dollar's not worth a motherfucking thing, man, you must be out. Hey, you gonna be out of gas. You and the general gonna have to stand the fuck up. Seriously,
Well, let me ask you something. What is the dollar? What do you think the U.S. dollar is backed by?
nothing.
then that's where you would also be wrong.
Where is it backed by?
See, when America left the gold standard, we immediately go into a military-industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the military.
The military. So
Uh,
in other words, the U.S. warfighter becomes the new gold.
that's why they killed Gaddafi. Gaddafi was about to start something that y'all motherfuckers couldn't finish.
No, Gaddafi was fucking up their money in the military industrial
Nah,
complex. He
he,
was on the
he he
he was
wanted to
not
make a fucking gold standard. He wanted to
yeah,
make
he
a gold
was gonna make
standard
a
in
gold
fucking
standard, but he
Africa.
would no, he went against the military. He sided with them,
Exactly.
right? Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying he sided with the military years ago and he set up these gangsters like I hate to say Jeff Fort and them, they was doing some shit with the airliner, right? And prior to he fuck him in that country, all right. This dude sided with this country, right? Play with gangsters, right? He got burnt, and then
Talking
he
about
realized,
Gaddafi?
yeah, I'm talking about him. He got burnt, he got what he deserved, and no one cares about him at the end of the day. I didn't care when he got killed because he knew what was going to happen. When you go against the military industrial complex and the corporation or whoever, the plutocrats, you don't go against the system like that. America is still undefeated when it comes to military and their money, and they don't give a fuck about these bankers. They get replaced. IRS gets replaced. Federal Reserve gets replaced every day. What do you think happened to Herman Cain when he died and he didn't want to take that shot? He said, all right, that's your ass. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about, bruh.
He
They
took
don't
the
care
shot, I
about,
thought.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he didn't take the shot. He died, right? They don't care about these workers like that. They'll replace anybody in these jobs. It's just the military. Like I said, you take the military and you take these black soldiers out and start another country, it's over. That's how you defeat a country like that. Trust me. Like if you study military history, you know how many countries try to take down America. You know, them Japanese said, we can't take down these niggas and these rednecks with them guns like that when we have a Second Amendment. You crazy.
Let me ask you something. How do you think Rome really feels?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just saying.
within.
I mean,
It's
no. I
within.
mean, no. We have an infrastructure within the Western country. Ain't nobody coming in this motherfucker
See,
that's
It's
gonna
gonna be
run us.
within. It's within. Yeah.
Hell, fuck no. I
what we're
mean,
saying is
fuck
that
no.
America,
If any fucking military came, they would get their ass waxed. I mean, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get their
But
ass
you know,
waxed if
Rome
they
fell
came
within,
on this
right?
land.
You know, it's like it starts with the economy, right? But that's just a small symptom. But we talking about the military aspect. You know, that's the big piece. You know.
when Rome fell,
Mm-hmm.
Rome fell really by a few prongs. The
Mm-hmm.
economy was base level
Yeah.
But
because soldiers marched in the bellies, and that's why America, in the establishment of New Rome, which is basically where we are now, the new
Yeah.
empire, right?
Yeah.
didn't Rome fell behind some broad?
No, Rome fell because the Praetorian Guard overturned the Senate. Okay,
Or no, it
Mm-hmm.
was the Greeks. No, the Greeks were fruity, right?
no, the Praetorian Guard overturned the Senate. Okay,
Yeah. The Senate. Yeah. There you go. I was about to say that because people always trying to say it's the one. Nah, that's a symptom. It's more than that. It's a little politics behind that, and that's what happens if America goes that way. It's the same thing in history because sometimes the men determine where it's gonna go for, especially in the military. And you saw how Rome fell, but it spread its wings, man. It went from what they
But
call it,
these
Germany.
stupid ass broads, those stupid ass broads are really, really, really trying to fucking take this motherfucking shit down. So
They ain't got the power to take it down. They don't want to join no military. They want patriarchy. I know that.
actually, they do,
you mean a matriarchy?
but actually, but they actually do, and the way that they do that is by just not having children, because the children become soldiers, which
Yeah.
end up being the gold that props up the dollar.
Right.
And so if you're not having any children, which is why you're seeing all of this, worry behind the negative birth rate today,
Yeah.
because America not only wants the numbers, they want future soldiers.
Yeah, they want future soldiers.
But do you guys agree? Like, if we let these fucking broads, like, run this fucking shit, this shit's gonna go in this fucking tank.
See, here's the problem, right? You guys keep thinking this is a problem.
No, I'm just asking. I asked you a question straight up and down. If we let these bitches not these broads, but these women, like, run fucking shit, you don't think this shit they're gonna run this bitch right into the ground?
Like, where we begin?
I personally believe if you I believe that if you let these women run the shit, they're gonna run that shit right into the fucking ground.
Let me ask you something, right? How long has England had a queen?
They've had a queen forever, but she has no fucking power.
Well, let me ask you. When the Allied forces were fighting the Cold War against the Soviet states, who was leading Britain?
Queen Elizabeth, but she ain't got no goddamn power though.
Who led Britain out of the Cold War?
The Cold War, it's fucking she's a female figurehead, man. She's what policy has she ever implemented?
No, I'm saying who led Britain out of the Cold War?
Queen Elizabeth, but what fucking?
No, she didn't.
Who did it? Was it was that one?
Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher, whatever, the prime minister, whatever. Anyways, what policy did she really fucking implement? Margaret Thatcher.
I mean, she's the reason why Britain has such a large.
She's a fucking figurehead. She's a goddamn figurehead.
You really think that?
Yeah, she's a fucking figurehead.
I mean, if you'd have said
Margaret Thatcher, she's a fucking figurehead. Okay, name one fucking policy that she fucking implemented, bro. Let's go.
Hey, I want you to do a little search. Type in how many people Margaret Thatcher has assassinated.
How many people has Obama had assassinated? He's had the most in fucking history. Like, the whole Obama administration has more. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not more than Thatcher.
No, hell no. The most ruthless administration was goddamn Obama and fucking was it Hillary Clinton, whatever. What the hell are you talking about? Hillary and fucking Obama has done more motherfuckers than anybody.
Well, fucking one of Hillary Clinton's eyes is Margaret Thatcher, brother.
So what?
There's a reason for that.
All right, man.
There's a reason why she was called the Iron Lady, brother.
Yeah, she's. They're broads. They're fucking ruthless as fuck. They're ruthless. They're women. They don't give a fuck about anything. Oh my god. But anyways, man. Margaret Thatcher is more ruthless than Hillary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because she's actually the power behind leading Britain out of the Cold War, which is how she secures her spot as prime minister. If you really want to get that.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher, she's probably one of their prime minister's best. I mean, she's mentioned a lot. You know, if you study philosophy, she was in there too. They throw her name in there when you talk about actual, I ain't gonna say liberalism and conservatism, but she's ruthless in the military part. Yeah, Britain always got their hands in everything.
But
Especially
who's
from
killed
Arab
more
countries.
people? Who's killed more people than than Hillary and Obama
I'll tell
throughout
you
world
this:
history?
Thatcher has killed more than both of them put together.
Bullshit.
Exactly. That's it. Yes,
That's
she
bullshit.
has.
That's
Ain't
bullshit.
bullshit. That ain't
That's
bullshit.
that's
She's
complete
killed. She's
bullshit.
killed. She had a hand in Princess
That's
Diana's
complete
death.
bullshit.
Nah, ain't bullshit, bro.
I mean, maybe like individual killings, but I know that when it comes to bombing and all this type of shit, like Obama and them have Obama more people than anybody in history.
But she did way more bombing before the new bombs. I'm talking about them old bombs. She used white phosphorus. She did a lot, bro. Like even with the Princess Diana, she had a hand in that. She murdered way more. And see, you have to understand, Britain has never lost. You forget they were the old empire prior before America, and it was so easy to destroy them revolutionary because they were so weak. They didn't have the other guns we had. See, we was collecting shit. One thing they hate about us, their economy ain't as great either. It's shit. Their military is not as great as ours, even though she's smart with the stealth game. Like most of these militaries in other countries, they play the stealth games well. They don't have what we have. I mean, we have there are people coming over here trying to get recruited. You know what I mean? That's how sad it is, you know, and that's why they respect the what you call the Marines, the Navy, and all that. I see a bunch of them in the Army, fatigued up, you know, and I asked them where they from. I said, why you ain't serving the Queen? He said, I want to serve this great country. I think War Master said something like that on the panel. I said, yeah, it's true. And we just talked about the Marines earlier, and someone mentioned they were homeless. I said, yeah, they trained for a nuclear holocaust. That's why I don't worry about this country falling like that. It's going to take a lot because you got to take us out. You got to take the niggas out. Like I try to tell people, it's hard to take us out because if we walked away, I'm talking about as a people, if we walked away and say F the military, then you have your revolution and it has to be televised. You have to see it. But that ain't going to happen. You know why? Too much money.
No,
Too much money. It's like
no. I
corporation.
mean,
It's too
no,
much
no,
money. It's like you can't just leave
no.
something.
I think no. We have too much of collective of different people, from roots around the world.
That ain't true. Those people ain't shit compared to us. I'm talking about us as a collective. They know if we leave that military, those countries say, damn, you let them go, that economy will drop. Like I'm telling you.
Like Margaret Thatcher was literally the first female, what you would call economic hitman,
Right.
woman rather.
Yeah.
Like before she even becomes prime minister. So,
Yeah.
like
I
she served
might
in the
look
fucking
that up.
what they call where they have it, like they call it the deep state here, shadow cabinet.
Yeah.
You know,
I
they do
can't
all the
believe you
things.
guys are trying to say that they are more ruthless than Hillary and fucking Obama. Oh my god.
I know, man.
Obama and Hillary?
Wow.
Oh boy.
How many killings?
Yeah. Look it up.
Are great.
Bombings.
I don't say Mario. I don't say killings. Period. I ain't gonna say bombs.
Hillary and fucking Obama.
Yeah, I mean, she's
It's prime minister.
Secretary, Prime Minister.
Let's see this.
Tony Blair was a pussy compared to her, right?
I got it right here. Hold on.
yeah, should probably made Tony Blair suck her dick. Yeah.
I got it right here. I'm gonna put this in the chat if y'all give me 1 second.
Margaret Thatcher.
I mean, just look at that number, 349 times. Yeah, but Obama killed a lot of people, right?
He's killed the most people.
in America, but when you're talking about as a whole, that's a whole nother, you know. Okay, General.
You don't get to be the
How
iron
many years
lady.
was Thatcher the
Man,
prime minister?
she's the longest. She was the longest ruling prime minister in the
How
UK,
long? How many years?
like 25 years, man.
25
Oh, okay.
years. You can be prime minister for that long in every country. Why you think our country don't have a prime minister? You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's
So
a difference.
25 years.
Like damn, maybe, 25 or maybe 15, 25, something like that.
Nah, no. Thatcher was a prime minister for a long ass time.
Nigga, she was a prime minister since before I was born.
Yeah, I know.
And we were
Hillary
still
was
living by
the Secretary of State for like 4 years. Obama for 8 years. How many more people she
She
killed?
just died in 2013. I didn't know she's dead, but damn. She's whew,
How
yeah,
many people she killed? I mean, how many more people she killed?
old stubborn bitch.
old stuff, bitch. Yeah. Monarch Elizabeth II.
We
Yeah,
talk about conservatism. This bitch was a real
yeah,
one.
she's a real conservative. Yeah, she's vicious. You
Was
talking
she
about
the
Molly Cox.
royal bloodline?
No. Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1979 to 1990. Hell yeah.
Was she
I think she has
royal
I think
bloodline
she
though?
I think
Because I
it
know
was before that.
The Bushes were royal bloodline. Even Obama.
is a nation. Yeah, I forgot she died 2013. Yeah, 2013. Final years.
Was she
Yeah.
royal bloodline though?
I don't
No,
think she
no,
was.
no,
Was
I
she
don't
Windsor?
think I don't think so. Depends. But it's Elizabeth II, blah blah. I don't know because I don't know how they do theirs. I don't get
The
into they.
Windsors? Nah, it was Windsor. I think that's the King bloodline.
Ain't no Windsor. Don't say that here. Because I can trace it back to Elizabeth II. That's her bloodline.
Her bloodline is that's Windsor.
Thatcherism. Okay. She has a philosophy. I didn't know that. And there's another Thatcher named Margaret. I don't know if she's any relations to that one. That's surprisingly. I don't know if that's one. But I remember this one. And I think there's another one. If I'm not mistaken. I think there's another one in England because somebody had the same name too. Because I know this one. Yeah, before me and Cerulean was even born. But there is another one. I don't know if they call it the second. I don't know if she's related to the original. You know how that is. But yeah, she was ruthless. Yes, that woman was. Woo.
No, I think I'm gonna look at. I believe I'm gonna look at. I'm looking at the British royal family bloodline. I believe she's a Windsor. I think she is part of the Windsor family. Hold on. Hold on. Mm-mm.
Yeah, she economic hit woman before she became prime minister. Man.
Hold on.
Yeah, she's vicious.
Been
Margaret
economically
Thatcher.
stabilizing government since the 60s, my nigga.
Yeah.
Why do you think they didn't want fucking Hillary to fucking be in the goddamn White House? And it was the second coming of her.
Elizabeth the second monarch. Okay. But this will say a bloodline. He's trying
Yeah,
to say
Thatcher
Windsor.
is in the Windsor bloodline.
No, she may not be. She may not be a Windsor, but
No,
I
she's
mean,
not a Windsor. No, she was born in Ireland. She was born in Ireland. Yeah, she's not a Windsor. No, she's Irish. She's a British Irish. That's why she's vicious and she's conservative. No, that's that Irish in her. That's why she's so fair.
Oh,
yeah. She's the prime minister of UK because remember, people forget Ireland was
Northern
part
Ireland.
of Northern Ireland. Yes, Northern Ireland because well, actually, the one once upon a time before the Isles split. You know how they do. But they stole it from the original Celts. That's where they come from, and they try to say they are, but which it's not true because you got still the Moorish relics over there. They ain't gonna tell you that. The Irish ain't gonna tell you that. No one respects the Irish deep down. Even though I don't know how she got in the UK being ruthless, but she was a part of leader of the Conservative Party from 1975 to 1990. So I was born in the late 80s. Yes, that was before I was even born. Damn. Longest serving British prime minister of the 20th century. She was the first woman to hold office. A Soviet
Holy
journalist,
Mother of Russia,
Iron Lady.
the Great.
Her nickname, the Iron Lady. The nickname became associated with her uncompromising politics and leadership style. Yeah, that's true.
Prime Minister, it was the Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke said he personally knew that the Queen described Thatcher as dangerous. Damn.
Yeah, she's vicious, bro.
Fat savagery.
I mean, Pete, man, look, she died. She died in what 2013.
On April 8th, she died in the Aries season, 2013. I didn't know that. I forgot. And there's another Thatcher.
I suspect they assassinated the bitch.
They had to. They had to. She was born. She was born. I think the Libra month. So she is a Libra. Damn. Cardinal sign. God damn. And she died on a cardinal sign too, season. Shit.
Damn.
Woo!
I'm a Libra.
Something else, man. Yeah, them cardinal signs can be woo, remind me of Dre a little bit. Officer Petty. Yeah, man. Yeah, she probably smothered it.
I gotta
She
watch
probably
this series of the Holy Mother of Russia on Hulu.
Man, she probably smothered dudes and tortured, man. I see why she had the Conservative Party, but I mean, I'm not hating. I mean, goddamn.
Hillary Clinton. A little bit
she
different.
She probably adopted some of Thatcher's tactics. You study Thatcher shit, yeah. They used to praise that bitch from politicians. Yeah, she was no joke, but I'm curious. There's another one that's alive that have a last name too. I don't know if they're related. I don't know if they're related. I haven't
Margaret
found
Thatcher.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Thatcher family.
Man, that bitch went on national TV, my nigga. And I remember this still famous. That bitch met with Mikhail Gorbachev.
Oh yeah. It
Who?
mentions that in this
and,
encyclopedia. Yeah.
and muscled that nigga.
Who?
And muscled that nigga and told him there is no more Cold War.
You talking about Reagan?
No,
No,
Thatcher.
Thatcher. She met with Gorbachev. Yeah, that's
And
true. That, yeah.
she said that shit on national TV. The motherfucker, somebody asked that bitch about the Cold War between uh, the UK allies and Russia. That bitch said, "What Cold War? There is no Cold War anymore." Isn't that right, Mikhail?
Gorbachev. Take down that. What did Reagan say? Take down that wall or some shit.
Yeah.
So that shit. I mean, the fucking wall between Berlin, East and West Berlin. That was like what he was talking about.
Yeah. They was trying to build Prussia again. The Russians, like those
I mean, the
uh
wall was put there to keep Russia from
merging.
forming.
Yeah.
I remember that shit when I was a kid, man. Watching that shit on TV when the motherfuckers was jumping over that goddamn wall. That shit was crazy.
They tried them not to form Prussia. That's why you have the Yugoslavia country. Now it's split to what you call Kosovo and
I heard
others.
like East Europe looks still disgusting.
It is. It used to be the whole region used to be
The whole
Yugoslavia at one time.
it's like a it looked like a like the dirtiest project, which is extinct.
It's next to Russia. All those countries, they used to be territories because one time they used to be called Yugoslavia. Those Slavic people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once
But
upon a
no, I
time, I
heard
do
that.
remember that. I remember that in the '90s. I remember that.
What movie did I see where they said like Eastern Europe, like there's like a portion where like the Berlin Wall used to be at. That shit looks like fucking it looks like Harlem like on steroids.
I know what movie you're talking about. I think Martin Lawrence. Well, nah, that ain't it. No, it ain't. I know what movie you're talking about.
Is
That
that
ain't it.
true though? It looked like fucking like East New York on steroids.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's true. I've
And
seen pictures that they have nicer.
Eastern Europe,
It looked
Eastern,
like Eastern Europe looked like fucking
Eastern Europe is a collection of shithole countries.
Yeah,
like
I'll say Sylvania and those places.
it's like where like gypsies live at and shit like that. It's look like a terrible
Well, you
shithole.
got you got gypsies in England, in shithole England. You know, they ain't just live in Eastern Europe. They migrated. It ain't like that now. You got a lot of Arabs live in those places now. Them Slavic countries, the Muslims. You
I
know,
heard
Putin be
like
killing them
East
left and right with bombs and shit.
said Pookie.
No, Putin just killing them bombs and left and right. Those
I think you
phosphorus
said
in there. No, I didn't say
Pookie or
that.
Putin.
I said Putin.
Pookie.
Putin.
Pookie.
But Putin, I would say like this: his people be killing them left and right with them stealth tactics. So that you know they ain't forming. It's only a handful that wants to co-sign with that Prussian shit.
Yeah. Anyways, man. Hey man, y'all motherfuckers on wore me out on the intellectual shit. I gotta do my research, and I'm gonna be back for y'all motherfuckers. Uh, next time you guys on here, um, when I'm a little bit more sober, so I can really cook y'all niggas, man, on some intellectual shit. I'll probably never be able to do it,
You
but I'm
certainly
gonna try it.
welcome to
I'm
come.
gonna, I'm gonna, I definitely gonna get y'all motherfucking ass one day.
Yeah, one day, but not
One
today.
day I got you. Hey man, hey, thank you so much, man, for having me on this platform,
Not
man.
a
Just
problem.
chopping it up, man. I learned a lot. So I'll let your boy, man. Y'all be easy, bro.
All
All
right.
right. All right.
Yeah.
Peace. Yeah, but he won't do that in front of Dre. Talked about Jock Mel. He got quiet. I saw that stream. What Dre talking about? Yeah, I was on that panel. He got quiet. Dre been to Haiti. Dre was here. He wouldn't act like that. Nope. Nope. No. Next time, you ain't gonna say that when Dre pull up. I'm sorry, man. Yeah.
Ooh,
Speaking of the Queen, I mean, she could be like 90 years old or something. I remember that Queen since I was a kid.
and
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't even think that's the queen, nigga. I think that's a fucking body double. They just keep propping
Yeah. Yeah.
a new
Yeah.
70-year-old bitch up.
Yeah. Just look like a creature at this point. I don't know what that damn thing is. I mean, England to me is finished. I don't even take that country seriously, even though that's all right. Like, yeah, but y'all finished. You got Boris Johnson, a Trump lookalike, a wannabe. I mean, he has inspired Trump to do the Brexit thing. I was like, oh Lord. I remember when he got that shit too. He was a journalist and got prime minister, and they pissed off at him. Well, he's more liberal than you think. He ain't conservative to me.
Well, I mean, if you want to convince a bunch of people to say move in what is in the better interest of the monarch,
Yeah,
you get a journalist to do,
yeah,
spin doctor.
yeah. I'm surprised the EU didn't last that long. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people think it's dead. I mean, some parts of it still exist. I mean, it's just, but Britain said F the EU. I'll never forget when they left. That was like a few years back. We was tripping about that. But people forget. They didn't think Boris Johnson was supposed to win. I knew he was gonna win. He had them followers. I said, he's a journalist and then became prime minister. I'm scratching my head on that one. I said, how you let a journalist beat you? That's that Trump effect.
Yeah,
That's that Trump effect, man.
but yeah, I have to jump off here. It's getting late for me.
All right.
It's late, but it's
Yeah.
been a pleasure as always.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he wants to get into the actual history of Haiti and not that more science fiction temple shit,
Oh yeah. That's a whole nother topic. I done covered
like, see,
streams on that. Yeah.
like he's talking to me, and because I think I've talked about this before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where our friend was inspired by fights. I talk about there 6 specific, like, integral things.
Oh, the UCC.
No, like these 6 things, 6 periods of revolution that were important to shaping like modern America,
Oh, okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking about domestically, then we're talking about, you know, obviously Civil War, right? War of 1812, Civil War, um, et cetera, et cetera. World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, right? When we're talking about as a country, like there's 6 periods, there's 6 revolutions. And the Civil War is actually one of that actually are more responsible for shaping why America and its military, or why the military is established the way that it is. Yeah. Matter of fact, dig into my notes real quick.
Let me take Thatch off my damn tab list. All right, done seen enough. Yeah, she's ruthless, boy. Woo. Shit. Yeah, man. You don't talk about conservative woman. Yeah, she's one of them. It's so many. I don't know what Merkel is. They said she's a technocrat. Yeah, but what type of technocrat? She liberal or conservative with it? That country is kind of up and down to me. I wouldn't trust Germany with the with my money over there. I feel sorry for Jay Sean for living over there. You know, I know he likes Germany, but still, I wouldn't waste my breath on Germany. Dre got it made with Japan. You know, that's more safer. But Germany, no. No, no, sir. No, sir.
Yeah.
Y'all can have that. Then he told me about Italy. I said, you know what, that might be nice, but I'm not messing with Rome. There's other parts of Italy is nice too, but you know, all them countries is decent, but I wouldn't stay in Europe. Mike V said the water's bad. Of course it's bad. We done took it all from them. That's why they coming over here. You know, how many times I forget how much we charge them water over here.
Yeah, the American Revolution, French Revolution, Haitian Revolution, the Civil War, and then the Bolshevik Revolution.
Oh yeah, that too.
The Bolshevik Revolution is, you know, that is what literally ends Prussia, establishes Soviet Union, you know, shoots a crumble Soviet states, beginning of the Cold War at the end of World War I.
Yep.
Right? And then the Chinese Communist Revolution, which is the, you know, Mao's China, basically.
Yeah.
which is why you're seeing today who are our primary competitors in the world, Russia and China, so why didn't last too.
Yeah.
But during the Civil War, Russia was actually an ally in America.
That's fact. Old Russia, yeah. People forget about that. Yeah, they are competitors now. Yeah.
Russia was a temporarily they were ally of America, in which America helps America and its allies, you know, and along with Russia because they were getting something out of the deal too, right?
Oh yeah.
And then that goes along with they needed their economies to be propped back up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because China had all, you know, America wanted to, you know, because of laissez-faire and all of that shit.
Oh yeah. Capitalism.
Cheap Chinese labor. That was kind of the deal that was made if America and its allies, or really anybody, the one that would help China push the Imperial Japanese out. That's why, depending on who you listen to, you'll hear some people say that, "Oh yeah, well we kind of won that," and then you listen to other avenues of recent history, you'll hear people say that Russia was really the motherfuckers who were the winners of World War II, considering they were the bigger beneficiaries.
Yeah. That's what changed the tide of wars, man. Yeah.
But yeah, like the history of mankind has been warfare.
Yeah,
Like shit just don't change just because the names of land masses and shit change.
yeah. Oh yeah, everything changed, in war. I mean, the land is still the same. You just got different oppositions. Well, yeah, China and Russia's our competitors. Yeah, but I wouldn't say rivals. You know what I mean? We always make deals with Russians. They used to be our allies. I don't know why these people in space say China's gonna take over. China's not that smart. They're smart in economics, but they've never been an intimidating factor. I just laugh at it. And the British people, like they said, yeah, they're the nicest people in the world. They have all them guns, but they ain't gonna use them. Kind of like the Indians. That's basically what I view them as, because them and the
But
Indians with
it's
all them
funny,
nukes, it's laughable at this point.
right? It's funny. You hear all these folks, the so-called conservative or whoever talk about socialism and all that, how bad it is. Like
Uh
if you
huh.
really look at humans, right? Let's take three dynastic humans.
Mm-hmm.
Socialism would be the original, say, economic pattern of humans.
Yeah.
When you think about hunting and gathering, division of labor, right? The individual works for the benefit of the whole tribe, right? Like that's socialism. That's a natural human thing. And for some odd reason, you got like dipshits who, you know, would read, say, The Wealth of Nations and not understand that you're talking about Adam Smith, who was a liberal economic philosopher.
Yeah, I mentioned him in a stream. Was it the other night? And on liberalism, I mentioned him, and I'm glad I added that piece. And he was one of them, philosophers and all them. Adam Smith, which call it Kant. There's just so many. They all were
And
inspired.
they think that socialism is anti-capitalist.
Right.
Yeah, and but see, you can't be. It's impossible for you to be a conservative and tell me that you uh, are an adherent to Adam Smith's economic philosophy on capitalism, and
Right.
then tell me that you're against socialism.
Yeah, it's oxymoron. Yeah, there you go.
Like that alone, like lets you know, like, you ain't. You just say you're a neoliberal.
Yeah, he's just a neoliberal, and they don't even realize it. Most of these dudes claiming they're conservative, they really don't understand. They're really neoliberal. I
Yeah,
mean, Trump, I would consider him that too in a way. But even though he's liberal, then he went neoliberal, tried to join those conservative. Most of your Republicans are neoliberal, and you got your liberals, you got your moderates on the right, really, and then they want to use the term neoconservatism. Well, neoconservatism to me is oxymoron. Like nobody can be neoconservative in politics. I've yet to see them do anything, to be honest with you.
when you talk about revolution, like a revolution is the most capitalistic thing you can do,
Yeah.
right? But you're against pro-blacks.
Pro blacks don't get it. That is capitalistic. That's what a revolution is. I don't think people understand. Yeah.
Like criminality, like to be a criminal is a capitalistic endeavor.
Yeah, that's a capitalist. So you're thinking like a criminal. That's what people don't understand. Like capitalists, and I thought about that. I said they think like capitalists. You can't have criminality in America, or you got the justice system. But
Because if you
everybody thinks
really,
we're
because if
capital.
you really believe in free market, then why you got so-called Negro conservatives running around here about black drugs to the old people? They were like, which people are you talking about? Are you talking about black people or are you talking about Americans?
Americans, are you talking about American criminals or American citizens that want to be what you call it, law abiding? Y'all sound like
That's
y'all not
even
a law
funny, right?
abiding citizen. Yeah, it's
Because
funny.
because you sit there and you hear them saying stupid shit like we
Yeah.
want small government. Yeah, so do criminals.
So do criminals.
Like, criminals want small government too.
And you know what happens to criminals? They have their own government, they become terrorists. Not only a terrorist nation, they become shit, what they call them. Once you have them in the revolution, they call them I can't say guerrillas, but I would say like a insurgents. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they have their own little empire. I mean, I would say in history, the Buccaneers did, the pirates. You saw what happened. They hung them on the square. They tried that shit on them islands. That didn't work. So, the French and the British came in there and smashed all that. I ain't gonna talk about that. You want to talk about history. You can't live like no pirate. You can't live like no gangster. A gangster wants a society and empire, but where is he gonna get his branches? Like we talked about the military, like the Marines, all the way through. I'll say Air Force and the Coast Guard. He ain't got none of that unless he's trying to absorb, those branches, and then you got to rename the country. You know what I mean? Like they do in Revolution, like Malcolm said. But it is capitalistic. It
I mean,
is.
think about it, right? Like Adam Smith was an adherent to laissez-faire,
Yeah.
studying economics in France,
Mm-hmm.
which is where he gets the idea, which is one of the inspirations for his book Wealth of Nations, which is really Rousseau inspired. Like when you think about it, like laissez-faire is literally a doctrine that opposes governmental interference in economic affairs.
Right.
Oh, but you don't believe in it when it's with that drug dealer on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So either you believe in it or you don't, but you really don't believe in it. And see, the way my logic works is if you don't believe in it for that corner boy, then you shouldn't believe in it for Big Pharma either. Because isn't Big Pharma selling drugs to its own people?
Mm-hmm.
It's an American company making drugs in America, selling drugs to America. But you never accuse them of selling drugs to their own people. And this is the stupidity of it all. So now you don't believe in small government. But the thing that you the thing that you need to enforce law is big government. But why isn't that on your so-called but your big government is actually a conservative idea.
Yeah.
Small government is the liberal idea, which is why laissez-faire is a thing.
That is a liberal idea. That's small government. See, big government, that's conservative. People don't realize, and that's how I broke down the Democrats as historically. If you talk about democracy, that is conservative.
You think
Most
about
people,
it, every
yeah.
single one. Think about it, every single real conservative that has ever sat in the presidency's seat, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did what? Expanded military budget
Yeah.
and ran on what? Law and order.
Law and order.
That
That's
means
see,
that
see, see. People don't realize what democracy means. Yeah, it's for the people, but it's for the law of the land. Like if you actually read the actual laws, they tell you that democracy. Well, if America's democracy, you talking about land of law. True. Yeah, the military. Yeah, you talking about the whole. People think it's a civilian. No, it's the military. They don't teach you that in school. They fool us, think it's all people, but them young Turks are so dumb. They don't realize no, that's conservative. Majority of Democrats are conservative. It took me a while to realize that when I got older, and I said, "Damn!" And when you actually read the stuff, you like, and then you look at the military budget. See, I didn't get into that part. See, that's what people don't understand. That military industrial complex that is conservative. Yeah,
Yeah, military industrial complex is a conservative idea. But
yeah.
you think about it. You got that from British Toryism,
Yeah.
expansion of military to put as many flags on as many land masses as possible. That think about it. Roman politics. That's all conservative politics.
Yeah. That's all it is.
To have the largest army in the world.
In the world. And the Roman Empire did something similar to that. They had the same a lot of people don't know they had the red, white, and blue colors. A lot of people say they didn't. Yes, they did. They had the eagle. I forget the old Roman flag before it had different colors. Damn, the church is really one and the same. And when it became the church, it's still an empire. They support a lot of American policies. Why you see a lot of cathedrals and synagogues? It's really one of the same people. I tell Dre all the time, it's the same people that conquest every damn thing. That's why Britain is the way it is. That's like the little baby Rome, and then you got the daughter, America. They said she is beautiful in the battle of the ships, like they say in the Navy. Yeah, you better not go against that. And then the president co-signed the Marines, like you said. We talked about that's a form of what we say in this topic, the practical part of society. We already accomplished the dereliction we experienced. We already seen number 4 today. Well, then we talk about the practical stuff with the solution of politics, and then people have this herd like mentality. We talked about that once again with the ideologies.
I mean, you
Then the
think about
image,
this.
yeah,
That's why I mentioned the Chinese, the Chinese Communist Revolution,
yeah,
which actually stems from inequalities in society, right? Imperialist aggression. The owners of the means of production and distribution and land charge these high rates of usury, rents, etc., interest, and taxes. Which concentrated the wealth into the hands of a minority of landlords, which were of non-Chinese or foreign collaborators who owned as much as 2/3 of China's agricultural land, which is what created the powder keg, that was forming out of the exerted pressure by, Western Allied power and the Imperial Japanese. Because when you think about China's, say, century of humiliation, it literally starts with what? Drugs. It starts with the Opium Wars.
yeah. Drugs. That's right.
The Boxer Rebellion. That is what leads to that whole rise in nationalism. And nationalism is a what? Is it
Liberal
There-
idea.
there-
Yeah.
There we go. So China is actually more
Liberal than you think. Yeah. People don't know, man. Like when I studied nationalism, that is very liberal. If I think about it, like those white supremacists, I tell people, nah, that's very liberal idea, or black nationalists.
But see, Mao Zedong, and the reason why they confuse it with conservatism, because Mao Zedong, it was socially conservative,
Yeah.
but economically it was
Liberal.
Oh, that's right. It would have fit right in the Confederate South.
Yeah.
War.
That's what people don't understand. Like I hate to say it, like if blacks were Republican, I told this woman, the majority of them are liberal.
And that's
Now,
why
if
they
you're
call it what? The People's Republic of China.
public,
Liberal.
liberal idea that is not conservative, and they do practice liberal policies. I mean, it's different, but yeah. That's what people don't understand. See, anytime you hear the term republic, it is liberal because a lot of people they get so caught up in the misconflating of ideologies, just like the utilitarianism with why I told you just now, it is hedonistic. It is oxymoron to liberalism because number one, why do you allow certain weaknesses you're okay with? You pick and choose what you want to do, and then you have different variations of it. it's the same thing as egalitarianism. I was like, oh shit. And here we go. Consequentialism again. Then you want to play liberal politics around it and you use it in every philosophy in the world. How can the military can be liberal and then we have conservative policies? Now that don't make sense. I mean, now the military is conservative, yes, in all aspects. I think Jay Sean said it on my panel, which is correct. I mean, do you have some economic aspects of the military money is liberal? Yes, it's a little utilitarian, but it's not all the way. They practice one thing. I will say utilitarian. They have the right and the act or something like that, but that's it. But outside of that, you know, when they go to war, no, they conservative. No, they they expand the
And
budget
that's why
every time. Yeah,
they say socially conservative, which means military industrial complex.
complex. Yeah,
Now you look at China, mandatory military service, that's conservative. That's larger government. They're like,
right,
oh,
right.
what socially conservative, but economically liberal.
Yeah. They deal with economics now. That's why they try to not to expand on the military. They say, why don't you have the military? Well, the People's Republic is liberal. They're not conservative. If you think about conservative, you think about the military of America. But the civilians in other states, yeah, you have liberal cities and republics all day, what you want. But people don't understand Obama's more conservative than people think. And it took me to realize the policies he was playing in militarily. I said, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
He tried to pretend he'd be liberal. I said, yes, socially. But they're really conservative when it comes to law enforcement, military agencies, the stealth tactics. I see it all the time. And then Biden does the same damn thing. You know.
And see,
And I'm not even mad though. Yeah.
Why did you look at Ronald Reagan?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Margaret Thatcher could go up to Gorbachev and muscle that nigga on national TV and to say there will be no more hostilities between, of Gorbachev against the UK? But Ronald Reagan got to beg and plead with Gorbachev to knock down the wall.
Right.
Like, but that's right.
That's right.
Ronald Reagan reduced the military budget.
He did.
Which would mean that Ronald Reagan really just duped all these niggas he got believing are conservatives, but are really neoliberals.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm about to shut this down.
Time permits, I'm gonna hop on here.
Not a problem, man. It's like always. I do these. This ain't nothing. Because next week I'm gonna do a Friday stream and kill that series, and then I'll bring this back. I'll probably say the end of the month. Yeah.
Indeed. I say salute to you. Salute to the nation. Long live the black nobility. I want no release. In peace.
All right, peace. Yeah, everyone. Appreciate that everybody came through. Nino, Cerulean, Triple Black, Legendary Wacky World of Old, Gold Team, and a lot of people that came through today. And shouts out to everyone. Gino, known as Chaos Hedgie, and Broke Genius, you name it. Brandon McGowan, the new person. The Supreme Elder, Philosopher, King, yeah, Ophiocious, Cam Rob, you name it, Juan G's, everybody's Red, I Am Listening, Shonda, Sincerely, Nadia, Enhanced, Bunker, everybody that came through. With that, I want to say peace.